Chapter 709. However, it's time to look at the harvest. Ignoring the matter of the new system, Zhou Tong then looked at his 10 heavenly rings. Within the 10 heavenly rings, a huge palace appeared. The palace was dark green and looked a little like jade. It was transparent and bright. The palace was shrouded in a hazy light. Inside, clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Immortal qi filled the air. It was like a celestial palace. This was the natal magic treasure that Zhou Tong's divine striking stone had refined in the Yang God world, the Taoist palace. Well, it seems that only this natal magic treasure that is one with the human body can be brought back intact through the reincarnation mirror. There's no way to bring back other things. Zhou Tong looked at the Taoist palace carefully and nodded. The return of the divine striking stone's divine strike stone was also experimental. When he returned, the Taoist palace fused into his body. In his hand, he was holding a sword that he had refined himself and wearing a set of armor. However, after returning, only the Taoist palace was still there. There was no trace of the sword or armor. However, there's no problem with the things in the Taoist palace. Zhou Tong scanned the interior of the Taoist palace with his divine sense. There were a total of 129,600 minor kiliocosms in the Tao Palace, and each of them was at least 10 million miles wide. Most of these spirit spaces were resource worlds that contained all kinds of novel things from the Yang God world. During the 30,000 years in the Yang God world, he had not been researching new methods with the Longevity Emperor and the others. During this time, he had also spent several years in the upper-class world and the void turbulence to search for some treasures and resources unique to this world. For example, several small kiliocosms were filled with the Sea of Origin condensed by the Qi of Origin, and there were countless seeds of origin in the sea. There were also some small kiliocosms filled with countless sand of light. There were also some small kiliocosms filled with heavenly dew and dragontooth rice. There were even tens of thousands of small kiliocosms filled with the unique lightning of the Yang God world. The remaining half of the spirit space was actually a variety of environment. There were oceans, mountains, plains, deserts, and many other environments. All kinds of rare and exotic beasts of the Yang God world lived in them. Moreover, they had all multiplied and lived here for countless generations. With a thought, a piece of dragontooth rice appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. Dragontooth rice, I wonder what will happen to it in this world. Zhou Tong had been looking forward to what would happen if this thing was watered with the thunder of the shrouding heaven world. Just in time to test it out, Zhou Tong reached out and took out a small piece of 5-colored soil from the Taoist palace. He placed the 5-colored soil in a corner of his back garden. Then, he inserted the dragontooth rice into the soil and poured the jade spring water over it. Next, it's time to draw lightning and water it. Zhou Tong executed the Thunder Emperor technique and remained motionless. However, a dark cloud appeared in the sky above the back garden. Following that, silver snake-like thunderbolts darted about in the dark cloud. These were the simplest heavenly thunders, and their power was about the same as the weakest heavenly tribulation in the 4 extreme secret realms. Crack! Lightning flashed and cut through the void, falling directly on the 5-colored soil and the dragontooth rice. For a moment the world was vast. Zhou Tong's heavenly eye was very clear. The moment the lightning fell on the dragontooth rice, strands of runes appeared on the surface of the dragontooth rice. They looked like dense tattoos. And this was just the surface. Zhou Tong squinted his eyes and looked through the surface of the dragontooth rice. He saw that the inside of the dragontooth rice had the same pattern. As expected, the great Tao runes contained in the heavenly tribulation have appeared on the dragontooth rice. Zhou Tong's Thunder Emperor technique changed slightly, and the lightning in the sky became stronger. At the same time, the countless connate runes in the lightning were imprinted on the inside of the dragontooth rice. Bathing in the lightning, the dragontooth rice gradually began to take root, and emerald green shoots appeared on the top of it. In an instant, a refreshing fragrance spread from the shoots, making one feel as if they were floating in the air. This fragrance had an intoxicating fragrance, and one could even instinctively feel that this fragrance had an indescribable power that was greatly beneficial to the human body. And this benefit was completely different from the sun god world. After being tainted by the power of the heavenly tribulation in the shrouding heaven world, the entire dragon-tooth rice had undergone an unimaginable transformation. The effect would definitely be much stronger than before. Continue, I want to see what kind of lightning you can withstand. Zhou Tong changed his palm technique, and the lightning he attracted became stronger. This time, it was equivalent to the heavenly tribulation in the dragon transformation secret realm. However, the dragon-tooth rice did not reject it. It continued to absorb the power of the lightning and the various mysterious runes in it. It continued to grow and gradually turned into a big tree, the dragon-tooth rice tree. For half a month, Zhou Tong had been increasing the power of the lightning, but the dragon-tooth rice needed half a month to mature. Therefore, even if Zhou Tong increased the power of the lightning bit by bit, in the end, it only increased the power of the lightning to the level of a peak king. It was not yet at the sage realm. Boom! As the last bolt of lightning fell, the entire dragon-tooth rice tree shook slightly. An extremely rich fragrance spread out, making people unable to extricate themselves. 1,000 grains of dragon-tooth rice, the dragon-tooth rice that belongs to this world. Zhou Tong was delighted. He put away all the dragon-tooth rice, leaving only one in his hand. This dragon-tooth rice didn't look any different from the dragon-tooth rice from before, but the life force it contained was completely different. It was exuberant. If I'm not wrong, this dragon-tooth rice should be able to allow one to be reborn. It's a bit similar to the immortal elixir. It can be considered a super-weakened version of the immortal elixir. It doesn't have the effect of prolonging one's life. After studying it carefully, Zhou Tong quickly determined the effect of this dragon-tooth rice. One dragon-tooth rice was enough to change one's body. It was definitely the best supplement for cultivators to build their foundation. It was similar to the small red fruit that Zhou Tong had eaten in the forbidden area of the ancient antiquity when he first came to the Big Dipper. The small red fruit that had the effect of prolonging life was removed. However, it's still not enough. Let me try and see if I can go one step further and draw out even more powerful saint-level lightning, causing this rice to transform once more. Zhou Tong was a little curious. He directly dug out 100 mu of 5-colored soil in the back garden. After planting all the dragon-tooth rice that he had just harvested, Zhou Tong used the lightning emperor technique again to attract lightning. This time, he directly attracted the Sage Realm lightning. Chapter 710. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the divine territory. All sorts of lights danced in the air as a sea of lightning descended. The sea of lightning had already lasted for an entire year. Everyone in the divine territory was shocked beyond words. And in front of Zhou Tong, there was a large forest of dragon-tooth rice. Thunder and vitality condensed together, and the entire forest was filled with auspicious vapors. Fragrance filled the air, and there were even traces of fog flowing through. Lightning at the peak of the great sage level is already the limit. Zhou Tong looked at the dragon-tooth rice trees and shook his head. Dragon-tooth rice was a divine item from the sun god realm and could devour lightning to grow. After coming to the shrouded heavens world, it had evolved with the lightning of this world and became even more powerful. However, it still had a limit. Lightning at the peak of the great sage level was the limit of its evolution. Even if he continued to summon lightning to the level of a quasi-emperor, it would not be able to evolve any further. Lightning at the peak of the great sage level. After this evolution, its effects are already quite extraordinary. If I use it to nurture my subordinates, it would be a very useful tool. Zhou Tong casually collected the millions of grains of dragon-tooth rice in front of him. After studying them for a while, he thought to himself. Apart from the fact that it did not have the ability to extend one's lifespan, the effect of one dragon-tooth rice was not much different from that of a sage fruit in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. The sage fruit in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity could not only extend one's lifespan but also cause a cultivator to undergo a complete metamorphosis. Their primordial spirit, physical body, blood, organs, bones. Everything would undergo a metamorphosis. Strictly speaking, this was the improvement and metamorphosis of the gate of potential. This ability was very useful for cultivators who were very weak. It was enough to give cultivators a huge lead over other prodigies. This was also the reason why many princes and ancient princes had eaten immortal divine medicine. This brand new dragon-tooth rice had such a metamorphosis effect. As long as one continuously ate dragon-tooth rice for an entire month, it was equivalent to eating an immortal divine medicine. Furthermore, compared to the immortal divine medicine that took thousands of years to mature, dragon-tooth rice only needed half a month to mature. Of course, it was very difficult for dragon-tooth rice to mature after this metamorphosis because it needed to be continuously struck by lightning at the great sage level for half a month to mature. In the world, only Zhou Tong, who had grasped the Thunder Emperor technique, had the ability to urge others. If other people wanted the dragon-tooth rice to mature, they would have to find other people who were going through their supreme sage tribulations and bring the dragon-tooth rice there. Even the other emperors could not grow dragon-tooth rice because they did not have Zhou Tong's ability to control lightning. Unfortunately, I don't have any subordinates to nurture. And this dragon-tooth rice doesn't have the greatest effect of prolonging one's life like the immortal godly medicine. It's simply useless to me. Zhou Tong was speechless. Leave it to the tyrant body ancestral star. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and then looked at the overlord ancestral star. With a casual toss, more than half of the dragon-tooth rice turned into a streamer and flew towards the overlord ancestral star. Zhou Tong turned his head and looked at the other treasures in the Tao Palace. The heavenly dew was similar. It was equivalent to the Yang spirit version of the Thunder Tribulation liquid. Its effect was similar to the transformed dragon-tooth rice, and there was nothing special about it. The Thunder Pool of the Yang spirit world is somewhat mysterious. Unfortunately, this kind of Thunder Pool is useless to the shrouding heaven world. Zhou Tong shook his head. After cultivating the Thunder Emperor technique to an extremely high level, one could also refine a thunder pool. The thunder pool refined was completely different from the thunder pool of the Yang spirit world. Whether it was the appearance or the principle, it was completely different. The most important difference was that the thunder pool of the Yang spirit world stole lightning from nature and turned it into vital energy. However, the Thunder Emperor technique's thunder pool directly took over the lightning from nature and used one's heart to replace the heaven's heart and the will of heaven to finally become the master of the heavenly tribulation. As for the Thunder Tribulation liquid, only after cultivating the Thunder Emperor technique to the level of an immortal king could one be qualified to refine something like the Thunder Tribulation liquid. The Thunder Pool of the Yang spirit world could not refine the Thunder Tribulation liquid of the shrouding heaven world. Speaking of which, among these treasures, the only ones that are useful to me are these origin seeds and the sand of light. A 9-colored bell rushed out from the top of Zhou Tong's head. The mouth of the bell surged with auspicious qi, immortal light overflowed, and the chaos was like a sea. Endless runes and visions on the bell's wall soared into the sky, turning the entire divine realm into a land of immortals. This bell had already turned into an immortal weapon, and its divine power was boundless. In particular, the dozens of bloodstains on the bell's wall emitted a scarlet light that was eye-catching and made people tremble. However, at this time, Zhou Tong put a large number of origin seeds and the sand of light into the bell. Clang! The melodious sound of the bell resounded through the world in an instant. Countless people in the divine realm were absent-minded and immersed in the sound of the bell. Even vaguely, the flow of time in the entire divine realm changed slightly. Everyone felt as if they had lived through thousands of lifetimes, but in fact it was only a moment. Along with the sound of the bell, the shape of the tyrant bell also changed slightly. The nine-colored light gradually dimmed, and the whole bell became more simple and unadorned, as if it had experienced the precipitation of hundreds of millions of years in an instant, and there was a sense of ancient ruins. And in the 33 chaotic worlds inside the bell, with the integration of the origin seeds, the power of the entire chaotic world became more and more mysterious, as if the bell had turned into a primordial object of heaven and earth. The current bell, just by looking at it, gave people a sense of eternity that had existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, a secret technique that Zhou Tong had comprehended involuntarily emerged. It was Emperor Wu Shi's no-beginning technique. This secret technique was extremely powerful, and Zhou Tong had already comprehended this technique to great success. But at this moment, with the integration of the origin seeds and the sand of light into the bell, Zhou Tong vaguely saw a higher level of power in this secret technique. The no-beginning technique was originally a forbidden technique of Emperor Wu Shi's first life, but no matter how powerful and invincible Emperor Wu Shi was in his first life, this secret technique was ultimately only at the level of an emperor's forbidden technique. But Zhou Tong's comprehension at this moment already showed signs of elevating this technique to the level of an immortal Tao secret technique. The origin seeds, the sand of light. Even someone like me could vaguely elevate the no-beginning technique to the level of an immortal Tao secret technique after fusing these two things into the bell. If Emperor No-Beginning were to get his hands on these two items, he would probably become an immortal on the spot. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The combination of the origin seeds and the sand of time was actually very close to Emperor Wu Shi's beginning, and this was something from another world that could completely expand a cultivator's horizons as much as possible. But unfortunately, there is nothing in the Yang God world that represents the end. Zhou Tong finally shook his head. Chapter 7:11. After looking through the local specialties, brought back by the divine striking stone from the Sun God world, Zhou Tong looked at his own divine striking stone once more. Unlike the other true fates in the 10 heavenly paradise ring, the divine striking stone's true fate was a genuine life, a completely new life. How should I deal with this true fate? Zhou Tong was also worried. The appearance of each of his true lives could be considered an accident. There were 3 conditions for them to be born. First, the profound meaning of nurturing divine embryos in the heavenly grotto. Second, the cultivation of the Divine Emperor Sutra, and the successful cultivation of life concealment. Third, his trump card, the reincarnation mirror. Only by using the power of the reincarnation mirror, and using the hidden fate from the Divine Emperor's scripture, to descend into the divine embryo in the heavenly grotto could one be considered to have truly cultivated the true fate. Each true fate could be said to be one of Zhou Tong's lives. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at his god striking stone's fate. But then again, this fate of mine does have a hint of the 6th secret realm in it. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it immediately took root and sprouted in his heart. For a moment, Zhou Tong's mind was filled with thoughts of the 6th secret realm. There was a 6th secret realm for the heaven-shrouding art, but heavenly monarch Huang Tian did not pass it down. This was because heavenly Emperor Huang's 6th secret realm, God watching above, was a Tao that belonged solely to him. Heavenly Emperor Huang Tian had only passed down the most basic 5 mystic realms of the heaven-shrouding art. Because these 5 mystic realms were the foundation of the heaven-shrouding art, cultivating them to the limit would allow one to become an immortal. The 6th secret realm, on the other hand, was a personal Tao path. Heavenly monarch Huang hoped that his descendants would be able to walk their own Tao and create their own 6th secret realm. That was why he didn't pass down his 6th secret realm art to his descendant. Those who learn from me will live, those who follow me will die. If heavenly monarch Huang Tian had passed down the method of the sixth secret realm, perhaps the later generations would have done everything they could to study the secret realm, or even cultivate it directly. But what about after that? The road was cut off. This was because God is watching from above was not their own path. Even if they were to force themselves to cultivate it, they would only be walking further and further away from the impasse. And the further one walked in a hopeless situation, the more one would be trapped in a hopeless situation in the future, unable to extricate oneself, forever unable to transcend and reach the realm of Emperor. The 5 secret realms of the heaven-shrouding art are just the foundation. Maybe my 6th secret realm will be these few true fates. Zhou Tong thought back to his own cultivation path. Ever since he had confirmed his identity as the Overlord body, he had been working hard on his 10 ferocious deity form. The orthodox mighty body only had 9 spirit forms, but Zhou Tong relied on the incomplete indestructible divine skill and the indestructible scripture to transform his body, plus the power of the reincarnation mirror, to forcibly cultivate 10 spirit forms, and finally reach the realm of the unification of the 10 spirit forms. Then, after cultivating the divine sovereign scripture, he cultivated 9 true fates of the 10 ferocious deity. Since the beginning of my cultivation, I have an inextricable bond with the 10 ferocious deity form. Maybe these true fates are really my 6th secret realm. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that he had found his own 6th secret realm. That's right, my 10 ferocious deity form is my 6th secret realm. But the 10 ferocious deity form alone is not enough, it needs to be combined into one. The more Zhou Tong thought about his cultivation path, the deeper his understanding of the 10 ferocious deity form became. The path of unification was also a very important path for Zhou Tong. He had long since combined his true fates into one, turning them into a single true fate. If that's the case, what I need to do next is to cultivate the 10th true fate. Zhou Tong turned his eyes and looked at the 9 netherworld Ao in his 10 heavenly rings. Among the 10 ferocious deity, only the 9 netherworld Ao had not been cultivated into a true fate by Zhou Tong. The reason was very simple. It was because the 10th transformation in the divine sovereign scripture was a combination of the previous 9 transformations. There was no way to cultivate the 10th transformation alone. Therefore, all this time, Zhou Tong had only cultivated 9 ferocious deity forms. Before the severing Tao, the 5 true fates that Zhou Tong cultivated were 9-leaf sword grass, Kuan Peng, lightning emperor, Qilin, and immortal phoenix. The 6th true fate that represented the severing Tao was given to the Gu Mang. The 7th true fate that represented the sage realm was given to the divine striking stone. After that, at the half-emperor and great emperor levels, his 8th and 9th true fates were respectively the heavenly horned ant and true dragon. Among the 10 ferocious deity forms, the only one missing was the 9 netherworld Ao. It seems like I really need to continue the contents of the divine sovereign scripture and continue the divine silkworm 9 transformations, evolving the 10th transformation. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The divine sovereign's 10th transformation is a combination of the previous 9 transformations, while my 10th transformation is the 9 netherworld Ao. My 11th transformation is a combination of the previous 10 transformations. After comprehending to this point, Zhou Tong took out his diamond carving. This diamond carving had also used the divine sovereign scripture to cultivate, and it successfully reached the 10th transformation, completely merging the 9 immortal gold profound mysteries into one, making this artifact become a supreme immortal artifact in one fell swoop. The diamond carving walks the orthodox path of the divine silkworm 9 transformations. Even though it was walked with the help of the reincarnation mirror, I already don't lack this kind of mental state and comprehension. What I lack is the 10th transformation. Zhou Tong sighed inwardly. The divine sovereign is also in my hands, but the current me doesn't dare to open the coffin. Zhou Tong casually grabbed, and the Divine Spirit 9 coffin also appeared in his hands. It was a small stone coffin that was not even the size of a palm, only 4 fingers wide. Its appearance was simple and natural, and its entire body was covered with all kinds of vague marks. If one looked carefully, one could see that the marks were patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. Moreover, the style was very ancient, as if it had been passed down from ancient times. This was the Divine Sovereign's coffin, and it was also the most precious treasure Zhou Tong had obtained from the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Sovereign should be going through the 11th transformation in here. Zhou Tong looked at the coffin and thought to himself. When the Divine Sovereign was still on the throne, he had already gone through the 10th transformation. Now that he was in a deep sleep, he must be going through the 11th transformation. The Divine Sovereign's strength at the 10th transformation should be about the same as mine, but now that he's going through the 11th transformation, if I wake him up at this time, I'm afraid that in this world, except for Di Zun, no one will be able to stop him. Zhou Tong knew very well that in this universe, the only mortal immortal was Di Zun. Emperor Ruthless was still in a state of transformation, so he was definitely not a mortal immortal. Whether Emperor Wu Shi succeeded in his transformation or not, he couldn't count on him. Di Zun is also troublesome. Zhou Tong frowned, thinking of Di Zun. This was a huge problem. Forget it, I won't think too much about it for now. It's useless to think too much about it. My top priority now is still the problem of my third life. Chapter 7:12. However, since I've already completed more than half of this heavenly abode, I might as well complete this step. Zhou Tong thought to himself. While the divine striking stone was in the Yang God world, Zhou Tong had further studied the inheritance of the immortal monk lineage from the immortal ancient era. This lineage had an extremely deep understanding of space and the mind. Among them, there were great abilities like one flower, one world, and Buddhist kingdom in the palm. In the past, the fusion and sublimation of 1296 heavenly abodes would have been a big problem, but now it was no longer a difficult problem. Not to mention, his divine striking stone had already completed more than half of it with the help of several saint emperors in the Yang God world. Furthermore, in Zhou Tong's third life, he had already comprehended most of the chaos physique and mortal physique. With the guidance of the imperishable scripture, it was much easier for Zhou Tong to comprehend this step compared to others. Now that he had taken the opportunity to complete the heavenly abode, he might be able to see some unusual things. After all, this was an unprecedented cultivation path. It explained the great Tao from a different perspective. This kind of new thing was extremely easy to think about. As long as he could complete this step, it might be better than 10,000 years of bitter cultivation. However, before comprehending this path, I should set a time. If I can't comprehend it within 5,000 years, I'll give up temporarily. Zhou Tong then looked at a small phoenix sealed in the divine source in his 10 heavenly abode divine ring. This was Prince Tian's physical body. After Zhou Tong killed Prince Tian, he had kept his physical body intact so that he could use it for some experiment. Now was the time. After all, he was the first direct descendant of a pure-blooded phoenix. His vitality was strong and his skin was sturdy. However, just as Zhou Tong was about to experiment on Prince Tian's physical body, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Then he waved his hand, and a huge piece of divine source flew over from afar and exploded in front of him, revealing a devastatingly beautiful woman. It was Yenryu. What era is this? You're still so young. How long has it been? Having just awakened from the seal, Yenryu was a little confused. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Tong and revealed a look of astonishment. It has been 20,000 years since the last seal. I'll bring you to meet someone. As Zhou Tong spoke, He already pulled Yen Ryu and flew up. Zhou Tong's speed was too fast. With a single step, time seemed to flow in reverse, and the sun and moon seemed to reverse. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from God's domain and appeared near a large planet in the universe. "This is Big Dipper?" Yen Ryu exclaimed. "That's right, it's Big Dipper." Zhou Tong took another step and brought Yen Ryu to the Eastern Barren Territory. They were not far from the forbidden area of remote antiquity. This was where the tomb of the Qing Arch was located previously. As soon as Zhou Tong and Yen Ryu arrived, they immediately saw two figures sitting cross-legged on a large bluestone. One of them was young and vigorous, and his vitality was as dazzling as the sun. It was Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation. The other person was skinny and had a head full of gray hair. He was coughing non-stop as if he was seriously ill. "Ancestor?" Yen Ryu exclaimed when she saw this person. "It's me. I didn't expect such a stunning person like you to appear among my descendants more than 20 generations later. Not bad." The skinny old man nodded at Yen Ryu with a hint of approval between his brows. No matter what, to be able to cultivate to the 9th heaven of Quasi-Emperor was considered a great talent. It should be known that even the Emperor's son and the ancient prince were about the same level, let alone Yen Ryu, who was only a descendant of the Qing Arch for more than 20 generations. After more than 20 generations, the power of the bloodline was actually not much left. "Greetings, Qing Arch." Zhou Tong bowed to the Qing Arch. After all, he was his wife's ancestor. However, he could tell that the Qing Arch in front of him was only a manifestation of his primordial spirit. "You are indeed powerful. You can look down on the world and kill all the sovereigns of the Forbidden Lands by yourself. Your achievements are glorious and glorious." The Qing Arch praised as he coughed. "Our predecessors paved the way. If it weren't for their bloody battles, this era would probably be the darkest era," Zhou Tong said. His voice was very calm, and he had no intention of taking all the credit for himself. Zhou Tong was very clear that those seniors had already killed who knew how many supreme beings. The ruthless great emperor had single-handedly wiped out the ancestral land of the Holy Spirit clan, which was an entire forbidden land. After that, the Void Emperor had also killed 5 or 6 sovereigns, the Eternal Universe Great Emperor had killed 1, and the Wuxia Great Emperor had killed at least 2. Even the Qing Arch in front of him had killed 2 holy spirits of the ruins of God. Not to mention the 9 great sage bodies. The 9 great sage bodies had killed countless sovereigns of the Forbidden Lands. If it weren't for these people, who knew how many sovereigns would have appeared in this era's road of immortalization, by then, no matter how many trump cards Zhou Tong had, he wouldn't have enough. "The past is the past." The Qing Arch sighed and said, "I dismembered myself and put my primordial spirit into the ancient desolate tower. I didn't expect to send myself into a desperate situation. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been in a deep sleep until I died." "It's nothing," Zhou Tong said. When the road of immortalization first opened, Zhou Tong had merged with the Qing Arch Lotus and went to the galaxy to fight with the sovereigns. It was also the blood of the sovereigns in that battle that stimulated the Qing Arch Lotus, which indirectly affected the Qing Arch. In fact, the Qing Arch Lotus in Yi Fan's body in the original book had gradually manifested a power that surpassed Yi Fan's imagination after he had gone through the battle of the sovereigns and absorbed the blood of the sovereigns. The Qing Arch nodded slightly and then explained his Tao. He also discussed Tao with Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix. In this world, there was nothing else that could contain his primordial spirit except for a few immortal artifacts. The Qing Thearka's step was very similar to the ancient emperor of the Blood Phoenix Mountain fusing himself with the phoenix-winged golden centipede. However, it was much more powerful. The Qing Arch suppressed the gods in the ancient desolate tower and opened up a small world there. He wanted to evolve it into the celestial realm. He wanted to open up a celestial realm in the mortal world that could allow people to live forever. It had to be said that the Qing Dharch was extremely talented and had astonishing courage. Moreover, he was really too powerful. He didn't ask for help from others, nor did he rely on any external forces. He wanted to open up a real celestial realm that could allow people to live forever with immortality. This was going against the will of the heavens. Zhou Tong, his blood phoenix incarnation, and the Qing Dharch were talking about the great Tao here. They talked about the Tao in detail and talked about the Tao of immortality. Some simple words contained the most mysterious truth in the world. Yen Ruyu quietly listened to the three great emperors talk about the Tao of immortality. She was touched and benefited a lot. Chapter 7:13. The Lotus Emperor and Zhou Tong discussed Tao for a long time. In the end, the Lotus Emperor's eyes dimmed. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that I created a failed world in the ancient desolate tower. Although my life is passing slowly in the ancient desolate tower, it's still running out day by day. When I reappear in the human world one day, it'll prove that my path is no longer feasible. That will be the time for my final gamble." At this point, the Lotus Emperor's eyes shone with divine light again. It was as if he had returned to his peak state and was looking down on the world. Ancestor. Yen Ruyu was worried when she saw the Lotus Emperor's expression. She was afraid that the Lotus Emperor would continue walking down his dead end and would be unable to turn the situation around. "Don't worry." The Lotus Emperor waved his hand at Yen Ruyu. Then, he turned to Zhou Tong and said, "Please take care of my descendant. You don't have to do this." Zhou Tong pondered for a while and said, "Since you know that you've created a wrong world, why don't you get out as soon as possible? With your current magical powers, you might be able to live a second life. It won't be too late to think of other ways to survive then." "That's right. If you don't mind, I can give you the inheritance of my Phoenix bloodline to study. With this method, you can be reborn in a hopeless situation and have a high chance of living a second life." At this time, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar also spoke. The Lotus Emperor turned to look at the Blood Phoenix. He was moved. As the Demon Emperor, the Lotus Emperor knew the importance of the inheritance of the various demon clans to his bloodline. Not many people were willing to share their inheritance with others. However, Celestial Emperor Huang seemed to be so bold that she was willing to give away her bloodline inheritance to others. At that moment, the Lotus Emperor seemed to understand why Celestial Emperor Huang and Celestial Tyrant Emperor could work together so closely to kill all the sovereigns of the Forbidden Lands. "You're indeed the Celestial Emperor of the Demon Clan. I'm impressed. I'm impressed," the Lotus Emperor said. He admired Celestial Emperor Huang from the bottom of his heart. "However, this is the path that I have chosen for my immortality. Even though I know it's a dead end, I can't accept it if I don't see the end of this path." Emperor Qing shook his head and sighed. This was the path he had chosen himself. Even if he vaguely sensed that this was a dead end, how could the arrogant Emperor Qing be willing to listen to others' arrangements? After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, I have studied some things about the Tao of world creation over the years. Why don't we exchange a few things?" The Lotus Dharch was a little surprised. This junior had actually studied a similar path. At the thought of this, the Lotus Dharch began to look forward to Zhou Tong's research. Zhou Tong directly explained some of the mysteries of the inner world's cultivation system that his divine striking stone had researched in the Yang God world. In particular, he gave a general description of the Heavenly Insight Sutra. The Lotus Dharch also became more and more excited as he listened. He then said, "You know about the cultivation system of the ancient Chaos Era? Did your cultivation method evolve from the cultivation system of the ancient Chaos Era?" As an expert who had been reborn from the chaotic Green Lotus, The Lotus Tharch more or less had some understanding of the cultivation system of the ancient Chaos era. This could be seen from his Green Lotus Sutra. Therefore, after listening to Zhou Tong's explanation of his own method of opening a heavenly insight, the Lotus Tharch immediately realized that this method of opening a heavenly insight seemed to be inextricably linked to the heavenly insight realm of the cultivation system of the ancient Chaos era. It even evolved from the heavenly insight realm. He had removed the restrictions of the 10 heavenly insight realms and opened up 1,296 heavenly insight realms in one fell swoop based on the human mind and character. For the Lotus Tharch, there were many ideas and methods that he could learn from. 1,296 heavenly insight realms, and then connect them with a formation. Perhaps it really can evolve into a world similar to the immortal realm. The more the Lotus Tharch thought about it, the more he felt that the method created by Zhou Tong had a greater chance of success than his. In fact, the more he listened to Zhou Tong's explanation, the more he felt that he had a close friend. He had actually thought of the same thing as him. In terms of the Tao of opening a world, his thinking and understanding were even better than his. It is indeed a combination of the cultivation method of the heavenly insight realm. However, in the process of cultivation, many of the restrictions of the heavenly insight realm have been completely abandoned. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. However, in this way, many of the cultivation methods after the ancient chaos technique are no longer useful. In the future, I will specialize in the cultivation of worlds. The Lotus Tharch was stunned when he heard this. Not only was his thinking a step further than his, but what was even more frightening was that he had actually taken an unprecedented path. Do you want to create a new cultivation system from scratch? The Lotus Tharch could not help but exclaim. Even Yenryu, who was standing at the side, widened her eyes and looked at her husband in a daze. She did not know that Zhou Tong had actually come up with such an idea. 1,296 heavenly insight realms. Each heavenly insight realm is different, and each heavenly insight realm has its own unique Tao. In the future, once these heavenly insight realms are gathered and merged into one, perhaps a real immortal realm will be born. Zhou Tong explained his path of return. Path of return. Path of return. Path of return. The Lotus Tharch kept repeating the 3 words, path of return. Vaguely, he seemed to have found an important hurdle, but now he could not grasp it no matter how hard he tried. His expression kept changing. Some were happy, some were surprised, but most of them were puzzled and worried. According to my speculation, after all the heavenly insight realms are merged into one, perhaps it will give birth to the heaven's core imprint. This is the method of opening a immortal realm that I have comprehended. Zhou Tong added in the end as a conclusion to his returning to one road. He also mentioned the end point and goal of returning to one road. Boom! The moment Zhou Tong said the 4 words, heaven's core imprint, the Lotus Tharch felt as if there was a sudden clap of thunder in his heart. All his doubts were suddenly cleared, and a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. That's right, the heaven's core imprint. That's the heaven's core imprint. The more the Lotus Tharch thought about it, the more excited he became. My path is indeed wrong. The immortal realm cannot be opened in one go. It needs to be started step by step and upgraded step by step. However, when I am strong enough, even the heavenly insight realms that we are in now may be able to evolve into a mortal realm. The more the Lotus Tharch spoke, the clearer it became. He understood the reason why he had failed to open a heavenly insight realm from Zhou Tong. He had been too impatient. It was obviously unrealistic to want to open a immortal realm from the start. Chapter 7:14. You're a genius. You've found a different path for all living beings in this world. The Lotus Emperor pondered for a long time before bowing to Zhou Tong. You're too kind. My path is not perfect yet. It has to be the same path. Zhou Tong shook his head. I've only solved the problem of creating 1296 worlds, and also the problem of the arrangement of these 1296 worlds. However, I'm still missing something when it comes to the most crucial returnance road. The Lotus Tharch pondered for a while and said, Return to one road. Your return to one road is indeed a supreme great Tao. However, if you wait a little longer and let these 1296 worlds give birth to the heaven's core imprint, you might be able to open up a celestial domain after you return to one road. Zhou Tong was speechless. Why was the Lotus Emperor the same as the Longevity Emperor? Both of them felt that path of unification was not suitable at this stage. The Longevity Emperor of the Sun God world felt that there was no need for path of unification. They wanted each world to become stronger and improve independently. They even wanted to maintain their independence. When the time came, they could continuously optimize the formation and mobilize the power of each world to the greatest extent. They could even use the formation to connect the vitality of each world to form a great samsara. The Lotus Emperor was about the same. Although he agreed to path of unification, he wanted each world to cultivate the heaven's core mark before path of unification. He wanted to turn the world into a celestial realm after the path of unification. The Longevity Emperor and the others wanted to build a system of thousands of worlds. Then, one person would be in the middle and control the great samsara. The Lotus Emperor wanted to improve the countless worlds to the limit before considering path of unification. Zhou Tong was speechless. However, he had to admit that both the Longevity Emperor and the Lotus Emperor's ideas were reasonable. According to the Longevity Emperor's idea, when the time came, there would be thousands of worlds inside the human body. All the grotto heavens would become unique and complete worlds. According to the Lotus Emperor's idea, it would be the orthodox path of the celestial realm during the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient eras. Back then, the immortal realm was actually just a small world. But in the years that followed, it continued to devour other worlds, so it formed a terrifying giant world. According to the Azure Thearka's development plan, every world would have a heaven's core imprint. When the time came to combine them, it would be a true immortal domain, a immortal domain that fused with the source of the heavens. However, it was obvious that they had forgotten the purpose and nature of cultivation. The pursuit of cultivation was personal transcendence and immortality. But with their methods, could they achieve all this? According to the Longevity Monarch's idea, the 1296 worlds in his body would transform into various worlds with their own characteristics, forming a myriad of worlds in his body. The idea was beautiful, but they couldn't realize it because they hadn't seen the myriad worlds. Moreover, just to understand all the mysteries of a world would take hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of years. If he really had such a long lifespan, would he still need to play around like this? As for the Azure Thearka's idea, it was also unrealistic. Forming 1296 worlds with heaven's core imprints in his body seemed simple, but in reality, it was impossible. During the ancient chaos era, the laws of heaven and earth were broken. Heavenly Tharch Huang had killed a large number of true immortals in the immortal realm and immortals from other worlds before using the laws in their bodies to complete the laws of heaven and earth. This was also because the 9 heavens and 10 earths had a foundation. If he really wanted to create a perfected great Tao world from scratch, he would need at least the strength of an immortal king. And if he really had the strength of an immortal king, would he still need to play around like this? Judging from the results, whether it was the Longevity Monarch of the Yang God world or the current Azure Tharch, their ideas were very beautiful. Unfortunately, their ideas were unrealistic in Zhou Tong's eyes. This method is not feasible. Zhou Tong decisively rejected the Azure Thearka's idea. Fellow Taoist, please look at this world. It has existed since ancient times, just like the legendary immortals who live forever. To be able to create such a world is enough to become an immortal, let alone 1296. If the Azure Thearch's idea could really be realized, his cultivation would probably be at the level of an immortal king. Zhou Tong shook his head and continued, when one cultivates to our level, although it is enough to destroy the world, who dares to say that they have exhausted the mysteries of heaven and earth? After 1296 worlds are combined, only then are they barely qualified to form the heaven's core mark. Fellow Taoist, you should know that the world you created in the ancient Wastelands Tower has already failed. The Azure Thearch was speechless. Indeed, as Zhou Tong said, the world he created in the ancient Wastelands Tower had already failed. There was no possibility of success in this kind of world that wanted to be completed in one go. In fact, I have not really completed this step. Since fellow Taoist's path is to create a new world, why don't we complete this step together? Zhou Tong directly invited the Azure Thearch. The Azure Thearch instantly fell silent. If it had been before, he would have rejected without hesitation because he wanted to see the end of the path he had chosen. However, he was now a little shaken. This was because the new cultivation system Zhou Tong had described and the Tao of the inner world was extremely similar to his longevity technique. It could be said that they were completely different branches on the same tree. More importantly, Zhou Tong's path was more complete than his, and the possibility of success was higher. Most importantly, when he saw the path Zhou Tong had described, he vaguely felt that his dream of creating a celestial realm would most likely fall on Zhou Tong's path. Putting all these together, the Azure Thearch was indeed tempted. Although I really want to agree, I have no choice now. The Azure Thearch's eyes dimmed. I have dismembered myself, and the small world in the ancient Wastelands Tower is actually formed from my physical body. Even if I want to recover, I'm afraid the difficulty is no less than living a new life, let alone living a new life on top of this foundation. Given the Azure Thearch's current state, the difficulty of successfully reviving him was no less than Zhou Tong's first attempt at becoming a war immortal. It was at least twice as difficult as the longevity technique. Ancestor, your heart is still here. Yenryu spoke in time. It's because my heart is still here that I have a chance of survival. The Azure Thearch sighed. If my heart had not been left in the outside world, I'm afraid I would have lost my last chance of survival. Abandon the broken physical body in the ancient Wastelands Tower. That failed world can be used as a testing ground. At this moment, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar spoke. Fellow Taoist, why don't you use this heart to be reborn? You can even use it to reform your physical body. I can do my best to help you achieve nirvana and be reborn. If it really doesn't work, there is another way. Zhou Tong suddenly thought of someone and said with a smile. Chapter 7:15. In the starry sky, starlight shone brightly. A vast immortal palace was bathed in starlight. Auspicious energy rose, and pure white immortal mist flowed. Divine orchids and jade grass could be seen everywhere, and divine birds and auspicious beasts roamed about. This was the heavenly court established by Yi Fan. In fact, Yi Fan had established the heavenly court a long time ago. When he returned to Earth through the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple, he had already established the heavenly court, but it had always been considered a small matter, because Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix were in the starry sky. But in the past 10,000 years, with Yi Fan's success in reaching the Tao realm, the heavenly court became stronger day by day, gradually becoming stronger to the point where it could compete with the immortal court of the monster race in the Big Dipper realm. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in his palace, quietly thinking about various longevity techniques, constantly deducing and verifying them. He had been sitting here quietly for thousands of years. This heavenly palace was already covered in dust, and cobwebs were formed. Crack! But at this moment, a brilliant gaze cut through the void like two golden bolts of lightning, sweeping away the cobwebs in the entire palace, causing the dim palace to light up. Yi Fan opened his eyes and slowly raised his palm. A chaotic aura circulated between his fingers and slowly turned into a few words. "Let's have a chat in the Big Dipper." It was just 4 words, but it made Yi Fan's expression turn solemn. But he immediately relaxed. "It has indeed been some time since we last met. About 20,000 years. Yi Fan stood up and directly left the heavenly palace that he had been sitting quietly in for thousands of years. At the same time, in the Big Dipper realm, deep in the mountains, the Blood Phoenix didn't speak. She only waved her hand and evolved a rune. This was the core profound meaning of the Immortal Phoenix technique, Phoenix's Nirvana. This wasn't the complete Immortal Phoenix technique. It didn't display the offensive and defensive methods of the Immortal Phoenix lineage. It was just a Nirvana technique. Yen Ryu sat quietly at the side and carefully comprehended the Nirvana technique. For a moment she had many thoughts, but at this moment the great Tao of heaven and earth suddenly resonated. A golden great Tao descended from the depths of the universe. Terrifying blood energy fluctuations caused the entire Big Dipper realm to tremble. In the demon race immortal court, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. This kind of chi and blood, this kind of aura that resonated with the great Tao, without a doubt, this must be the arrival of the great sovereign of the present age, Yi Fan. The Motherf * King Human King is here. Could it be that he's going to have a decisive battle with our immortal court master? That's right. Since ancient times, the 2 great emperors have never met. Every great emperor is incomparably lonely. Yi Fan must be here to spar with Heavenly Emperor Huang. Everyone in the immortal court of the demon race was shocked and worried. When 2 great powers fought, one was bound to be injured. The peace that had lasted for countless years might come to an end. What an astonishing aura! Zhou Tong chuckled as he looked at the outer realm. Proving the Tao with a saintly body is indeed powerful. In this era, 3 emperors exist at the same time. This is truly an unprecedented era. The Green Emperor also sighed in admiration. Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar smiled faintly. This aura. It seems like he wants to fight me. I'm afraid all the cultivators in the Big Dipper constellation will be terrified. He might have the intention to fight, Zhou Tong said. Very quickly, Yi Fan descended into the forest. It had been many years since they last saw each other. His demeanor was even more outstanding than before. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and his vitality was vigorous. He was filled with vitality, and his eyes were deep. It was obvious that his cultivation had improved greatly. Boom! As soon as he appeared, he gave Zhou Tong a punch. It was fierce and domineering, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. This punch shocked the past and the present. This punch reversed time and space. This punch penetrated the 33 layers of heaven. At the side, Yen Ryu's expression changed. This punch was too fierce. This was Yi Fan's forbidden domain. Seeing this, Zhou Tong calmly waved out a stream of chaotic qi. He smiled and said, "This is not my home ground. You've found the wrong opponent." That's right. The Big Dipper constellation is where the immortal court of the demon race is located. The Blood Phoenix avatar stepped forward calmly and waved his hand. The vast blood light turned into a blade, and a Blood Phoenix met it. Boom! In an instant, the great Tao around everyone roared. The sky was full of golden light and red clouds. However, the aftermath of this attack did not spread out. A layer of chaotic qi surrounded everyone, suppressing all the aftermath. The attacks of the 2 martial monarchs did not even destroy the tree and the rock. Huang Tiandi lives up to her name. After Yi Fan's attack, he also stopped and slowly walked down from the void. However, the chaotic body is indeed the #1 physique in the world. Yi Fan's eyes turned and looked directly at Zhou Tong, who was standing at the side. A stream of chaotic chi completely suppressed the aftermath of his and the Blood Phoenix's full-strength attack. This kind of power was simply unbelievable. Even Yi Fan did not dare to imagine that Zhou Tong would be so powerful now. The chaotic body is not necessarily the number one physique in the world. My physique can still change, Zhou Tong said softly. However, this time I asked you to come here not to talk about your physique, but something else. I believe that when you came here, you should have already guessed something, Zhou Tong said finally. Yi Fan nodded slightly and looked directly at the third person he did not recognize. This person was a skinny old man. He was clearly a primordial spirit body and was extremely powerful. It was definitely the primordial spirit of a great emperor. Most importantly, Yi Fan could vaguely feel that the green lotus that was rooted in his sea of reincarnation was shaking. It seemed to want to break free from his control and merge into this person's body. Qing Emperor? Yi Fan tried to ask. That's me. The skinny old man nodded. My friend, there was indeed a secret behind your death back then. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Although Yi Fan was a little surprised that the Qing Emperor appeared in front of him, he still accepted it. After all, the Qing Emperor was the only Dao cultivator of the post-antiquity era. When he passed away, his lifespan should not have dissipated yet. Indeed, the Qing Emperor appeared in front of him now. Back then, I dismembered myself, the Qing Emperor said. The Qing Emperor then explained to Yi Fan. He roughly repeated what he had said to Zhou Tong and the others. After hearing this, Yi Fan looked suspiciously at Zhou Tong, the Blood Phoenix, and the Qing Emperor. Then, he asked Zhou Tong, why did you ask me to come here? It's not my problem. Now that the Qing Emperor wants to be resurrected, he needs to borrow the green lotus in your body, Zhou Tong said softly. You are also studying the longevity method now, right? What longevity method is more important than watching a great emperor come back to life and live a new life? Using both the carrot and the stick. Zhou Tong, you are still the same after so many years. Yi Fan rolled his eyes at Zhou Tong. He was a little speechless. However, you underestimate me too much. Do you think I can't bear to part with this green lotus? As he spoke, Yi Fan had already taken out the green lotus in his body and handed it to the Qing Emperor. It's my fault. Zhou Tong also smiled. He then looked at the Qing Emperor and said, now that everything is ready, you can be reborn. Chapter 7:16. All right. The Lotus Emperor did not say anything else. He took the green lotus from Yi Fan and his heart from Yenryu. Fellow cultivator, I'm going, the Lotus Emperor said to Zhou Tong and the rest before his primordial spirit entered the green lotus that Yi Fan had provided. Boom! The moment the chaotic green lotus merged with the Lotus Emperor's primordial spirit, it emitted a dazzling green glow that expanded rapidly in the Big Dipper constellation. It took root in the void and turned into a living green lotus. The green lotus opened up a large part of the universe and its green leaves covered the sky. Chaotic green lotus? Ah, it's the Lotus Emperor. The Lotus Emperor has shown his divine power. Countless old demons in the Big Dipper constellation bowed to the green lotus in the starry sky. This was the great emperor of their demon race. Boom! At that moment, a monstrous demonic power erupted and poured into the green lotus in the starry sky. This life aura was extremely terrifying. It was like a vast ocean that drowned the entire Big Dipper constellation. Thump! 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 The Lotus Emperor's heart was beating at a slow but powerful speed. Every beat caused the entire Big Dipper constellation to resonate. It was like the pulse of heaven and earth. As time passed, the vibrations became more and more terrifying. In the end, the vibrations spread throughout the universe. At that moment, everyone in the universe felt the Lotus Emperor's aura. Ah, the Lotus Emperor's aura. There's no mistaking it. It's the Lotus Emperor. After tens of thousands of years, the Lotus Emperor has reappeared. Is the Lotus Emperor still alive? Has the Lotus Emperor also turned into a forbidden zone? If that's the case, the Celestial Tyrant Emperor and the Celestial Emperor Huang will not sit by and do nothing. The Lotus Emperor is the only great emperor in the post-primordial era. He should be heaven-defying. Indeed, he won't die so easily. Countless cultivators in the universe discussed the Lotus Emperor. Many people quickly checked ancient books to find out what had happened during the Lotus Emperor's era. After the fusion of the primordial spirit and the green lotus, coupled with the power of the heart of Emperor Qing, there were some qualitative changes. However, it's still not enough to revive. Yi Fan's eyes fell on the green lotus in the void of the universe as he secretly calculated. In fact, he had known for a long time that the green lotus in his body was probably related to the Qing Emperor. It was not a vision that came with the saintly being. However, Yi Fan had never given up on this green lotus. Instead, he tried his best to erase the Azure Supreme Thearcha's imprint and place his own imprint on it. After tens of thousands of years of refinement, there was already a gap between this green lotus and the Lotus Thearcha's original Great Tao. If it had been the previous green lotus, the Azure Tharch could have easily been reborn with the help of the green lotus. But now, he was a little lacking. Zhou Tong also quietly watched the process of the Lotus Emperor's rebirth. He secretly said, Yi Fan has been trying his best to refine this green lotus for tens of thousands of years. He wants to imprint his imprint on the green lotus. If I had not given him the Nirvana technique, the Lotus Emperor's rebirth might have really failed. However, in this way, Yi Fan's efforts all these years have benefited the Lotus Emperor. Zhou Tong also knew that Yi Fan had suffered a loss by giving away this green lotus. This green lotus had always been refined by Yi Fan while blocking weapons. He had already integrated his own great Tao into it. However, it's hard to say. If Yi Fan finds the secret to living a third life from the Lotus Emperor's Nirvana technique, his losses might turn into gains. At this moment, in the starry sky, the green Tharch lotus was constantly expanding. It was absorbing the power of the universe and the void to strengthen itself. It was really big. It was just like the world tree of this part of the universe. Its roots were like horned dragons that disappeared into the distant starry sky. As the power of the Lotus Thearcha's heart poured into it, the green lotus was still expanding. It was as if it was splitting the sky and earth apart. The surrounding chaotic fog surged and filled the air. Even towards the end, countless stars revolved around it, turning into little stars that adorned it. A dark green light shot into the sky. Endless essence of heaven and earth poured into it. In the end, even the Lotus Thearcha's heart was thrown into this green lotus that almost held up the universe. Boom! Suddenly, the green lotus shook slightly to send out a vast expanse of primordial fog. The primordial fog then enveloped a large portion of the starry space, and a massive wave of energy shook the world. Even the countless cultivators who were far away in the outer reaches of the cosmos felt their hearts trembling. However, just as the chaotic green lotus reached its peak, it started to weaken gradually. From the peak to the decline, it was at this moment. One could see that the entire chaotic green lotus seemed to have withered. The dark green light gradually dissipated. The huge body that covered the sky also slowly shrank. Even the dark green leaves started to wither at this time. In the end, the entire green lotus had shrunk to the height of a person. Boom! Finally, with a flash of fire, the completely withered green lotus was instantly ignited. Amidst the countless flames, only a single green lotus seed was left. Crack! With a soft sound, the green lotus seed split open. However, what spewed out of the crack was not a bud, nor was it vigorous vitality. Instead, it was flames. All the vitality inside the green lotus seed was ignited. Even the green lotus seed itself was burning, bathed in flames, but when the vitality inside the green lotus seed was exhausted, a crisp phoenix cry sounded. At the same time, accompanied by the roar and resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth, the green lotus seed shook violently. The vitality inside was reborn. The Lotus Emperor had succeeded. With the help of Yi Fan's green lotus, the power of the Lotus Emperor's heart, and the immortal Phoenix's nirvana technique, he had finally succeeded in the desperate situation. The green lotus seed was reborn. Soon, it split open again. A dark green bud drilled out and grew rapidly. The newly born bud was crystal clear. It was like a green agate. It was bright and emitted waves of auspicious light. Every lotus leaf grew in the roar of the great Tao. Chaotic chi appeared. Powerful fluctuations spread out from the brand new green lotus as vitality flowed. It was as if a god was awakening here. Even the countless starlight, moonlight, and sunlight in the universe fell down and were absorbed by the green lotus seed. Buzz! At this moment, the new green lotus seed shook slightly. It was as if a knife had slashed down from the sky. This green lotus seed gradually faded. At the same time, a figure gradually became solid. This was a young figure with a heroic bearing that contained an unimaginable aura of life. The Lotus Emperor had been reborn. After his rebirth, he had once again slashed out his green lotus seed and turned it into his weapon. At the same time, it could be said that he had slashed out a new physical body. When plants became demons, they often had to go through this step. That was to slash out their original body and turn into human form. From then on, their original body would be their weapon. Congratulations, my friend. You have been reborn. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. Chapter 717. This is rebirth. I might be able to use it on the Holy Sun Emperor. Zhou Tong carefully reviewed the entire process of the Lotus Emperor's rebirth, as well as the fusion of his remnant soul and the green lotus. Zhou Tong could not help but have this thought. A long time ago, Zhou Tong had made up his mind to resurrect the Holy Sun Emperor, who was dedicated to the human race and the common people. Previously, Zhou Tong had thought of a way to cultivate to a higher level and create talismans similar to the ones created by the Huangtian Emperor to resurrect the Holy Sun Emperor. But now, with the Sun God system, this kind of resurrection was obviously much simpler. At the later stages of the Sun God system, as long as there was still a thought, one could directly integrate their divine sense into the body of the fetus before it was formed and be reborn directly. The biggest problem now was that the Holy Sun Emperor did not know this kind of possession method, so Zhou Tong had to use other methods to forcefully push it. Another problem was the choice of the fetus. The Holy Sun Emperor would definitely not be willing to possess the life of another living being, so a fetus had to be specially created for him. Although the Holy Sun Emperor left behind a drop of blood, this drop of blood was actually left behind by the Holy Sun Emperor in his later years. If this drop of blood was used to cultivate the fetus, it might be able to cultivate an old man who was about to die. However, the Lotus Emperor's rebirth this time had allowed Zhou Tong to see many things clearly, and he was more confident in resurrecting the Holy Sun Emperor in the future. But after your resurrection, you did not leave behind any cultivation? At this moment, Yi Fan looked at the Lotus Emperor with some surprise. This resurrected Emperor Qing had actually become an ordinary little demon, without leaving behind any cultivation? It seems that you are ready to change the system. Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar said. Yes, I am indeed ready. The Lotus Emperor nodded. Opening up a new immortal realm has been my lifelong dream. I gave up the failed world in the ancient desolate tower in order to seek the possibility of success here. The Lotus Emperor was going all out for this new system. He was willing to pay any price to cultivate the system that Zhou Tong had mentioned. What do you mean by changing the system? Yi Fan was confused. He came late and didn't know what Zhou Tong and Emperor Qing were talking about. Zhou Tong roughly explained the situation to Yi Fan. Immediately Yi Fan was shocked. There was such a thing? A brand new cultivation system? Zhou Tong, You don't mind letting me participate, right? Yi Fan was a little excited. At this stage, he hadn't thought that there were other cultivation systems besides the heaven shrouding technique. This could be considered a blind spot in his cultivation. However, this blind spot was very easy to overcome because he only needed to experience other cultivation systems. Right now, Yi Fan had not had a deep conversation with Zhang Byron, so he did not know about the ancient chaos technique. It's good to have one more person join us, but I don't know what fellow Taoist Zhou thinks. After all, this cultivation system is the result of his many years of study. The Lotus Emperor nodded slightly. He had already crippled his own cultivation in order to gamble on the brand new cultivation system. Naturally, he hoped that more experts would join him. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "It's good to have one more person. Naturally, the more companions on the road to immortality, the better. It's just that my system is still in its infancy. Everything is still in theory. Fellow Taoist, do you really want to fight like this?" Zhou Tong turned to look at the Lotus Emperor and was a little speechless. He waved his right hand in the air, and the body of the Emperor that he had prepared before appeared in front of him. This phoenix? The Lotus Emperor could see at a glance that this phoenix's bloodline was heaven-defying and extraordinary. He subconsciously looked at the blood phoenix beside him. The blood phoenix shook its head slightly, indicating that this phoenix had nothing to do with it. However, Yi Fan recognized it. "This is Prince Tian? Are you going to experiment on him? The brand new system is not safe. Of course, I need a test subject." Zhou Tong was a little speechless. After all, this cultivation system was experimented on in the Sun God world. Who knows how the results of the experiment in the Sun God world would affect the shrouding heavens world? It should be known that the humans in the Sun God world were not complete. Everyone still had 99 apertures in their body in the outside world. However, there was no such thing in the shrouding heavens world. It can be seen that the people of the two worlds have some differences in physique. Who knows if the Paradise Sutra that can be used in the Sun God world can be used in the shrouding heavens world. In any case, Zhou Tong speculated that the method of opening the 99 paradise worlds may need to be modified and adjusted slightly. These 99 grotto heaven worlds might correspond to the 99 missing acupoints in the Yang God world. "Yes, we have to experiment," Zhou Tong's blood phoenix avatar echoed. The Lotus Emperor, in order to make his own path more stable, immediately nodded in agreement. "Well, the power of the Emperor's bloodline is amazing. He is indeed the best candidate for the experiment," Yi Fan said, then looked at Zhou Tong, somewhat speechless. "I didn't expect that after you killed Prince Tian, you actually preserved his body so well? What did you prepare to do with Prince Tian?" "After all, it is a rare phoenix." Zhou Tong chuckled, then stretched out his finger and gently tapped the head of Prince Tian's corpse. Buzz! In an instant, 5-colored qi and blood burst out from Prince Tian's corpse. Then the corpse opened its eyes, and a bright divine ring surrounded it. "Greetings, Master." The phoenix of Prince Tian's corpse shook and turned into a man more handsome than a woman. He turned over and bowed to Zhou Tong. "You are..." Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong in shock. "Fellow Taoist, you..." The Lotus Emperor was also shocked. Whether it was Yi Fan or the Lotus Emperor, they were both shocked by Zhou Tong's move. If they were the ones doing it, they would definitely send a strand of their soul into Prince Tian's body, and then smoothly activate this body. But what they didn't expect was that Zhou Tong actually used some special method to directly create a consciousness. They could clearly sense that the consciousness in Prince Tian's corpse was perfectly compatible with his body. It was as if it was a primordial spirit and consciousness that was directly born in this body. Since it's an experiment, naturally the more compatible it is, the better. I directly used Prince Tian's body to create a perfectly compatible primordial spirit. Zhou Tong said softly. In fact, Zhou Tong himself was a little surprised. Originally, he had only created a consciousness, but now it seemed to have directly formed a primordial spirit? This was the method of the Yang God Realm's creator, creating life out of thin air. Of course, this life didn't have a real soul, only a consciousness. But Zhou Tong himself didn't expect that using this method on Prince Tian's body would give birth to a new primordial spirit. Chapter 718. Seal of Samsara? When Yi Fan was inspecting the Emperor's body with great interest, he suddenly cried out in surprise. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. There was actually something like the Seal of Samsara? He carefully studied the pure white mark on the Emperor's body and immediately felt that it was extremely profound. He quietly observed it for a moment and gained a huge harvest. I didn't expect that the Seal of Samsara would be born. It seems that there are countless mysteries between the Yang God world's laws and the laws of this world. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. At this time, Zhou Tong remembered the feeling of his soul and body being separated when he became a ghost immortal in the Yang God world. However, this feeling of separation did not exist in the cultivation system of the shrouding the heavens world. It could be foreseen that at that time, something in the body must have been absorbed by the soul, resulting in the feeling of separation between the soul and the body. And this kind of thing could not be taken away with the cultivation with the shrouding the heavens technique. Perhaps this is the reason why after the primordial spirit of the cultivators of this world is destroyed, a second primordial spirit that is perfectly compatible with this body can be born in the body. Zhou Tong could not help but have this thought in his mind. He vaguely sensed the true mystery of the spiritual corpses in this world. That was the foundation of the spiritual cultivation of the undead knights and these corpses. The road is long and endless. I will search up and down. The great Tao is boundless. Every tiny thing that is spread out is endless mystery. However, the spiritual corpses and the seal of samsara can be slowly studied in the future. The most important thing now is this new cultivation system. This thought flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. He looked at Yi Fan, who was at the side. He was wholeheartedly staring at the white mark in a daze. His own blood phoenix incarnation was also like Yi Fan. After all, he still had to pretend to be more realistic. However, the Qing Emperor was not as engrossed as Yi Fan and the Blood Phoenix, because he, who had already destroyed his cultivation, did not have the ability to see anything at all. As for Yenryu, she was even more confused. All right, Yi Fan. Let's talk about the seal of samsara later. Right now, we should focus on the problem of the new system. I think we can still get someone to join us. Zhou Tong's words quickly pulled Yi Fan back to reality. Who else? Who else in this world is worthy of our... No, you mean the Empress? Yi Fan didn't react at first, but he quickly revealed a look of surprise. He looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhou Tong to suddenly mention the ruthless Emperor. Emperor Ruthless is an old friend of ours. Little Nana has been with us for so long. Can't you tell that little Nana is Emperor Ruthless Tao fruit? Zhou Tong chuckled. When we first embarked on the path of cultivation, the holy fruit in the forbidden area of remote antiquity also played a huge role for us, that's right. Since there's such an opportunity, we should naturally discuss it with her. Yi Fan pondered for a while and then nodded. And I also have something to say to her. The current era was already different from the original work. The current Yi Fan did not head to the forbidden land of the remote antiquity to ask the Empress about becoming an immortal. This was because Zhou Tong had already walked in front of him and showed him a portion of the immortality technique. But no matter what, he had obtained too many things from the Empress. It was reasonable for him to go to the forbidden area of remote antiquity to visit the Empress. Let's go. Zhou Tong looked at Yenryu as he spoke, wanting to send her away. I'll go with you. I'm only half a step away from proving my Tao. I don't want to miss such an opportunity. And I have at least 6,000 years of lifespan in this life. Even if my lifespan comes to an end, I can live a brand new life with the help of the immortal magic medicine. Yenryu spoke in time to stop Zhou Tong. Yenryu knew very well that Zhou Tong was afraid that her lifespan would come to an end, so he had been sealing her. He must have wanted to take her directly to the celestial realm. But after all, she was a genius who yearned for the path of proving her Tao. She didn't want to enter the celestial realm like this. Well, let's go together. The next great emperor may be you. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then nodded. Then he walked to the forbidden area of remote antiquity with Yenryu. Yi Fan followed closely behind, and the blood phoenix incarnation carried the Qing emperor, whose cultivation had been destroyed. The Qing emperor's cultivation had been destroyed. If there was no one to protect him, he would probably die in the forbidden area of remote antiquity. In the forbidden area of remote antiquity. Now, the 9 sacred mountains in the forbidden area of remote antiquity had collapsed, but there were still lush trees. In the center of the forbidden area, there was a huge abyss that went all the way underground. Over the past 20,000 years, there had been various changes in the world. All the forbidden areas had been destroyed by Zhou Tong. Now, only this last forbidden area was left. When Zhou Tong arrived at this place, there was a look of nostalgia in his eyes. When he first came to Big Dipper, this was the starting point of his cultivation. Yi Fan, who was beside him, was in a daze. He thought of how he had used the little red fruit in the forbidden area of remote antiquity to activate the Sea of Bitterness. He thought of how he had entered the 4 extreme mystic realms and killed a strong enemy here. However, before Zhou Tong and the others could speak, a desolate slave suddenly appeared silently. He made a gesture to Zhou Tong and the others and invited them into the abyss. The few of them were too loud and didn't hide anything. Therefore, when they arrived at the forbidden area of remote antiquity, the Empress was awakened. She directly asked the desolate slave to invite them in. Xia Feng. The Lotus Tharch looked at the desolate slave. This person was a sage who had met him before. The desolate slave seemed to have some memories of his previous life. He bowed to the Lotus Tharch and then led the way. The few of them followed Xia Feng into the forbidden area of remote antiquity and descended into the abyss. What a powerful forbidden area of remote antiquity! Once they entered, Yenryu immediately exclaimed softly. This was because even she, who was half a step away from becoming a great emperor, felt an extremely terrifying aura. Even the essence energy in her body almost leaked out. It's really impressive. Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Even he felt a little affected. However, at the same time, Yi Fan was also very curious and surprised. He also wanted to know how the Empress had spent all these years in the forbidden area of remote antiquity. Along the way, the forbidden area of remote antiquity had a large area of ruins of immortal palaces. However, it was now completely in ruins. Soon, a huge stone door appeared in front of the few of them. Behind the door, there seemed to be a vast immortal domain. At this moment, the few of them had a strange feeling. This place was really too quiet. Moreover, the aura of time was getting more and more shocking. Ordinary great emperors would have to use a secret technique to protect themselves if they came here. However, Zhou Tong, the Blood Phoenix, and Yi Fan weren't ordinary great emperors. They only used a secret technique to protect Yenryu and the Lotus Tharch, who were beside them. Soon, with a rumbling sound, the stone door opened. Chapter 719. Boom! As the stone door opened, a pure white immortal mist gushed out from it, revealing a strange, small world. This feeling surprised Zhou Tong because this arrangement was similar to the Divine Gate at the end of the Immortal Ascension Road. There was a blurry immortal realm in front of him, which seemed to be within reach. However, after stepping into it, he felt that it was infinitely far away. That immortal realm seemed to have been evolved by someone with great magic power and great magic power. The forbidden land of the remote antiquity was originally created by a great success, holy physique. If I'm not wrong, this forbidden land might be a part of a broken immortal ascension road. Zhou Tong thought to himself. After entering the stone door, pure white immortal qi flowed along the road, and there were even wisps of immortal Tao laws circulating. An immortal divine herb was casually planted on the side of the road. It was the only immortal divine herb left in the forbidden land of the remote antiquity, the 9 profundity immortal herb. Now this immortal divine herb had completely merged. It was about 3 feet tall and looked like a tree or grass. Its entire body was crystal clear, and 9 different leaves grew on its 9 branches. 4 of the branches had fruits hanging on them. The shape of this fruit was exactly the same as the 9 holy fruits that Zhou Tong had seen before. However, this divine herb was now complete. Its medicinal effect was far from the holy fruit that Zhou Tong had eaten back then. Zhou Tong looked at this immortal divine herb. The divine herb was flowing with colorful lights and was filled with a dreamy light. Its entire body was enveloped by the profound meaning of the Great Path. Zhou Tong looked at it for a while and then walked forward step by step with Yenryu. Yi Fan, on the other hand, stopped in front of this immortal divine herb and sighed in his heart. His current achievements were inseparable from this immortal divine herb. As they continued forward, Zhou Tong soon saw a huge dragon nest. Chaotic mist was rising from there, and there were a few vermilion coffins floating in it. The chaotic dragon nest. When the immortal ascension road opened, Ruthless Emperor had transplanted this thing from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Transplanting the core of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the primal chaos dragon nest, here. Zhou Tong was speechless. Without a doubt, the nest of 10,000 dragons would suffer a great loss. The entire bloodline of the nest of 10,000 dragons would lose the most important thing. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat when he caught sight of this chaos dragon lair. He didn't expect this thing to appear here. After passing by the chaos dragon nest, the group continued forward. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. An ancient bronze palace appeared there, as if it was standing in the immortal world. There were also all kinds of clear springs beside it, and countless strange flowers and plants were embellished here, making the palace look incomparably grand. Following the desolate slaves in front, the group passed through several layers of palaces. Finally, they arrived at a huge hall. A peaceful and auspicious aura spread out, making them feel comfortable. When he arrived, Zhou Tong also saw an acquaintance. It was his former classmate, Zhang Xiling. "I can't save you now." Zhou Tong shook his head. Then, he turned his head and looked at the center of the hall. Ruthless Emperor sat quietly in front of him. She was peerlessly beautiful, so beautiful that it felt unreal. Her entire body had an otherworldly aura, as if she was an otherworldly fairy in the immortal domain. This was Ruthless Emperor. Even Yenryu felt a sense of inferiority the moment she saw her, and she unconsciously lowered her head. The higher the cultivation, the more perfect the temperament. Zhou Tong thought to himself. In fact, in terms of appearance, Yenryu was not inferior to Ruthless Emperor at all. However, she was inferior in terms of cultivation, so her temperament was much worse. "Greetings, Emperor," Zhou Tong said. Yi Fan, Blood Phoenix, Lotus Tharch, and Yenryu also said at the same time. Ruthless Emperor opened her eyes, and her expression was a little blank. However, after a short while, her eyes finally lit up. She nodded slightly and raised a hand. 5 futons materialized from her Tao energy appeared. Zhou Tong, Yenryu, Yi Fan, Blood Phoenix, and Lotus Tharch each sat on a futon and sat silently across from Ruthless Emperor. "We've found a different path. Perhaps it will allow us to achieve immortality. However, we've encountered a very big problem. We've heard that Emperor Ruthless Emperor can achieve Tao fruit fusion, so we've come to seek your guidance," Zhou Tong said. Yi Fan and Lotus Tharch were both shocked to hear this. What did Ruthless Emperor mean by achieving Tao fruit fusion? And how did he know about Ruthless Emperor's immortality technique? Ruthless Emperor had the biggest reaction to Zhou Tong's words. Her eyes were no longer as clear as before. Instead, they had become extremely deep, and 9-colored immortal light flowed within them. These immortal lights pierced toward Zhou Tong. However, a wisp of chaotic energy quickly blocked the immortal light. However, the 9-colored immortal lights soon disappeared. Ruthless Emperor fell silent. She was like a jade statue, beautiful and lustrous. She didn't say anything. Suddenly, the entire palace fell silent. It was as if they had returned to the beginning of the world. Everything was silent. "Emperor, why don't you enter the celestial realm?" Yi Fan seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. However, when he asked this question, he seemed to be a little nervous. Ruthless Emperor also turned her head and stared at Yi Fan. There wasn't a single ripple of emotion on her peerless face. Her eyes were as clear as water, and it was as if she wanted to see through Yi Fan completely. Yi Fan looked at Ruthless Emperor quietly. He seemed to have seen something in her eyes, and he couldn't calm down. Yi Fan finally figured out his relationship with Ruthless Emperor. As expected, bringing Yi Fan here was the right decision. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and the Empress with great interest. In fact, coming to the forbidden area of the ancient desolation was just an idea of Zhou Tong's. He didn't necessarily need the Empress' help to perfect the inner world's cultivation system. How could he, Yi Fan, and the Azure Emperor not be able to figure it out? At this moment, most of Zhou Tong's attention was focused on the stalk of 9 profundity immortal herb. He knew very well that if he wanted to create his own 6th secret realm, the most important thing was to improve the Divine Sovereign Sutra. From there, he would be able to give birth to his own 10th true fate. Since he wanted to improve the Divine Sovereign Sutra, the idea of the Divine Sovereign Sutra was very important. The 9 Wonders Immortal Herb that accompanied the Divine Sovereign happened to be the 9 Wonders Immortal Herb that Ruthless Emperor possessed. As long as he could stay in the forbidden area of the ancient desolation for enough time, Zhou Tong was confident that he would be able to obtain all of the Divine Sovereign's insights recorded in the 9 Wonders Immortal Herb's previous life. He might even be able to obtain the 9 Wonders Immortal Herb's earliest days. In fact, Zhou Tong suspected that the 9 Wonders Immortal Herb was transformed from the celestial silkworm race's ancestor. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so similar to the celestial silkworm race. Most importantly, the celestial silkworm race and the 9 Wonders Immortal Herb seemed to be vaguely related. The 9 Wonders Immortal Herb's fruit was obviously more helpful to the celestial silkworm race than to other races. Princess Divine Silkworm in the original novel was saved because Yi Fan gave her a Holy Sun fruit. With Princess Divine Silkworm's original injuries, how could a Holy Sun fruit bring her back to life? Chapter 720. The conversation between Yi Fan and the Empress was only known to the two of them. Zhou Tong knew what they were talking about, but his attention was elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Lotus Tharch and Yen Ruyu were confused. At this moment, Zhou Tong's attention was almost entirely focused on the 9 profundity immortal herb. The reincarnation mirror in his body flashed continuously as images appeared before his eyes. Zhou Tong finally found the origin of the 9 profundity immortal herb. It was a celestial king from the immortal ancient era, a celestial king from the celestial silkworm lineage. This celestial king only completed 9 transformations. He failed at the 10th transformation. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he looked at the celestial king's life. The celestial silkworm lineage's 10th transformation was only completed by the celestial emperor. Even his celestial king ancestor only managed to deduce the 9th transformation and failed to complete the 10th transformation. He had reached the celestial king stage through other method. However, this celestial king did not completely fail. He had already deduced more than half of the 10th transformation, but he still failed at the last step. Moreover, his 10th transformation is very similar to the 10th transformation that I envisioned. Zhou Tong became more and more excited as he looked at the 9 profundity immortal herb. If this celestial silkworm celestial king's cultivation technique was passed down, he might be able to complete the 10th transformation that Zhou Tong had always dreamed of. Looks like I have to pay a price to get this 9 profundity immortal herb from Emperor Ruthless. Zhou Tong secretly made up his mind. This stalk of medicine contained a great secret, and it might be related to his Dao path. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Emperor Ruthless were still looking at each other affectionately. After a long time, Yi Fan sighed and said, "Your Majesty's life is truly regrettable. However, why do you live like this one generation after another? Waiting for your return." Finally, the Empress spoke. Her voice was like the sound of nature as it rang out in the spacious hall. Yi Fan's body trembled violently as he stood rooted to the ground. It took a long time for him to recover. Yan Ruyu and the Qing Emperor were confused. However, Zhou Tong said, "Since the great emperor wants to wait for your elder brother to return, it's even more necessary for him to join us in the discussion of this new system." While speaking, Zhou Tong pinched his fingers, and a blank thought instantly appeared between his fingers. He waved his hand, and this thought immediately floated in front of the Empress. According to Zhou Tong's conjecture, 4 cultivators who cultivated the heaven-shrouding technique, after their primordial spirit died, there would still be something related to the soul in their body. It was this thing that caused the corpse to gain sentience. The thought that Zhou Tong had taken out was a thought formed after cultivating the Yang God method. It was very likely that this thought contained the substance that existed in the body and could cause the corpse to gain sentience. If these things were placed in front of the Empress, there was a high chance that she would be interested. If these things were related to corpses, then there was a chance that they were related to another similar flower. As Zhou Tong took out this thing, the Empress's eyes lit up again. The 9-colored immortal light condensed, passed through this thought, and scanned it. The more she scanned, the brighter her eyes became. In the end, a little girl suddenly flew over from a palace in the heavenly court built by Yi Fan. "Little Nana!" Yi Fan exclaimed. Little Nana instantly turned into a stream of light and merged into the Empress's glabella. At this time, the Empress finally woke up. She exuded an extremely terrifying aura. For a moment, Yi Fan felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and his whole body trembled. Among all the people present, only Zhou Tong was sitting leisurely on the futon, as if he was not affected at all. He even had the strength to block the Empress's supreme coercion for the Qing Emperor and Yan Ru. "You are indeed powerful. But how much do you know about me?" The Empress stared at Zhou Tong. "I know everything that I should know, and I know almost everything that I shouldn't know," Zhou Tong said softly. "The amount of secrets I know about the past great emperors and ancient emperors is beyond your imagination. After seeing this thought, you should know that there might be an answer to what you have been pursuing all your life. And this answer is very likely to lie in the brand new system we have prepared." Zhou Tong was still calm as he spoke quietly. Emperor Ruthless stared at Zhou Tong and said, "You have known about me for a long time, and you have even plotted against me in the process of cultivation." The moment he said that, Yi Fan and Yan Ruyu were shocked. Even the Azure Tharch couldn't help but be shocked by Zhou Tong's boldness. They could all tell that Zhou Tong had known about Emperor Ruthless for a long time, and he had even made use of Emperor Ruthless in the process of cultivation. He had not even attained his Tao, but he dared to plot against an infamous emperor. This kind of courage was too terrifying. However, at this time, Yi Fan thought of even more things. Thinking back to what the Empress told him before, Yi Fan guessed a lot of things. He thought to himself, no wonder Zhou Tong was so fearless in the Big Dipper cultivation world. He already knew about the relationship between Little Nan Nan and Emperor Ruthless. He even vaguely knew about my relationship with Emperor Ruthless. But how did he know? The more he thought about it, the more confused Yi Fan became. Logically speaking, Emperor Ruthless should be the only one in the world who knew about something that happened over 200,000 years ago, or even 300,000 years ago. But how in the world did Zhou Tong know so many things? After a long period of silence, the Empress said, "I will join you, but I believe that this is not the only thing that you want. What have you discovered? Why are you willing to tell me?" Compared to the new system that Zhou Tong had mentioned, the Empress was clearly more interested in the soul. "Actually, I didn't discover anything. I just happened to come across a rather unexpected technique." As Zhou Tong spoke, a divine thought entered the Empress's mind. It contained the most basic visualization technique of the Yang God realm, the pagoda visualization technique. "I think that all your doubts might be resolved in this technique. By the way, I want the 9 Wonders Immortal Herb," Zhou Tong said. "Here you go." As soon as the Empress finished speaking, a 9-colored divine light flew over. The 9 Wonders Immortal Herb landed in front of Zhou Tong. Then, the Empress tapped her finger lightly, and an imperceptible 9-colored halo separated from the 9 Wonders Immortal Medicine and returned to her glabella. The Empress had already extracted all of her will from this stalk of immortal medicine. Now, this stalk of immortal medicine was without an owner. "Many thanks." Zhou Tong took the 9 Profundity Immortal Medicine. At the same time, he was relieved. With this herb in hand, his mission in the forbidden area of the remote antiquity was more than half complete. The next step was to completely perfect the technique. At this thought, Zhou Tong immediately waved his hand. Pages of scriptures appeared in the void. At the same time, he said, "Everyone, please take a look. This is the technique that I created." Chapter 721. Time flowed like water, and another 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Big Dipper star domain, endless radiance shone on the forbidden land of the primordial era, and vast amounts of essence chi poured into it. This kind of aura intimidated the universe, and everything in the universe had to submit to it. It had been more than 1,000 years since Yi Fan came to the Big Dipper star domain, and the environment of the entire Big Dipper star domain had undergone tremendous changes. It was as if all the creation of the universe had gathered here, and vast amounts of essence chi surged on this planet like an ocean. If one listened carefully, they could even hear the rumbling of the great Tao. In fact, ever since Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix had proven their Tao, it was as if they had seized all the creation of the world, and it was difficult for quasi-emperor-level experts to appear in the world. This was especially true after Yi Fan had proven his Tao, and this situation had intensified. The great Tao of the universe had reached an unprecedented low, and it suppressed all living things, making people fearful. This was the glorious era of a few people, and the brilliance was dazzling. In the clear sky, there were only these 3 celestial emperors high above, and there were not even any stars around to accompany them. But now, the entire Big Dipper star domain had undergone tremendous changes. Endless creation in the universe surged and gathered in the Big Dipper star domain, and the essence chi near the forbidden land of the primordial era had almost liquefied, turning into wisps of white mist that drifted in the air. Although the Big Dipper star domain cultivators did not dare to enter the forbidden land of the primordial era, they had taken root near the forbidden land of the primordial era, established a sect here, and enjoyed the best environment in the universe. In the past few thousand years, several great saints had been born, and it was only a matter of time before a quasi-emperor was born. In the deepest part of the forbidden land of the primordial era, in the Bronze Immortal Palace, Chaotic mist flowed here, and immortal light overflowed in all directions. It was incomparably auspicious and peaceful. Zhou Tong, ruthless Emperor Yi Fan, the Blood Phoenix, and the Azure Emperor sat cross-legged in the main hall quietly. Behind Zhou Tong was Yenryu, who was half a seat away. At this moment, the six of them were quietly looking at the center of the main hall, where a phoenix was burning and crying, and five-colored blood chi like a dragon that soared into the sky. The surrounding void was already distorted, causing the phoenix in the center to become blurry. Clusters of flames curled around the phoenix's body, as if countless gods were worshipping it. It was more like thousands of worlds were revolving around it. This was Prince Tian's body. Zhou Tong and the others had been experimenting on it for 1,000 years. Every year or so, they would open up a new world in Prince Tian's body to observe and deduce the inner world cultivation system that Zhou Tong had mentioned. After more than 1,000 years of comprehension, the Dongtian Sutra that Zhou Tong and the Longevity Emperor had created in the Yang God world had improved. It contained more mysteries, and the Dongtian world created was even more mysterious. Buzz! Finally, Zhou Tong made his move again. His finger pierced through the distorted void and touched Prince Tian's body for the last time. Suddenly, a loud tremor was heard. It was as if the heaven and earth were being split apart. Chaotic energy surged as the endless essence of heaven and earth poured down. The final world was successfully opened. At this moment, the 1,296 worlds turned into balls of light and revolved around the phoenix, floating up and down. Everyone could clearly see the scenery in each of the worlds. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas were all manifested in front of them. The 1,296 Dongtian worlds have all been completed. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After more than 1,000 years, they had finally completed this step. Finally, the results of the Sun God world have been integrated into the Shrouding the Heavens world. It's more difficult than I thought. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 1,000 years, he had only perfected the Heavenly Cave Sutra. However, the next Heavenly Abode unification is probably going to be more difficult than I imagined. Zhou Tong thought to himself. The completion of the Dongtian Sutra was only the most difficult thing in the early stages. The later stages were the cultivation of spirits and the use of formations to arrange and combine these Dongtian worlds, until the next difficult point, Dongtian unification. It's my turn now. The Qing Emperor spoke at this time. His body was brilliant and chaos surged. More than 1,000 worlds appeared at the same time. Boom! Accompanied by a final sound, a blazing world appeared in the Qing Emperor's body. Then, it rapidly absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and rapidly grew stronger and expanded. At the same time, the Qing Emperor's aura expanded to a limit. His entire person seemed to have broken through to a new level in an instant. In the process of creating techniques, the Qing Emperor would test the method of opening a Dongtian with his own body. Otherwise, he would not have lived for more than 1,000 years in his crippled state. Congratulations on returning to the supreme stage. Zhou Tong smiled when he saw that the Qing Emperor had completed his task. After opening up 1296 paradises, the Lotus Emperor's cultivation had once again returned to the level of supremacy, which was the quasi-emperor level. How do you feel? Yi Fan was very curious. I feel very good. The Azure Arch waved his hand, and the 1,296 grotto heavens around him also rumbled as he waved his hand. Every move he made was like hundreds of worlds pressing down together, causing the void to tremble and the great Tao to wail. In the next moment, the Qing Emperor's thoughts moved. The light balls formed by the 1,296 Dongtian worlds all merged into the surface of his body and turned into imprints. It was as if he had put on an ancient armor. It was colorful and had an astonishing aura. It's not done yet. Your world armor is just a fusion of the Dongtian worlds. Next, you need to use a formation to unite these Dongtian worlds. Zhou Tong looked at the Qing Emperor and shook his head. That's right. And before you unite them, you need to go one step further and let each world produce a rune. The Blood Phoenix, who was beside Zhou Tong, also spoke. At the same time, he waved his hand, clang, clang, clang. In that instant 1,296 streams of crimson streams of light entered the heavenly prince's body and took root in every single world in his body. Yi Fan was a little shocked for a moment. The Blood Phoenix's actions were unexpected. Nothing. It's just that I've always wanted to try an experiment. I'll take this opportunity to try it out. The Blood Phoenix looked calmly at the 1,296 Dongtian worlds in the Emperor's body. To be precise, he was looking at the things in those Dongtian worlds. The 1,296 streaks of scarlet light that he threw out were actually Scarlet Phoenix blood gold. Each piece of Scarlet Phoenix blood gold was about 50 kilograms, and all of them added up to 129,600 kilograms. He refined all of these Crimson Phoenix blood gold into seeds and planted them in every world in the Emperor's body. You want to let the immortal gold grow on its own? At this time, the Qing Emperor looked at the immortal gold in the Emperor's body with a trace of surprise in his eyes. That's right. The Blood Phoenix nodded. Chapter 722. Immortal gold grows on its own? Yi Fan was also a little surprised. He turned to look at the Blood Phoenix with a trace of surprise and curiosity in his eyes, and even a little eager to try. All these years, I've been trying to find 9-colored immortal gold to further strengthen my cauldron, but most of the immortal materials in the universe have been taken away by Zhou Tong. In these 10,000 years, I've found less than 1,000,000 kilograms of immortal materials. If I can really grow immortal gold, my cauldron will have a way to improve. Yi Fan became more and more excited as he thought about it. He lacked immortal gold, but perhaps he could find a way to make up for it here. The next step is actually to nurture the soul in each world. Zhou Tong quickly skipped over this question and directly gave Prince Tian an order. Immediately, the newly born Prince Tian's primordial spirit began to split apart and sank into the 1296 world. Boom! In an instant, essence energy surged, divine light rolled, and the great Tao roared. Countless laws of heaven and earth intertwined, constantly gathering and falling in Prince Tian's body. Everyone's eyes were shining as they watched the primordial spirit being nurtured in each world. They watched as the laws of heaven and earth fell bit by bit, intertwining with the primordial spirit, causing it to slowly transform. When Zhou Tong saw this step, he suddenly thought of something: Holy Spirit. He silently compared this scene with the Feather Emperor's longevity method and found that there was an inexplicable sense of similarity between the two. I didn't think that this step would actually coincide with the Feather Emperor's longevity method. Zhou Tong was secretly shocked. In the Sun God world, every cultivator had a deep connection with heaven and earth, so the worlds they cultivated were naturally deeply connected with heaven and earth, so Zhou Tong didn't notice this change for a while. But the shrouding heaven world didn't have such a deep connection. Therefore, when this step of spirit nurturing appeared, Zhou Tong immediately realized that this step was actually the entire world nurturing the divine soul in the same way as nurturing the Holy Spirit. That's right. The Grotto Heaven realm of the chaotic antiquity art is the first step of opening up a Grotto Heaven and seizing the essence of heaven and earth. Furthermore, these 1,296 Grotto Heavens were originally completed in the Yang God world, which was extremely closely connected to the heavens and the earth. So once this technique is used in shrouding heaven world, it is equivalent to nurturing the Holy Spirit. The more Zhou Tong meditated, the more enlightenment he gained. At this moment, Yi Fan also said in surprise, "This step seems very similar to the Holy Spirit." Back then, He had also seen the Yuhua Emperor's Holy Spirit longevity technique in the Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple with Zhou Tong. At that time, Yi Fan naturally didn't realize that this was the immortality method, but now he was aware of it. Indeed, the Lotus Emperor's expression turned grim as well. Grotto Heavens nurtured spirits and Grotto Heavens nurtured divine embryos. In fact, they were both equivalent to nurturing a brand new individual. However, if the heavenly abode was expanded into a world, then the so-called nurturing of spirits and divine embryos in the heavenly abode would become a step similar to the nurturing of Holy Spirit. However, this method of nurturing spirits was completely limited to the nurturing of the divine soul. Moreover, it was divided into 1,296 parts, so the nurturing speed was much faster. Of course, this wasn't all about nurturing the Holy Spirit. Instead, it was using the method of heaven and earth to speed up the formation of the divine embryos in each heavenly abode. Nurturing the Holy Spirit. If I go one step further and cut off all connections with the divine soul, or even study the Tao of the Holy Spirit, I might be able to nurture 1,296 Tao fruit. After fusing them in one go, I can really become an immortal. The Lotus Emperor was pleasantly surprised. If you want to nurture 1,296 Tao fruits, I'm afraid it will take 1,000,000 years. Moreover, you can't be disturbed during this 1,000,000 years. Zhou Tong looked at the Lotus Emperor speechlessly. Do you really think you can survive this 1,000,000 years? Heaven and earth nurtured the Holy Spirit, and there were countless great Taos descending. If it was only one Holy Spirit, it might really be able to quietly reach the great accomplishment level. However, nurturing more than 1,000 Holy Spirits at once was a terrifying move. Without a doubt, such a move would definitely attract all the experts in the world. If there wasn't a true immortal guarding by the side for 1,000,000 years, it would definitely fail. Yes, it's a pity. I'm afraid this kind of Tao can only be completed in the celestial realm. The Lotus Emperor sighed. Zhou Tong thought to himself, it's impossible in the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, using this method to nurture the Holy Spirit would not be the great Emperor Tao Fruit's Holy Spirit, but the true immortal Tao Fruit's Holy Spirit. If I really nurture 1,296 true immortal Tao Fruits, I'm afraid I'll directly become an immortal king after fusing them. In the celestial realm, I'm afraid I'll need an immortal king to guard it, and it will have to be an immortal king powerhouse. At this time, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar also said, next, on the basis of nurturing the divine fetus, it's time to set up a formation to link these grotto heavens together. That's right. Zhou Tong nodded. Then, he started to set up the formation based on his understanding. Ruthless Yi Fan, the Lotus Emperor, and the others also followed beside Zhou Tong to help him set up the formation. Immediately, one could see that there were countless runes in each of the grotto heavens. Like a divine sea, each of the grotto heavens was absorbing the various formation runes and growing continuously. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Finally, the first step of nurturing the divine fetus in the grotto heavens was over. One could see that within each of the grotto heavens in Prince Tian's body, there was a powerful godly spirit. Each of the grotto heavens seemed to be connected, and all kinds of power and laws flowed within each grotto heavens. The primal chaos was hazy, and time seemed to have stopped. At this moment, only the rhythm of the Tao was left, and it seemed to have reached eternity. The laws of the grand Tao in each grotto heavens were constantly shining and fusing. At first, they were like stars blooming with divine light. After fusing together, they were like primal chaos. They came from the void, and there were tens of thousands of changes. Just by looking at these connected grotto heavens, they felt as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Before the world was formed, yin and yang were in harmony, the 5 elements were born, and life and death were transformed. Every moment was eternal, and the cycle of reincarnation alternated. After Zhou Tong and the others' continuous exploration and refinement, the 1296 grotto heavens in Prince Tian's body naturally began to fuse together. There were faint signs of them becoming one. In fact, this was the goal that Zhou Tong and the others had been working hard to achieve. When they started to set up the formation runes, they were already prepared to let the grotto heavens become one. In fact, they were even facilitating this. However, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar focused all of its attention on the immortal gold that it had planted. One could see that in the past 1,000 years, the immortal gold had grown by about 100 times. If they truly followed this path, they would be able to complete the concept of the plant immortal gold. Chapter 723. Only the last step is left. This is a groundbreaking improvement, Zhou Tong said softly as he looked at the scene before him. That's right. We're only one step away from verifying the accuracy of our deductions. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with excitement. This was an unprecedented creation. They had completely abandoned the original path and embarked on a brand new path. Perhaps a brand new era is about to arrive. The Azure Arch was also very excited. This was a crucial moment to verify the validity of this path. Even the reticent Emperor Vicious couldn't remain calm. The 9-colored immortal light in her eyes seemed to be cheering with joy, revealing her surging emotions. World combine. Finally, Zhou Tong spoke. At the same time, he added the last rune. In that instant, rumble. The heavens and earth cracked and everything collapsed. Chaos filled the air, and the realm walls of each paradise began to rapidly disintegrate. Each paradise was rapidly enlarged in front of another world, and a dazzling light shone from it. Prince Tian's physical body was in a state of chaos, and the void was tumbling like the tides. Wave after wave of spatial fluctuations erupted from Prince Tian's physical body. For a moment, the void around his body changed, and his entire body seemed to become transparent like a crystal. At the same time, the consciousness that was originally scattered in each paradise began to condense. One could see a large expanse of divine light blooming above his head. This was the natural reaction after the 1296 primordial spirits fused together. What a powerful primordial spirit! Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The 1296 primordial spirits fused into one and entered his head. This naturally triggered a powerful phenomenon, and a large expanse of light appeared above Prince Tian's head. His primordial spirit was simply too powerful, and the divine light it emitted penetrated his bones. However, the most important thing is that the paradise world in his physical body has already formed a world that belongs to him. Furthermore, it's no longer an illusory paradise world. It has already become a reality, Zhou Tong said with a smile. The path we've opened up has taken shape, regardless of whether it was the heaven-shrouding art or the chaotic antiquity art. There was a saying that one's body was comparable to the universe. However, from a certain perspective, this saying was false. This was because their so-called being comparable to the universe was only in terms of strength, but they did not possess the true ability of the universe. Even Huang Tian Emperor, who had become a quasi-immortal emperor, had to find materials from the outside world when he wanted to refine weapons for himself. He couldn't make the materials himself. But now that this inner world path had taken shape, it naturally formed something completely different from the previous cultivation system. In the future, he would be self-sufficient. He would be able to produce his own materials for forging weapons, and he would no longer have to rely on the outside world. That's right, it's about to succeed. But I don't know if this world can really give birth to the heaven's core imprint. Emperor Qing also revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that this path was correct. However, in the next instant, Zhou Tong's expression suddenly changed. Not good! It was at this moment that Ruthless' eyes lit up. She had also sensed something. We have to leave this place and head to the primal chaos sea at the edge of the universe. Zhou Tong instantly stood up, grabbed Prince Tian's body, and took a step forward. Time reversed, and he directly arrived at the primal chaos sea at the edge of the universe. Not long after Zhou Tong's arrival, Ruthless, Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, and Blood Phoenix also entered the primal chaos sea together. Only Yen Ruyu's cultivation was insufficient and did not dare to enter. She could only watch from afar through the primal chaos sea. What's going on? Emperor Qing had, after all, just recultivated. His reaction was slightly slower, and he immediately asked, "Why do I feel like some kind of calamity is about to descend?" Yi Fan also became a little serious. This world indeed gave him a faint sense of danger. Creation calamity. The creation of any cultivation system will have to go through such a calamity. As for how strong the calamity is, it depends on how strong the system is, Zhou Tong said softly. Heavenly Emperor Huang had experienced the creation calamity when he created the heaven shrouding technique. The first time was when he had just created the heaven shrouding technique. At that time, the lightning tribulation struck for 9 years. The second time was when he had completely perfected the cultivation system and publicized it. At that time, the lightning tribulation struck for 100 years. Heavenly Emperor Huang's 2 creation calamities had greatly benefited him. During the first creation calamity, Heavenly Emperor Huang had used the lightning tribulation to rebuild the foundation of his heaven shrouding technique and successfully reached the peak of the extreme Tao. The second time, he had benefited greatly, and it had built the most solid foundation for him to break through to the monarch realm. I wonder how long this thing of mine will be struck by the lightning tribulation. Zhou Tong was also a little expectant. Creation calamity. I didn't expect such a thing to exist. Yi Fan, Ruthless, and Emperor Qing were a little shocked. They had never heard of such a thing. However, at this moment, thunder exploded, and the primal chaos sea exploded. Heaven and earth's Tao suppressed at the same time. This was no longer a lightning tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. It seemed like the blade of heaven's will was slashing down. Boom! Pitch-black lightning intertwined, and the blade of heaven's will turned into a blood-red light and slashed down. Whether it was the color of the lightning or the blade of heaven's will, they represented destruction and misfortune. This was the creation calamity. It was too heaven-defying, and it had done something unbelievable. That was why there was such a lightning tribulation. The aura in the entire universe was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, countless cultivators could feel as if there was a deep sea pressing down on their hearts. In the primal chaos sea outside the wasteland of the universe, countless scenes of the creation of heaven and earth appeared. However, more of them represented a kind of calamity that represented blood and disaster. The immeasurable heavenly punishment shook the universe. Countless geniuses in the entire universe who had been sleeping were awakened by the lightning tribulation. One by one, they broke out of the godly spirit source and came out. What is this thing? A lightning tribulation that surpasses the emperor tribulation? A genius who had just come out of the godly spirit source looked in the direction of the primal chaos sea in the wasteland of the universe in shock. Could it be the immortal ascension tribulation? Is the universe finally going to give birth to an immortal? Another genius who had just broken out of the seal was also shocked. In the endless primal chaos sea, all kinds of heavenly punishments came down and shook the world. Even those geniuses who had been sealed and were used to seeing the world trembled from the shock. In particular, Yen Ryu, who was closest to Zhou Tong and the others, saw it clearly. In the primal chaos, it was as if it had suffered the most intense heavenly punishment. There were even splashes of blood and bone fragments. What a terrifying lightning tribulation! It's even more terrifying than the Emperor tribulation. Could it be an immortal tribulation? Yen Ryu was very worried. This lightning tribulation was too frightening. Even across the primal chaos sea, they could feel such an intense impact. Even the Emperor Tribulation did not have such shocking power. Chapter 724. At this moment in the Chaos Sea, Zhou Tong was at the center of the Sea of Lightning. 60% of the heavenly retribution and blades of heavens were aimed at him. The boundless lightning caused the primordial chaos to explode. Small worlds were created and destroyed. Not far away, Prince Tian, who was the test subject, was in the worst state. His entire body was split open, including his primordial spirit. As a test subject, it was the first subject to test the new method, so it had to bear 20% of the lightning alone. Further away, the Lotus Tharch was also in a sorry state. He had also embarked on the path of the new technique, so 10% of the lightning was aimed at him. The most relaxed ones were the Blood Phoenix, the Ruthless Tharch, and Yi Fan. The three of them shared the last 10% of the lightning. However, no matter how relaxed Yi Fan and the others appeared, this kind of tribulation was no small matter. Even if the three of them shared 10% of the lightning, its power was not below that of a great emperor's tribulation. Not to mention, Zhou Tong had to bear 60% of the heavenly punishment. The scene around him was too terrifying. The destructive power was unparalleled. Even if a true immortal from the immortal ancient era came, he would be shocked. This kind of power could threaten a true immortal. However, Zhou Tong's body glowed. The 9-colored immortal bell above his head moved up and down, advancing and retreating with him. In this chaos sea, they fought to their heart's content. In the desolate region of the universe, the prodigies who had awakened had already rushed over. They had also asked Yen Ruyu about the general situation. At first, some were surprised that the Lotus Tharch and Ruthless Tharch were still alive. However, when they heard about the creation of a new cultivation system, everyone fell silent. Their expressions kept changing. In the end, they exclaimed, "This is unprecedented." Everyone felt that their horizons had been broadened. So there was such a thing as creating a new cultivation system. However, what followed was endless pity. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to witness the creation of a new technique? This was definitely something that could only be done when one's understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth had reached a whole new level. Pity, pity. The most regretful one was the sacred prince. He had a good relationship with Zhou Tong and Yi Fan. If he had known about this earlier, he would have definitely gone to listen. Yen Ruyu must have obtained a lot of benefits. Fire Qilin's eyes flickered. She looked at Yen Ruyu with eyes full of fear. Even she could clearly feel that Yen Ruyu's gaze had deepened. This feeling was similar to when she faced Yi Fan, who was constantly attacking the suppression of the Blood Phoenix Great Tao. Her cultivation and magic power were much stronger than before. To think that Great Emperor Vicious and Emperor Qing are still alive. Are they really going to defy the heavens? The new cultivation system created by the 5 martial monarchs might be able to become an immortal? Many things that happened in the desolate region of the universe were spread out. People all over the universe sighed. Unbelievable! Great Emperor Vicious, Emperor Qing, Celestial Tyrant, Celestial Emperor Huang, and Celestial Emperor Yi. Are the 5 of them working together to create a new world? Will I be able to see a true immortal in this lifetime? Many people in the universe hoped that Zhou Tong and the others could open up a path to immortality. At this moment, all the peerless masters in the universe were shocked. Fire Qilin, the Holy Prince, and the others were silent. This scene was beyond their imagination. In an extremely secluded chaotic deity ground in the desolate region of the universe, a figure stood quietly in the center of the deity ground. His eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared at the place where Zhou Tong and the others were undergoing their tribulations. Changes! Changes! Perhaps there will be changes in this lifetime. The person sighed. My plan was about to be completed with the success of Celestial Tyrant and Celestial Emperor Huang, but it seems that I have to bring it forward. My plan is to create 3 worldly immortals at most. If they succeed, then it's very likely that there will be 5 worldly immortals. I'm afraid that there will really be an unprecedented change. I can't wait any longer. They've received such good fortune. Even if they don't become worldly immortals, it's enough. Boom! Zhou Tong and the others resisted with all their might. Blades of heavens will slash down one after another, turning into the most terrifying tribulations. No one could imagine that the Dharma creation tribulation would surpass any lightning they had ever experienced. It was even more terrifying than all the lightning tribulations they had experienced combined. Moreover, the duration of this lightning tribulation was unimaginably long. It was not a day or two, nor was it a month or two. The Dharma creation tribulation would last for several years. This was beyond common sense. All the sky prides who had broken out of the divine source and were paying attention could not understand it. The Dharma creation tribulation was so terrifying that it left no room for survival. It was too terrifying. Being struck by lightning that surpassed the great Emperor tribulation for several years was too terrifying. Through the chaos, they could vaguely see a few charred bodies and blood splattered all over the world. There was normal blood, blood that carried the aura of chaos, 5-colored blood, golden blood, and 9-colored blood. Some of the scenes that were occasionally revealed in the chaos were too tragic. This was the Dharma creation tribulation. It was the most powerful backlash in the world. A group of people was being killed by the heavens and earth. This was the most terrifying trial in the world. It was countless times more terrifying than the Great Emperor Tribulation. Perhaps to Great Emperor Ruthless, Blood Phoenix, and Yi Fan, this was just a tribulation that they needed to deal with seriously. However, to the Lotus Emperor, Prince Tian, and Zhou Tong, it was a truly terrifying tribulation. However, the few people in the heavenly punishment endured it time and time again. The heavenly punishment that Prince Tian endured was strong enough. However, his technique was very special. He directly drew the heavenly punishment into his inner world to refine it. He wanted to use this to forge the heaven's core mark. Although his flesh was split open, he managed to endure it. At the same time, the Lotus Emperor was also using the power of the heavenly punishment to perfect his own path. He opened up his own path in one fell swoop and condensed the only world in his body. As for Zhou Tong, who was heavily cared for by the heavenly punishment, he was initially charred black by the lightning. But as he cultivated, his entire body gradually glowed, becoming tougher and tougher. Vaguely, the gate of potential in his body seemed to have undergone slight transformations in the tribulation. The Dharma creation tribulation is indeed terrifying. However, it is worthy of being called the greatest creation in the world. Zhou Tong could clearly feel that with every wave of the heavenly punishment, his cultivation and understanding of the great Tao would increase tremendously. He even vaguely felt that he could live a new life at any time. This new life was not the life on the war immortal path that he had envisioned. Instead, it was a brand new path that would transform the gate of potential once again. Perhaps after this Dharma creation tribulation, my war immortal path will be opened in advance. Zhou Tong could not help but have this thought. Chapter 725. The law creation tribulation was beyond the imagination of everyone in this universe. Even the families with the deepest foundations and the longest legacies didn't know about this. This was because the events of the immortal ancient chaos era had long disappeared in time. To everyone's astonishment, this heavenly tribulation that shook the entire universe lasted for a total of 7 years before the chaos sea gradually calmed down. However, the sacred prince, Fire Qilin, and even Yen Ryu couldn't get close to the Chaos Sea because they could clearly see that there were extremely terrifying flames burning there. The chaos was shaking as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart. They could vaguely see that the Chaos Sea seemed to have turned into a placenta that was nurturing these people. Endless runes appeared within it and continuously poured into these people's bodies. Large amounts of Chaos Sea collapsed, turning into the purest true Qi that poured into them. "Looks like they've made it through," the Sacred Prince said softly. "The Law Creation Tribulation is stronger than the Great Emperor Tribulation. It continuously struck for 7 years, and no great emperor in history could withstand it. However, it clearly couldn't do anything to them." Fire Qilin also said, "I just don't know what their so-called new system is. To be able to create such a method, they might have obtained some great benefits from the tribulation." Zhang Biren also said. Everyone fell silent. They were all geniuses who had been struck by lightning tribulation since the beginning of their cultivation. They knew very well that the more powerful the tribulation, the more terrifying the opportunities it contained. An unprecedented Dharma creation tribulation like this would definitely contain an enviable fortune. Perhaps we might really be able to see a true immortal in this world. Fire Qilin sighed softly. At this moment, he thought of his father who had failed on the path to immortality. If his father hadn't died and joined, perhaps he really could have become an immortal. Rumble! In the Chaos Sea, endless energy poured into these people's bodies, causing their charred bodies to glow with new vitality. The Law Creation Tribulation was the greatest opportunity in the world. At the end of the Age of Emperor Collapse, the immortal kings who created the immortal ancient cultivation system almost used the Law Creation Tribulation to break through to the immortal king realm. During the chaotic era, Heavenly Emperor Huang used the Law Creation Tribulation to strengthen his foundation, creating the most solid foundation for him to break through to the immortal king realm. Currently, the Dharma Creation Tribulation that Zhou Tong and the others had experienced, although it was not as good as Heavenly Emperor Huang's, it was only a short 7 years of heavenly punishment. However, in these 7 years, be it Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, the Azure Emperor, the Ruthless Emperor, or the Blood Phoenix, all of them had improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that Yi Fan and the Blood Phoenix had been reborn after the Dharma Tribulation. Ruthless had benefited a lot as well. He was about to complete the final stage of the worldly immortal realm. As for the Qing Emperor, he had completed the last step with the help of the thunder of the Dharma Creation Tribulation. He had merged the 1,296 worlds in his body into one and was only one step away from the birth of the heavens' core imprint. On the other hand, the physical body of the Heavenly Emperor that Zhou Tong had used as an experiment had improved tremendously. The heavenly punishment he had endured was almost twice as much as the Qing Emperor. He had even directly used the power of the Dharma Creation Tribulation to give birth to the heaven's core imprint in his inner world. The one who had improved the most was naturally Zhou Tong. He had endured 60% of the Thunder Tribulation, so naturally, 60% of the fortune in the Dharma Creation Tribulation was concentrated in his hands. In just 7 years, his entire person seemed to have undergone an unimaginable transformation from the inside out. This is the Dharma Creation Tribulation. It has only been 7 years. This feeling is simply like living a new life. Zhou Tong was also very shocked. The fortune of the Dharma Creation Tribulation was too great. If my estimation is not wrong, my lifespan is almost 150,000 years. Zhou Tong had already made some guesses based on the terrifying vitality coming from the gate of potential in his body. If before, he wanted to become a war immortal, he needed to skip 2 or 3 lifetimes of Tao fruit to become an immortal. Now, he was only 1 or 2 lifetimes away from becoming a war immortal. If my calculations are correct, the current me is already equivalent to Yi Fan, who was at the peak of the 7th generation in the original work. Zhou Tong calculated in his heart, but the power of this Dharma creation tribulation does not seem to come from this world. Zhou Tong pondered for a while. He was thinking about the source of the fortune in the Dharma creation tribulation. If this power came from the shrouding the heavens world, then there was no doubt that this world might be ruined. Perhaps in the next million years, no one could cultivate to the Tao confirmation realm. Because the fortune of the Dharma creation tribulation was too great, if it was supported by the shrouding the heavens world alone, it would definitely be damaged, and it would take at least 1,000,000 years to recover. The only possibility was that this power came from the chaos outside the world or from other world. Perhaps this was the rule that was branded in the heavens. The source of the power of the Dharma creation tribulation is very similar to the Immortal King tribulation. This thought emerged in Zhou Tong's heart. The power of the Immortal King tribulation did not come from a single world, but more from outside the world. So, if I want this world to recover to the immortal ancient era, I must give birth to an immortal king. Zhou Tong's heart gave birth to a trace of understanding. Only an immortal king had the qualifications to decide the rise and fall of a large world. Even a true immortal could not do it. In the chaotic ancient era, if Aoqing and the others did not attack Huang Tiandi, allowing him to smoothly become an immortal king in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the current shrouding the heavens world would not have such a periodic difficult Tao era. Instead, it would have become more and more prosperous, even returning to the peak of the immortal ancient era. Zhou Tong's heart gave birth to countless emotions. Perhaps I can think of a way to restore this world to the peak of the immortal ancient era, so that the cultivators of this world will no longer envy the immortal domain. After all, this world was the hometown that raised him. Perhaps in the future he would leave this place, but he still wanted to leave something behind for this hometown, such as reviving the great Tao of heaven and earth and strengthening the origin. When Huang Tiandi became an immortal king, he was willing to repay this world and make it flourish. I may not be unable to do all this. Zhou Tong secretly made up his mind. First, I will set a small goal, to pass the immortal king tribulation in this world. At this time, he looked around. Yi Fan and the others had all recovered and were quietly comprehending the harvest of this Dharma creation tribulation. And since I have already reached this step, and I have also found a way to sever the chaotic body and turn into a mortal, then I might as well directly become a war immortal. However, the moment Zhou Tong decided to break through to the war immortal realm, suddenly, an inexplicable qi appeared, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The entire outside world actually slowly turned into a cauldron, refining everyone. Chapter 726. What? As soon as this aura came out, everyone was shocked. There was actually someone in this world who wanted to beat them up, pick the peaches, and take away the Tao fruit they had comprehended and the fortune in the Dharma creation tribulation? No, this aura. It's him? Very soon, the Lotus Emperor came to his senses, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He already knew who had come. Di Zun, you're still alive. Yi Fan roared. He had been with the Di Zun's immortal cauldron for a long time, so he was very familiar with this aura. Yi Fan's earth-shattering roar exploded in the entire Chaos Sea. Zhou Tong was not surprised. The Dharma creation tribulation had a great impact on the entire world. How could the Di Zun not notice it? Zhou Tong already knew the Di Zun's goal. The Di Zun wanted nothing more than to refine the world into the world cauldron. However, why didn't the Di Zun act earlier? Why did he wait until Yi Fan, Vicious, No Beginning, and Duanda, the 4 mortal immortals, were here? The reason was simple. The Tao fruits of these mortal immortals were necessary for the Di Zun's world cauldron. The Di Zun's plan to refine the world cauldron was not to become an immortal, but to become an immortal king. With the 9 heavens and 10 earths as the walls of the cauldron and the world in the crevice as the cauldron, he would refine the 3 mortal immortals at the same time. In the end, he would completely surpass the mortal immortals and reach the supreme immortal king realm. However, there was no doubt that the D-Zoon's plan to break through to the immortal king realm had failed. This was because the mouth of the cauldron was not aimed at the crevice world, but at the Chaos Sea where Zhou Tong and the others were. Moreover, he did not have the 3 mortal immortal Dao fruits he wanted. Therefore, the reason why the venerable sovereign had launched his plan at this moment was very simple. He knew that if he delayed any longer, Zhou Tong would soon gather enough worldly immortals, and all his calculations and arrangements would be completely for naught. "That's right, it's me." The D-Zoon's voice was majestic. "Overlooking the ages, refining a cauldron. This entire world is now my cauldron. I will take you all to become immortals." The sovereign's voice rang out. He wanted to refine everyone's Tao fruits and return everything to himself. The ancestor had finally appeared. He had been waiting in the dark for countless years, but now he could not help but make a move. "Aren't you being a little too optimistic? Formation diagram, appear." Zhou Tong abruptly opened his mouth and shouted. Suddenly, 2 array diagrams appeared in the universe. They were the spiritual treasure array diagram and the array diagram that Zhou Tong had made with the skin of the undying emperor. As soon as the 2 spirit arrays appeared, they immediately turned into 2 nails and fixed themselves in the void, doing their best to interfere with the formation of the world cauldron. It wasn't just these 2 array diagrams. The divine realm Zhou Tong was in also emitted a hazy halo. It was like a giant, emitting a brilliant golden light that suppressed a large part of the starry sky. Now that 3 nails had appeared, the speed at which the sovereign's world cauldron was forming had obviously slowed down. Yi Fan was also a little surprised. He did not expect that Zhou Tong had already known something and had prepared beforehand. Even Emperor Ruthless looked at Zhou Tong and the Blood Phoenix with some surprise. "It's useless. I have already refined the entire mortal world. It's just 3 mere nails. They will soon be refined. That universe will be destroyed and become my cauldron. I will put you all in it." The sovereign's voice was cold and full of majesty. "How ruthless! Not only do you want to refine us, but you also want to destroy the entire mortal world." Yi Fan was shocked and angry at the same time. A trace of fury flashed in his eyes. 3 places? If that's not enough, I will do it too. At this time, Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar also made a move. As he made his move, a path in the Big Dipper starfield emitted a hazy immortal light. That was the path of immortality in the North Pole icefield. This path had been tampered with by the Blood Phoenix. Now it was like a rope that pulled the entire universe and did not allow it to change. Not only the Big Dipper starfield, but there was also a 9 Phoenix cauldron that stood in the universe and fixed a large area of starfield. Zhou Tong had already known about the sovereign's existence, so he had also made some arrangements. For example, he had secretly removed some of the array patterns left behind by the sovereign. At the same time, he had also set up some array patterns in some starfields to fix the universe and prevent it from being refined. "I will add another stroke," the Lotus Emperor sneered. At the same time, under the ground of the Big Dipper, the Desolation Tower broke out of the seal. This tower grew rapidly and expanded to the size of a starfield in the blink of an eye. Countless galaxies lingered around it and fixed a large area of the starry sky. Although the Lotus Emperor had been resurrected, the Desolation Tower still contained a large area of failed immortal domain that he had created. In a sense, the Lotus Emperor could still control the Desolation Tower. With the help of the Blood Phoenix and the Lotus Emperor, as well as Zhou Tong's previous arrangements, the sovereign could not refine the universe in a short period of time even though his cultivation was extremely high. The sovereign had long carved many runes in the mortal world, hoping that one day he would be able to refine the world into a cauldron and obtain the supreme fairy weapon. Unfortunately, all his efforts had been in vain. Zhou Tong had already noticed this and had secretly removed many runes with the help of his blood phoenix incarnation. He had also suppressed some of his arrays and fairy weapons at some key points, thus interfering with the formation of the world cauldron. The Desolation Tower of the Lotus Emperor was the most powerful fairy weapon. Now that it had appeared, the sovereign was shocked. Back in the mythological era, the sovereign's so-called ascension to immortality was actually for his own benefit. However, he had inadvertently revealed some clues that had been discovered by others. As a result, those supremes had counterattacked. Even though he was attacked by a group of people, he didn't die for real. Instead, he faked his death for the sake of secretly setting up this matter. Humph, the world cauldron can't be formed in a short period of time. But now, none of you have ascended to immortality in the secular world. How can you compete with me? The sovereign shouted. As long as I kill all of you, I will personally remove these people. The world cauldron will eventually be formed. You can't stop me with just the few of you. There's nothing to say to him. Kill. The vicious emperor was the most decisive. His hair fluttered in the wind as he took the initiative to attack the sovereign. He was terrifyingly powerful. Accompanied by a rain of light that danced like petals, the vicious emperor soared into the sky and directly slapped the sovereign with his palm. The rain of light filled the sky. This scene was simply like ascending to immortality. This kind of aura was so powerful that no one in the entire universe could withstand it. Even those geniuses who had broken out of their seals were trembling, almost surrendering. However, who was the vicious emperor's opponent? He was the first person since the heavenly Emperor Huang, the first immortal in the secular world. The sovereign was even more powerful than the vicious emperor. In the face of the vicious emperor's immortal force, he directly met it with a punch. Boom! This loud sound shook the universe and caused the universe to collapse. However, the result of this attack was obvious. The vicious emperor was directly forced to retreat. His slender white jade feet crushed half of the starfield. You have not ascended to immortality, yet you can take a blow from me. You should be proud. The sovereign said proudly. Chapter 727. Repelling the Empress with a single blow was something that had never happened since the Empress reached the Tao realm. Even Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and the Lotus Emperor were shocked. The Dizun was too strong. So strong. Is this the so-called mortal immortal? Yi Fan was also dumbfounded. He could see that Dizun had not even used the secret of all, yet he had already defeated the Empress with a single blow. If Dizun were to use the secret of all now, the consequences would be unimaginable. So strong. Has he become an immortal? The Lotus Emperor also felt the pressure. The Dizun is so strong. No wonder he's the only mortal immortal in the world. Zhou Tong could not help but feel his blood boil. He, who walked the path of immortal warrior, was far more belligerent than the other great emperors. He was eager to fight, especially to challenge the strong. Fight! Zhou Tong stepped forward and entered the battlefield in the blink of an eye. At this moment, there was nothing left to say. The only thing left was to fight to the death. Boom! Zhou Tong punched out and the Dizun struck out with his palm. The two of them exchanged a violent blow that seemed to split heaven and earth, and the chaotic fog exploded. However, Zhou Tong also retreated after the blow. The Dizun's combat strength was too terrifying. Even the current Zhou Tong was far inferior to him. No wonder you're the biggest variable. You're even scarier than the Empress. In just 20 to 30,000 years you've grown to this level. If you're given another 10,000 years, you might really be able to defy the heavens. The Dizun looked at Zhou Tong with a murderous gaze. For the Dizun, He would not let go of Zhou Tong even if he had to spare everyone here. With just one collision, he felt a real threat, a fatal threat. Zhou Tong's progress was too fast. It was so fast that the Di Zun found it unbelievable. Defy the heavens in 10,000 years? You dare to call yourself the heavens? I'll kill you. Zhou Tong quickly stabilized himself and joined forces with Emperor Ruthless to fight the Di Zun. Let's go as well. On the other side, Yi Fan, Blood Phoenix, Azure the Arch, and Prince Tian also joined the battle. For a moment, the 6 great experts fought a great battle against the venerable Emperor. The entire cosmos' starry skies were trembling. Immortal light and chaotic energy almost tore apart the cosmos. Large expanses of the starry skies were extinguished. They fought to the edge of the cosmos, and even slaughtered their way into the sea of primal chaos. The ancestor is not dead? How could this be? The emperors of the heavenly court from the age of mythology are still alive? When the news of this battle spread, everyone in the universe was shocked. The venerable sovereign didn't kill himself, nor did he transform into a forbidden zone. He relied on his own strength to advance, living bit by bit until now. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the venerable sovereign has become an immortal? Heavens, the venerable emperor has become an immortal? To prevent other true immortals from appearing in the universe, he attacked Celestial Tyrant Emperor and Celestial Emperor Huang. This is a war between immortals, something that has never happened before. Master? The prodigy emperor who broke out of the seal was shocked. He didn't expect his master to reappear. It wasn't just the emperor. As the battle escalated, countless people in the universe were terrified. This was because this battle was a sublimated version of a war between emperors, a war between immortals. According to history, even a war between emperors could cause countless starfields to collapse, let alone a war between immortals. No one knew what the consequences of this battle would be. However, the terrifying pressure coming from the edge of the cosmos made everyone's heart heavy. It was like a mountain whose peak couldn't be seen pressing down on their hearts, almost suffocating them. The prodigies who were close to confirming their Tao were all silent. This battle was really an eye-opener for them. What was the so-called great emperor in front of these people? Even the sacred prince had to admit that even if his father was at his peak, once he got close to the battlefield, he might be seriously injured by the aftermath. The group of people fighting in front of them could no longer be considered human Tao domain experts, but immortal realm experts. At this moment, in the edge of the cosmos, a group of 7 people had already entered the sea of primal chaos. Everyone's divine power and great Tao laws swept across the primal chaos, causing countless worlds to be born and destroyed. In just a short moment of fighting, the group of people had already suffered heavy injuries. Ruthless white clothes were stained with blood, and his body was cracked. Qingdi's hair was disheveled, and his body was almost split open by Di Zun. Yifan's abdomen had a big hole from Di Zun, and blood flowed all over his body. Blood Phoenix and Prince Tian's bodies were phoenixes, so they could quickly recover from any injuries, so nothing could be seen. However, their divine power was greatly exhausted. Among the group, the only one who seemed to be doing well was Zhou Tong. He had almost cultivated the imperishable scripture to the end. Whether it was the strength of his body or his recovery ability, he was the strongest among them. In contrast to Zhou Tong and the others, Di Zun was unscathed. He was incomparably calm. "Fight!" Zhou Tong roared. His black hair was disheveled, and the primal chaos aura around him was even more turbulent. He had already unleashed the power of his primal chaos physique to the extreme. The primal chaos aura spread out and drowned the entire battlefield. At the same time, his tyrant ancestral body was fully displayed, and all the characteristics of the Vicious 10 appeared on his body. Although the tyrant ancestral body was a unique talent of the tyrant physique, Zhou Tong's primal chaos physique had evolved from the tyrant physique. Using the profound meaning of the primal chaos physique to evolve the tyrant ancestral body, his ancestral body was more harmonious, flexible, and powerful than before. A dazzling divine ring shone beside him, and one could vaguely see the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars inside the divine ring. It was like a real world. Facing an opponent like Dizun, even Zhou Tong had no choice but to use all his strength. Boom! Zhou Tong activated his forbidden area and blasted down with his palm. Following his palm, the immortal phoenix wings, Kuan Peng wings, and Thunder Emperor wings on his back moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the sea of lightning transformed into stars one after another, revealing a starry sky of the universe. The most terrifying thing was that in this sea of stars, a Kuan Peng spread its wings and soared, leaping up from the sea of stars and attacking the 9 heavens. On the other side, in the sky, an immortal phoenix danced in the 9 heavens and charged down fiercely. At the same time, in Zhou Tong's palm, space and time were smelted, turning into the most terrifying cage. "You have some skills, but I'm tired of it," Dizun sneered. In the face of Zhou Tong's attack, he only punched out. Boom! In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The Kuan Peng's huge body collapsed, and blood splattered everywhere. The immortal phoenix wailed and fell from the sky like the setting sun. Time and space were shattered, and the past and present were reversed. The entire primal chaos collapsed. Dizun finally used his forbidden secret technique, the secret of all, which increased his strength tenfold. He was cold and emotionless. With a simple punch, the universe collapsed. The 3 wings on Zhou Tong's back collapsed in an instant. He coughed up blood from Dizun's punch. The Blood Phoenix, Qing Emperor, and others on the side arrived in time and stopped Dizun. However, Dizun, who had decided to go all out, was not someone they could stop as they had not yet become immortals. In an instant, everyone was seriously injured. Even Emperor Ruthless, who was the closest to the mortal-immortal realm, vomited blood. Chapter 728. In the Chaos Sea in the wasteland of the universe, Zhou Tong and the others were fighting against Dizun. Even though it was 6 against 1, they were still suppressed by Dizun. Even though they had used all kinds of methods to increase their combat strength, it was futile against Dizun, the founder of the secret of all. No one could increase their combat strength more than Dizun. Outsiders simply couldn't imagine what kind of battle Zhou Tong and the others had gone through. Even the geniuses of the 9th heaven, who had sealed themselves in the divine source, could only watch from afar through a large expanse of chaos. Terrifying blood qi permeated the air. This battle was extremely tragic. I saw the blood of chaos, the blood of the divine physique, the blood of the Azure Emperor, and the blood of the Phoenix, the sacred prince said. He had opened his fiery golden eyes and saw a corner of the Chaos Sea. Bone fragments, that's the Empress. How tragic was this battle? Fire Qilin said in shock. Just a corner of the Chaos Sea that was occasionally torn apart was enough to shock them. Is this the strength of a true immortal? Is Dizun really that strong? Zhang Byron was also shocked. The past great emperors and ancient emperors were known to be able to go against the will of immortals. However, at this moment, even heavenly emperor-level powerhouses like Celestial Tyrant Emperor and Celestial Emperor Huang would have to bleed in front of Dizun. The so-called going against the will of immortals, of the past great emperors and ancient emperors, had become a complete joke at this moment. In the Chaos Sea, the battle was still ongoing. At this moment, Zhou Tong had given up on all other methods and was using all his strength to activate his 3 forbidden secret techniques. Although he had also created many forbidden secret techniques after transforming into the chaotic body, he had used his combat celestial art, ancestral tyrant body, and fighting spirit furnace the most smoothly. Moreover, these 3 forbidden secret techniques had been fully upgraded by him and were even more powerful. The terrifying fighting spirit continued to burn and brew in Zhou Tong's body. This fighting spirit even spread to his 10 heavenly divine rings and burned fiercely to increase his combat strength. At this point in the battle, Zhou Tong's fighting spirit furnace had been raised to the limit. The surging fighting spirit was like raging waves crashing against the shore, turning into the most terrifying amplification power on the combat immortal's art. This was the first time that Zhou Tong had activated the fighting intent furnace to such a level since he had attained the Tao. When he activated it to such a level, he vaguely saw the possibility of further improvement. The more he fought, the more excited he became. At the same time, the accumulated foundation of the Yang spirit world and the horizons opened up by different systems, as well as the benefits obtained from the Dharma creation tribulation, were all rapidly integrated into Zhou Tong's own system at an unimaginable speed. He was constantly becoming stronger. "Fight!" Zhou Tong roared. The war immortal art went all out. His palm emitted chaotic light. It was too terrifying, drawing in a large area of primal chaos, completely submerging this place. The Di-Zun shouted softly. He clenched his fist and met Zhou Tong's attack head-on. In an instant the great Tao shook. The chaotic light and immortal qi completely enveloped the void around the two of them. The divine power between heaven and earth churned violently, spreading far and wide like a tide. The void was torn apart by the aftermath of their attack. Zhou Tong was only at a slight disadvantage in this attack. It was completely different from before. He was only pushed back this time, and the injuries on his body were the kind of flesh wounds that could be healed in an instant. What? The Di-Zun's expression changed when he saw the result of this attack. His opponent's combat strength had actually slightly surpassed his own? He was actually about to lose in the field of combat strength amplification? Moreover, he had lost to someone whose realm was lower than his. He actually blocked it? Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, and the others were shocked. This is the first time I've seen Zhou Tong's forbidden domain. The more you fight, the stronger it gets? As expected of you, to be able to create such a mystic technique. The more Yi Fan watched, the more impressed he became. Zhou Tong had actually found such a way to increase his combat strength. In the end, he even vaguely surpassed the Di-Zun's secret of all. Previously, Zhou Tong had also used the fighting intent furnace when he fought with many supremes. However, the battlefield of those battles was within the array diagram. Naturally, Yi Fan had never seen Zhou Tong use such a technique. In addition to admiration and shock, Yi Fan and the others were also a little worried. Such a mystic technique could even exceed the Di-Zun's secret of all in terms of combat strength. However, there must be some other risk. For example, the user had to bear a huge risk. Even the conditions for using it were far beyond the secret of all. However, even so, Yi Fan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they would not be completely defeated by the Di-Zun. With a glimmer of hope in their hearts, Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, and the others attacked even more fiercely. They were almost burning their qi, blood, and divine power to fight. It could be said that even if they won this battle, Yi Fan, the Qing Emperor, and the others would lose at least thousands of years of life. Fight! Accompanied by Zhou Tong's second battle cry, his whole body glowed brightly. In particular, his 10 heavenly caves divine ring manifested endless great Tao profundities and various heavenly anomalies. For example, the dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, the immortal phoenix crying, the Kuan Pung leaping across the sea, the stars illuminating the blue sky. This was a genuine phenomenon. Moreover, there were endless formation runes emerging from the phenomenon. Every single one of them was like the most terrifying immortal Tao formation, unleashing a might that could reach the heavens and the earth. When Zhou Tong was still in the tyrant body, He did not have the time to study the endless anomalies born from his 10 heavenly caves' divine ring. However, as he advanced to the chaotic body, the terrifying power of these anomalies was finally fully displayed. With the endless anomalies on his body, Zhou Tong and the D-Zun's battle intensified. For a moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The great Tao rumbled. The laws intertwined, the universe shook, and chaos opened. The battle escalated further. At this level, even Yi Fan could see that Zhou Tong must have had a further understanding of the battle, and his battle strength had increased tremendously. In the previous battle, Zhou Tong had withstood about 40% of the D-Zun's attacks alone. Now, he was withstanding 80% of the D-Zun's attacks alone. Even so, Zhou Tong was still clearly at a disadvantage. The D-Zun, who had become a mortal immortal, was too powerful. The various anomalies and great arrays around Zhou Tong were forced away by the D-Zun's power. They were constantly compressed. In the end, all the anomalies turned into a hazy halo that stuck to Zhou Tong's body. When he collided with the D-Zun, part of the anomalies was dispersed by the D-Zun and forcibly dispersed into Zhou Tong's body. As this part of the anomalies was dispersed and integrated into his body, Zhou Tong suddenly felt like vomiting blood. This was almost equivalent to him using his own anomalies to attack himself. His body was in intense pain. His blood felt like it was about to be ignited. Even his soul was extremely hot and was about to be burned to ashes. However, facing an opponent like the D-Zun, Zhou Tong had no chance to adjust his body. He could only forcibly urge the great Tao laws to activate the anomalies that had dispersed into his body and launch a series of fierce attacks against the D-Zun. During this time, his whole body glowed. His blood and qi surged. The terrifying power of the great Tao laws and anomalies impacted his body. However, at this time, while Zhou Tong's entire body was in intense pain, he actually felt a strange energy begin to spread through his flesh and blood, even seeping into his bones. Anomalies can be integrated into the body? Yes, I have the chaotic body now. It contains everything in the world. Naturally, it can accommodate anomalies. If I can completely accommodate the anomalies in my 10 heavenly caves' divine ring, it's almost like integrating a large part of the world into my body. Zhou Tong's eyes were instantly opened. He saw a new world. This was a new direction of improvement. Chapter 729. Yes, I know. When you cultivate your visions to the limit, you have to integrate them into your body. The more visions that the D-Zun Emperor scattered during the battle, the more Zhou Tong understood the changes in his body. His Tao was not in his visions, but in his own body. Visions were indeed very strong when cultivated to the limit, just like the holy physique. They could be said to be one of the trump cards of the holy physique. However, Zhou Tong did not need these powers. No matter how strong his visions were, they were just visions. What he needed was to integrate these powers into his body and completely transform them into the power of his own body. At this moment, he also thought of the profound meaning of the martial arts of the Yang God world, which was ever-changing and vacuum-shattering. My Tao doesn't need so many strange phenomena. I only need to cultivate a single body, just like the myriad changes of the human immortal's martial Tao in the Yang spirit world. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, the sun, the moon, the stars, the mountains, rivers, and plants are all me. I only need to refine one body, ever-changing, and that is me. The moment he realized this, Zhou Tong could not help but let out a long roar. The visions and formation patterns outside his body completely disintegrated and shattered, as if they were completely shattered by the vacuum-shattering power of the Yang God world. Then, all of this turned into light and fused into his body. For a moment, Zhou Tong clearly felt the blood and qi in his body boil. He could not help but become restless, wanting to risk everything to fight the opponent in front of him. At the same time, his aura became even more terrifying and intimidating. Boom! At this moment, a phantom that was exactly the same as him appeared in Zhou Tong's body. It was the condensation of all the essence of his body and the great Tao, like a divine fetus. Huh? This aura? The ancestor was shocked. At this moment, he also felt a chill run down his spine. Zhou Tong's threat in his heart had suddenly increased by a large margin. Moreover, the change in his body had a similar feeling to his own, similar to that of an immortal. Breaking through to the mortal-immortal realm in the middle of a battle? No, it's a war immortal. Di Zun was shocked and angry at the same time. He no longer had the bearing of being in control of everything. In fact, he even began to burn his qi and blood in order to fight for his life. He had already realized that if he allowed Zhou Tong to break through, he might really fail. Di Zundi was confident that even if Zhou Tong really broke through to the mortal-immortal realm, he might not be a match for Di Zundi in a one-on-one fight. After all, Di Zundi had been comprehending this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, and even vaguely saw a higher level. However, the biggest problem was that this was not a one-on-one battle, but a one-on-one battle against 6 peerless powerhouses. In fact, the strength of Zhou Tong's group had already exceeded his expectations. There was already Zhou Tong and Emperor Ruthless at the front. Prince Tian and Emperor Qing, who had cultivated with a new cultivation system, were also ferocious. There was also Blood Phoenix and Yi Fan, who were far stronger than ordinary great emperors. Even the weakest among them, Yi Fan and Emperor Qing, would need at least 10 to 20 moves to defeat them, let alone if they joined forces. If Zhou Tong broke through at this time and reached the same level as Di Zundi, then this battle would be really difficult. At this moment, Zhou Tong's transformation had already begun. In his body, countless strange phenomena were constantly being shattered, turning into light, and completely fusing into his body. At the same time, the divine fetus in his body was also gradually transforming. From a blurry shadow, it gradually became clearer, and in the end, it even emitted a bright light. The light was like a flame, and endless symbols of the great Tao condensed in Zhou Tong's body. The power accumulated by the 10 Heavens divine ring all these years began to pour into it, further accelerating the formation of the divine fetus. You want to break through in front of me? You're courting death. Di Zundi immediately attacked and pressed forward. At this moment, in the universe's starry sky, whether it was the wilderness of the universe or the various major star domains, everyone felt a terrifying aura that caused their souls to tremble. Even the 9th heaven's sky prides were shocked, and their bodies trembled. It was as if they had seen their natural enemy, a high-level life form. Stop him! Zhou Tong's Blood Phoenix avatar and Prince Tian roared at the same time and immediately attacked. 2 phoenixes were wrapped in a vast flame, spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. Red clouds filled the sky as they directly collided with the Di Zundi. At the same time, Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qing Ren also attacked. Scram! The Di Zundi roared. His angry roar was like a heavenly tribulation that could destroy the world. It shook the starry sky, and the mountain peaks intertwined with each other, rumbling loudly. At the same time, the Di Zundi attacked with all his might. He punched each of them, and the physical bodies of the Blood Phoenix and Prince Tian were directly torn apart. The 2 of them almost exploded, and their blood splattered across the chaos sea. However, when he attacked, Yi Fan, Emperor Qing, and Emperor Qing Ren also came to hold him back. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Even if they had to suffer a blow from the Di Zundi, they still had to hold him back. While these people were holding the Di Zundi back, the endless avatars around Zhou Tong gradually dissipated. They were all shattered and integrated into Zhou Tong's body. Di Zundi, die for me. all of the strange phenomena completely disappeared. Zhou Tong roared towards the sky. His voice shook both the past and present, emitting a vast and terrifying aura. It swept through the starry sky like a wave, crashing against the shore. Kill! The Dzundi's all-out attack finally forced Emperor Qing Ren and the others to retreat. His body was surrounded by brilliant divine light, and he fiercely punched at Zhou Tong with all his might. He was extremely powerful, and after using all his strength, his aura shook the void. His fist seemed to be surrounded by the river of time, and its power was unparalleled. Boom! Zhou Tong swung his fist and met the attack. Dang! At the same time, a bell rang, and Zhou Tong's dominating bell appeared. Wrapped in endless sound waves, it pressed down on the Dzundi. For a moment, heaven and earth shook and the chaos surged. The two powerhouses collided, and a large part of the sea of chaos was instantly shattered. The chaos exploded and the universe was reversed. After that, Zhou Tong and the Dzundi's figures quickly became entangled. Blazing immortal light and terrifying chaotic chi were like dazzling cold lightning, constantly streaking across the desolate universe's chaos. Then, a rain of blood poured down, and endless avatars appeared one after another. That was the evolution of the chaos. There were avatars of the creation of worlds, and there were also avatars of the end of worlds. The rise and fall of heaven and earth seemed to be blooming between the two's fists. The entire chaos was boiling, and the battle was fierce. Even Emperor Qing Ren and the others showed signs of not being able to intervene. However, there was no need for them to intervene, because they only needed to stand at the side to deter the Dzundi. This was because each of them had the ability to injure the Dzundi. Especially Emperor Qing Ren, who had the ability to severely injure him. If the Dzundi was too focused, it was very likely that he would suffer a blow from Emperor Qing Ren. Chapter 730. In the Sea of Chaos. The Dzun was fighting with all his might. His entire body was bursting with brilliant light. His hand was like a divine sword as he slashed down at Zhou Tong. Vast sword light traveled for millions of miles, cutting through the void and cutting off time. Zhou Tong was also fighting with all his might. His fighting spirit was boiling, and the divine fetus in his body was condensing. His entire body was wrapped in brilliant symbols of the Great Path as he fought the Dzun. This was an unimaginable battle of life and death. Yi Fan and the others were also watching the two of them intently. They were healing their wounds and preparing to provide support at any time. At this moment, the Dzun was still suppressing Zhou Tong. This caused countless cracks to appear on the surface of Zhou Tong's body, and more cracks appeared. He looked like a broken porcelain. Although the damage to his body was getting more and more serious, the divine fetus in his body was exuding a vigorous vitality. It was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was undergoing some kind of unimaginable transformation. Roar! Zhou Tong roared. His fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. His blood was boiling, and he had fallen into a state of madness. The insights that his divine striking stone had brought to him from the Yang God world were constantly integrating with his own heaven-shrouding technique at an unimaginable speed. Originally, this process would have taken tens of thousands of years of meditation to complete, but now, under the pressure of the Dzun, he felt the most critical point. Then this kind of enlightenment was like a great river, flowing rapidly for thousands of miles. It was quickly completed in an extremely short period of time. Blood was splashing, his primordial spirit was roaring, and his body was breaking, but his strength was slowly increasing. The divine fetus in his body was even more dazzling. The accumulated power inside the 10 heavenly caves' divine ring was pouring into it. Even the power that Zhou Tong's divine striking stone had brought from the Yang God world was constantly pouring in. Kill! Facing the stronger Zhou Tong, the Dizun roared even more wildly. His black hair danced wildly, and a rain of blood poured down. He was doing everything he could to stop Zhou Tong's transformation. When the only mortal immortal in the world went all out, his battle strength was terrifying. Even Zhou Tong, who was still in the midst of his transformation, was beaten until he coughed up blood. More and more cracks appeared on his body. Boom! Finally, the ancestor's fist landed heavily on Zhou Tong's body. His body, which had been tempered by the indestructible scripture, was directly smashed into pieces. Zhou Tong, Yi Fan and the others were shocked. The 5 of them immediately rushed forward and desperately tried to stop the ancestor. Dizun roared. His whole body was dripping with blood. One of his arms had been cut off by the Empress. He no longer cared about Yi Fan and the others obstructing him. Even if he was heavily injured, he would still chase after them and deal the final blow to Zhou Tong. Too late. However, at this moment, a loud voice rang out. A beam of light bloomed from Zhou Tong's shattered body. Zhou Tong's figure emerged bit by bit. It looked as if he had walked out of the river of time step by step. In the beginning, he was only the size of a fist, but with every step he took, he would expand. By the time he walked out completely, he had already returned to his normal appearance. Zhou Tong directly faced the ancestor and punched out. Divine laws burst out, splitting heaven and earth, and opening up the chaos. Boom! Millions of rays of light flashed. In an instant, a large area of the Sea of Chaos was destroyed. Everything was completely destroyed in the collision between the 2 of them. The dazzling immortal light illuminated the chaos, and all the races in the universe were extremely frightened. With one blow, they were evenly matched. Both of them retreated at the same time. You! The ancestor looked at Zhou Tong. He was unwilling and indignant, but there was nothing he could do. This was because this opponent was already at his level. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, he was not absolutely confident that he could defeat this opponent. The most important thing now was that he had to endure the attacks of Yi Fan and the Lotus Emperor in order to save time. Now, he was severely injured. However, this opponent had completed his transformation and stood at the peak again. He was even stronger now. At the same time, a trace of confusion flashed in the ancestor's heart. Logically speaking, when his strength was not as strong as his, the consumption of energy should be even more terrifying. However, he did not absorb energy from the outside world. Even if he had undergone a transformation, he should be in a state of exhaustion. How could he be at full strength? Moreover, his combat strength after his breakthrough was too terrifying. He had surpassed the ancestors' hundreds of thousands of years of comprehension in the mortal world immortal realm in an instant and reached the same level as him. What kind of Tao did he have? The ancestor was puzzled. In his opinion, Zhou Tong had too many unsolved mysteries. Ancestor, your path has come to an end. When Zhou Tong's eyes opened and closed, there was a kind of breathtaking power flowing in them, which shocked the ancestor. Zhou Tong now looked inside his body. The immortal blood flowing in his body was crimson and dazzling, and the magic power in his body had undergone a transformation. It was incomparably vigorous, and his aura was boundless and majestic. Every strand of his hair was as sparkling and translucent as immortal gold. After this transformation, he had completely cut off the chaotic body and returned to the mortal world immortal body. In particular, Zhou Tong could now feel that the gate of potential in his body seemed to have endless power. During this time, something very subtle had been produced. This thing had completely cleared the scratches in his wheel of life, so that his wheel of life would always be spotless and radiant. This is the so-called mortal world immortal. As expected, my body has begun to produce immortal substances. Zhou Tong was delighted. However, He also knew that the mortal world immortal was not really immortal. If he was really imprisoned in a dry world, where he could not absorb any energy from the outside world, his life would come to an end one day. This was because the mortal world immortal was only the lowest level of immortality. This kind of immortality was still dependent on the outside world. At the same time, all his visions were completely shattered and merged into his body, completely turning into Zhou Tong's own power. At this moment, the various mountain and river formations in his 10 heavenly rings were still there, but he no longer had the ability to transform them into visions. However, I don't need this kind of thing anymore. Zhou Tong took a deep breath, turned his eyes, and looked at the Dizun. Now let's fight again. He did not show any mercy and once again bombarded the Dizun. Boom! Immortal clouds surged. The Dizun brazenly counterattacked, also using the power of the mortal world immortal. The violent collision caused the whole chaos to be filled with shocking divine light. The chaos boiled like a vast ocean. The collision of the two mortal world immortals caused a world-destroying power to surge. It was extremely overbearing. However, Zhou Tong had already returned to his peak after the transformation, but the Dizun had been severely injured. His advantage would only grow like a rolling snowball. After exchanging thousands of blows, Zhou Tong finally turned into a beam of immortal light and slammed heavily on the Dizun's body. The Dizun spat out blood, and all his bones were broken. Clang! The domineering bell, which had become an immortal artifact, rang and directly shattered the Dizun's body. Even his primordial spirit exploded. The Dizun had fallen. Chapter 731. The Venerable Sovereign is finally dead. The Lotus Emperor sighed softly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Zhou Tong had killed the Venerable Sovereign. Humph, you only have yourself to blame for trying to refine the entire human world. Yi Fan snorted coldly. The ruthless Great Emperor only watched silently. The Blood Phoenix and Prince Tian didn't say anything either. However, Zhou Tong waved his hand and the Warlord Bell flew back to his palm. He looked at the Warlord Bell and saw that there was another blood-red imprint on it. It was the Venerable Sovereign's imprint. This imprint was simple but powerful. Compared to the imprints of other great emperors, this imprint had an indescribable aura and Tao. The Mortal Immortal, a quasi-immortal king imprint, was extraordinary. I've finally reached the Mortal Immortal realm. I didn't expect my path to becoming a war immortal to be completed in such a way. Zhou Tong put away the Warlord Bell and sighed. According to his original method of breaking through to the war immortal realm, even if he succeeded, it would take him tens of thousands of years to completely stabilize his realm. However, under the pressure of the Venerable Sovereign, he had completely integrated the results of the Yang God world into the heaven-shrouding technique and completely stabilized his realm. However, the 10 Heavens Divine Ring can be considered as my backup base. Zhou Tong thought to himself as he carefully examined his 10 Heavens Divine Ring. His breakthrough this time had completely depleted the accumulated foundation of the 10 Paradise Ring. The foundation that he and the Blood Phoenix's avatar had accumulated from 2 attempts to break through to the War Immortal realm had been completely exhausted. However, this body of mine... Zhou Tong's eyes flickered as he looked at his old body that had been smashed to pieces by the sovereigns and took it back. This old body had cultivated the indestructible scripture to an extremely high level after all. Moreover, it was a chaotic body. Now, the torn body had begun to heal on its own. This kind of healing ability was not inferior to the Phoenix's at all. My way of breaking through might be somewhat similar to the ruthless Great Emperor's way? Zhou Tong muttered to himself as he looked at his old body. He had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This body was very strong, much stronger than the ones before him. Moreover, this body still contained a fragment of his primordial spirit. These primordial spirit fragments were discarded by him when he transformed. Perhaps if I continue to nurture this body, shatter it, and return it to myself, it will allow me to break through to the immortal king realm? Ruthless buried her body in the nest of 10,000 dragons because she wanted to use the dragon chi in the nest to nourish her body. After all, there are remnants of her primordial spirit in each of her bodies. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment. The true fate of the god striking stone in his heavenly paradise ring began to move. He directly chopped down the Bodhi tree of the 10 heavens divine ring and carved it into a coffin. Then, he set up some formation patterns inside and finally stored Zhou Tong's body inside. In the end, the stone directly sent the coffin to the center of the primordium ancient mind to be nurtured. After dealing with his body, Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and the others not far away. "This battle has reduced your lifespan by thousands of years," Zhou Tong said softly. "It's okay. Although I've lost thousands of years of my lifespan, the Dharma creation tribulation has given me enough benefit. I'm confident that I can live a third life. Even if I fail, I can use the immortal divine medicine to extend my life for another life." Yi Fan seemed very optimistic. In the past 20 to 30,000 years, his true dragon divine medicine had ripened 6 or 7 times and he'd harvested several fruit. As long as he wanted to, he could use the true dragon divine medicine to live a third life at any time. But it's about time. Zhou Tong didn't say much. Instead, he looked directly at the blood phoenix. The blood phoenix nodded slightly. The 9 phoenix furnace, which suppressed a large area of the starry sky, instantly turned into a stream of light and flew into the blood phoenix's palm. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out countless divine materials and supplementary materials. At this time, Zhou Tong also took out a portion of all the immortal divine medicine he'd harvested over the past tens of thousands of years. There were a total of 30 immortal divine medicine fruit. Fellow Taoist, your demon race immortal court is indeed powerful. You've even gathered the materials for the 9 revolution golden pill. The Lotus Emperor's eyes lit up when he saw these things. In addition to Zhou Tong's 30 fruits, we should be able to refine 39 revolution golden pill this time. Yi Fan was also very surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Tong to have collected so many divine materials without anyone noticing. Ever since he'd verified his Tao, he'd also been collecting the materials for the 9 revolution golden pill. However, he still hadn't collected enough. The materials for the 9 revolution golden pill were very complicated. However, every 9 revolution golden pill required the use of 1 immortal divine medicine fruit. 30 fruits could only be used to refine 30 golden pill at most. Zhou Tong smiled slightly. Most of these things were actually left behind by the sovereigns of the forbidden regions. In particular, the most important material for refining the 9 revolution golden pill was the primordial life stone. This thing was almost only produced in the primordial ancient mine. There wasn't much of it in space. In fact, he also felt a little regretful. The sovereign had come out completely empty-handed this time. He didn't know where his treasures were. Otherwise, with the sovereign's status, it would be even more terrifying. The pill formula for the 9 revolution golden pill came from the sovereign. He definitely had more materials in his hands. Everyone, don't worry. After refining the 9 revolution golden pill, I'll give each of you 3 pills. Zhou Tong's blood phoenix incarnation kept all the materials into the 9 phoenix furnace. Then, his figure flashed and he directly returned to Big Dipper. Although he said that he would give each of them 3 pills, it was actually just a total of 9 golden pill for Emperor Ruthless, Yi Fan, and the Lotus Emperor. Zhou Tong, the Blood Phoenix, and Prince Tian were actually on the same side. Everyone, I've gained a lot from this battle. I need to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a while, Zhou Tong said. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhou Tong immediately took Prince Tian, who was standing at the side, away. Then, Zhou Tong quickly broke through the chaos sea and returned to the universe's starry sky. On the way back to the divine realm, he also took Yen Ryu with him. After that, the Lotus Emperor also bid farewell to Yi Fan and Emperor Ruthless. He also needed to leave. After the battle with the sovereign, the inner world that he had painstakingly opened was a mess. He needed to recuperate. The space between Emperor Ruthless' eyebrows flashed. Little Nana landed beside Yi Fan. Her body turned into a ray of flying immortal light and returned to the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. Yi Fan was the last to leave. He brought little Nana back to his heavenly court. With the return of the group, news quickly spread from the heavenly court and the demon race's immortal court. The sovereign was not dead. He tried to refine the human realm but was killed by everyone in the end. The moment this news spread, everyone was shocked. The founder of the heavenly court, the sovereign, was actually not dead. Moreover, he had secretly planned such a thing. This was even more terrifying than the so-called dark turmoil of the Forbidden Lands. Tyrant Celestial Emperor Huang, Celestial Emperor Yi, Female Emperor, Lotus Emperor. At this moment, a storm swept through the universe. Many sages shouted their names, spurring even more people. This was too shocking. They were equivalent to saving the world. On this day, all the powerful races in the universe came to the place where the few of them were. They came to have an audience with the great emperor. All kinds of cheers could be heard in the universe. This grand occasion lasted for a few months before it slowly calmed down. At the same time, the reputation of the few of them reached its peak. Even the ruthless emperor, who had been scolded for hundreds of thousands of years, was cleansed. Everyone could feel that the power of faith during this period was much more abundant than before. Chapter 732. At the same time, in the divine realm. I can't seal it anymore. Yen Ryu looked at Zhou Tong and sighed softly. In the past few thousand years, she had watched Zhou Tong and the others discuss the new cultivation system, and her cultivation had improved greatly. If not for Yi Fan's great Tao suppressing the world, she would have already confirmed her Tao. A normal God source indeed can't seal it, but... Zhou Tong casually tossed, and Prince Tian appeared next to him. The moment Prince Tian appeared, he directly refined all the immortal substances produced by his inner world, turning them into a bright white ball of light and sealing it. At the same time, Zhou Tong made his move. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Tong directly cut off the heaven and earth origin energy, absorbing a huge amount of connate essence from the universe, and then smelted it into God's source liquid. Finally, he smelted the white ball of light into the God source liquid, turning it into an immortal source. This is an immortal source? But why does it feel like something is wrong? Yen Ryu was surprised. Zhou Tong, this is a normal immortal source. The immortal source you usually see is just some immortal God source mixed with some immortal God herb's medicinal liquid. The real immortal source is actually a God source mixed with immortal substances. With this immortal source, even the current you can seal it. Zhou Tong gave the immortal source to Yen Ryu. Wait until Yi Fan's great Tao dissipates, then you can come out to confirm your Tao. After you confirm your Tao and give up the heaven's core imprint, then let Lang and Ing come out to confirm their Tao. A brand new cultivation system had been formed, especially since Prince Tian had cultivated the heaven's core imprint. The heaven and earth in his body could already give birth to strands of immortal matter, so Zhou Tong was not worried about letting his family members come out to prove their Tao. Moreover, having cultivated to Zhou Tong's current level, he could spend some time to summarize the general method of living a second life, and even create a longevity scripture. Even if he excluded the path of combat immortals, the only methods he knew and had experienced were the Willow Deity art, the Immortal Phoenix art, the chaotic body transformation art, and the mortal transformation art. There were also some other longevity arts that Zhou Tong had comprehended. Although these methods might not be suitable for everyone, there were always a few that were suitable for their loved ones. Especially the willow deity technique, which was absolutely suitable for Yenryu, because they were both plants that achieved the Tao. Yenryu nodded slightly and brought the immortal origin back to the place where she had been sealed. After Yenryu left, Zhou Tong began to examine Prince Tian. Due to the large amount of immortal matter that had been extracted from the inner world, the origin of this world was damaged. It would take at least 10,000 years to recover. However, the world in Prince Tian's body is not bad, but it's a little monotonous. Zhou Tong looked at this world carefully and thought to himself. This world was not bad. It was not too big, about the size of the 3,000 Tao provinces during the ancient Chaos era. However, the resources in this world were too monotonous. The biggest mineral in this world was the scarlet phoenix blood gold. Before this world was formed, Zhou Tong had buried 1,296 scarlet phoenix blood gold seed. Therefore, this world had already produced 1,296 scarlet phoenix blood gold mineral veins. Each mineral vein had scarlet phoenix blood gold and a large amount of accompanying divine material that was enough to refine great sage artifacts, scarlet divine gold. Each mineral vein has about 200,000 kilograms of scarlet phoenix blood gold. All the scarlet phoenix blood gold added up to about 13 cubic meters of scarlet phoenix blood gold. Opening up a world is really different. The resources obtained are really too much. Zhou Tong sighed. Next, I can use Genesis arts to further strengthen my inner world so that it can produce more and more resources. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Moreover, the heavenly core imprint is only the first step. It can only be considered as a true immortal. If I want to take the next step, I'll need the world tree. As long as the inner world can give birth to a world tree, it can reach the immortal king level. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and looked at the direction of each mineral vein in Prince Tian's inner world. According to the principle of the world tree, any tree in the world has the qualifications to become a world tree. However, the stronger the tree, the easier it is to become a world tree. As for the trees in my hands, apart from the immortal divine herbs, this is the only one that barely meets the requirement. Zhou Tong looked at one of the divine trees in his 10 heavens divine ring. This tree emitted a bright blue halo and had a pure and holy aura. There was also a sea of chaotic qi surging around the divine tree. This was a divine tree that Zhou Tong had obtained from the Blue Devil clan when he had annihilated them back then. Back then, the Blue Devil clan's ancestor had a great opportunity and entered a chaotic immortal land. From there, he dug out a heavenly tree sapling, which was this tree. After Zhou Tong obtained this tree, he had placed it within his 10 heavenly paradise divine ring, nourishing it with the aura of countless immortal divine herbs, cleansing it with the northern celestial light, and bathing it in the aura of the great way that nurtured divine spirits. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, this tree had been reborn. Its power alone was not inferior to any emperor weapon. Zhou Tong directly placed this tree into the center of Prince Tian's inner world, and mobilized the heaven's core imprint to fuse with the tree. Boom! The moment the heaven's core imprint fused with the tree, the blue divine tree instantly formed a mysterious connection with the entire world. Even the blue tree began to emit strands of crimson light. At the same time, the divine tree began to move. Its roots were quickly uprooted from the ground and slowly dissipated from the world. It was as if a new layer of space had been opened up where the tree was, and the divine tree was hidden in this layer of space. Its roots continued to extend from the void until they reached every corner of the world. The tree had completely fused with the world. A world tree. No, more accurately speaking, it should be the embryonic form of a world tree. I just didn't expect it to be so easy. Zhou Tong was somewhat astonished at the transformation of the tree. He hadn't expected that just the heavenly core imprint would be able to transform this tree into the embryonic form of a world tree. It was as if the birth of a world tree was countless times easier than he had imagined. However, it makes sense when I think about it. After all, this world has a master. The most important thing is the heavenly core imprint. If I want to deliberately create a world tree, I have to fuse it with the heavenly core imprint. Otherwise, if I wait for this tree to evolve on its own, who knows how long it'll take. Zhou Tong carefully observed every change in the tree, not wanting to miss a single detail. Chapter 733. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. The Blood Phoenix clone had already refined the 9 revolutions golden pill. There were a total of 30 pills. Other than the 9 pills given to Yi Fan, Ruthless, and the Azure Tharch, he still had 21 pills left. On the other side, in the divine territory, Zhou Tong was quietly organizing the immortality techniques that he had summarized. He had long wanted to summarize the immortality techniques for his family and descendants to see. He had long understood the profoundness of the Willow God technique, the Immortal Phoenix technique, and many other immortality techniques. Now that he had summarized them, it could be considered a magnificent feat that would benefit the world. He used the Tao Tribulation Gold to create a sutra and recorded his immortality techniques and various understandings bit by bit to guide his descendant. Now, this sutra had already filled 4 pages. It contained his 4 immortality techniques: the Willow God technique, the Immortal Phoenix technique, the Chaotic Body, and the Chaotic Divine Fetus. At the same time, on the other side, he was also watching the formation of the World Tree. This was not only a further experiment, but also a good opportunity to reaccumulate his own foundation. During this period, he even poured in the Thunder Jinchi that his divine striking stone had brought back from the Yang God world to nourish that side of the world and the World Tree. There were also treasures like the Origin Energy and the Sand of Light. Zhou Tong even did not hesitate to use the divine liquid born from his life spring to water this World Tree. With Zhou Tong's current mortal immortal and quasi-immortal king cultivation, his life spring divine liquid was not inferior to the immortal divine medicine's medicinal liquid at all. It contained unimaginable vitality. After 1,000 years of watering, the world in Prince Tian's physical body gradually changed. As the world tree grew healthily, the origin of the entire world was also rapidly recovering. This recovery speed was dozens of times faster than what Zhou Tong had calculated previously. In just 1,000 years, the entire world's origin was rapidly replenished. The world tree gradually had some of the aura of a real world tree. One could vaguely see that the quasi-world tree was glowing. There were specks of light lingering around the tree. It looked like a river of stars. Even the leaves began to slowly change, as if they were supporting a brilliant star. These specks of light were projected from the space where the world tree was to the outside world, making the entire world brilliant. The starlight was like flowing water that illuminated the world. Zhou Tong's gaze didn't blink. He stared at this world and the world tree. His martial Tao heavenly gaze was dazzling. He was seriously looking at the changes of the great Tao in this world. He was watching this world's heaven and earth turn from decline to prosperity. Without a doubt, this matter was of great significance to him. It contained unimaginable profundities, and it could even be said to have an extremely profound effect on him. Before reaching the immortal king realm, cultivators were actually unable to truly break away from the world and exist on their own. Observing the changes in the great Tao of a world and the growth of a world tree was equivalent to capturing the trajectory of a world. Starlight shone as the world tree grew day by day. The world's origin also became increasingly abundant. Strands of immortal matter once again appeared in the entire world. The power of the entire world began to grow stronger bit by bit. It was even drawing in the power and laws of the outside world. However, I've reached a limit now. If I want this world to progress further, I'm afraid I'll have to find an unusual new world, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, I can experiment with the divine spirit. With a thought, Zhou Tong directly chose a phoenix blood gold mine in Prince Tian's body. He paid special attention to it, allowing it to be nourished by the great Tao of heaven and earth. He even used the special lightning zhenqi of the Yang God world to nourish its vitality. Zhou Tong quietly sat cross-legged on the platform, carefully watching the changes in the Phoenix Blood Gold mine. Day after day, year after year, he watched as it was nourished by the great Tao of heaven and earth and gradually gained sentience. He watched as it was nourished by the lightning zhenqi and gradually gave birth to strands of life. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years passed. In the Phoenix Blood Gold mine, a piece of Phoenix blood gold that was about 3 feet tall lay quietly in the mine. It was sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors. The divine gold had 9 orifices and 8 holes, constantly spewing out spiritual essence. It was also nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, as if it was alive. It's already nourished a divine fetus. All that's left is to continue and it'll be able to nurture the first divine spirit of this world. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, this divine spirit still needs to be properly guided. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if it's like the divine spirits of this world, who often go against the heavens. By observing the process of the Holy Spirit's birth from nothing, especially from the perspective of the world, Zhou Tong had benefited greatly. This understanding, in addition to what Zhou Tong knew about the Feather Realm Emperor's understanding of the divine spirit transformation, merged completely and quickly turned into a brand new longevity technique. The divine spirit technique of the longevity techniques can be considered to have been perfected. Zhou Tong muttered. He casually took out the divine gold pages that he had left behind previously and completely perfected the 5th page, turning it into the 5th longevity technique, the divine spirit transformation technique. However, since the venerable sovereign is already dead, and I've reached the level of a quasi-immortal king, there's no need to be so anxious for the time being. Zhou Tong's heart relaxed a little at this moment. The few mountains that had been pressuring him all this time were now only the most terrifying Soul River, the underworld, the Celestial Emperor's burial pit, and the like. However, these things were still very far away from his current age. They were at least 1,000,000 years away, or even 1,500,000 years away. He had become a mortal immortal 500,000 years earlier than Yi Fan in the original book, and 700,000 years before Yi Fan and the others had entered the celestial realm. In the original book, Yi Fan and the others had provoked the Soul River, the underworld, and the Celestial Emperor's burial pit at least after they had become celestial kings. Otherwise, with the power of the Soul River, if they were not celestial kings, they would probably be easily annihilated by just one of their subordinate. As for the time it took for the mortal immortal to become a celestial king, Celestial Emperor Huang had used 500,000 years. No matter how talented Yi Fan and the others were, it was impossible for them to surpass Celestial Emperor Huang by too much. Therefore, in terms of time, it had been at least 1,000,000 years since the Soul River had become active. If it was a long time, it might have been a few million years. 1,000,000 years is not a long time, but it's not short either, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, it shouldn't be difficult to become a celestial king in 1,000,000 years, especially since I've already found the 6th secret realm that belongs to me. However, it's not good to blindly cultivate. After such a long time, it's time for me to move around. After becoming an immortal, there might be some difference in the state of mind when looking at those mortals. Chapter 734. Zhou Tong traveled alone in the boundless starry sky. Most of the time, he did not hide his figure and walked through one star region after another. A great path of immortal light spread out under his feet, allowing him to easily cross the starry sky of the universe at will. All the races in the universe were in awe when they saw him. Everyone knew that this was the celestial tyrant emperor's journey. Although few people in the universe had seen his real body, legends about him had never been cut off. The celestial tyrant emperor is invincible, immortal. Long live the celestial tyrant emperor! Wherever he went, there would be countless shouts and cheers, all of which came from the bottom of their hearts. Zhou Tong had pacified all the forbidden areas and solved the source of the dark turmoil. In particular, he had killed the Di Zun who was trying to refine the universe not long ago, which earned the respect of everyone in the universe. Zhou Tong traveled alone in the vast starry sky. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, he had wandered around the universe for 3,000 years. He had witnessed the rise, growth, success, aging, and death of countless heaven's prides in the major star regions of this world. The essence of the world was very low in this world. In this world, even cutting Tao was a luxury. Those who could cut Tao could be said to be peerless heaven's prides. Along the way, not to mention quasi-emperors, there were not even many who had become saint. Along the way, Zhou Tong did not just look around. He had actually lived in the mortal world for a period of time. He had once left behind some of his Tao and Dharma in many places to bless the later generations. He had also once lived incognito in a mortal city for a period of time to experience the life of the mortal world. He had also once descended on some backward stars like a deity to pass down his Tao of cultivation. After becoming an immortal in the mortal world and gaining eternal life, Zhou Tong looked at the cultivators who were still struggling in the mortal world and felt completely different. Along the way, his state of mind was completely different from when he had been walking in the mortal world. He was like a god, high and mighty, overlooking the mortal world. During this period, he had also traveled all over the world, exploring the mountains and rivers, measuring the creation of the world, and further verifying his own Genesis technique. It could be considered as laying a foundation for the improvement of the cultivation system of the inner world. Zhou Tong traveled in the mortal world for thousands of years before finally arriving at the Tyrant Emperor's ancestral star. Inside the Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave. Currently, there were 4 great Mastery Overlord bodies in the Overlord Body Ancestral Cave. Hun Zhan, who had fought with Zhou Tong in the past, had also cultivated to great mastery and sealed himself here to oversee the Overlord body lineage. However, he was already old now. It's been a long time. Zhou Tong looked at the 4 great success Overlord bodies in front of him and was filled with emotions. His gaze lingered on Hun Zhan for a moment. That's right. After so many years, you're still so young, and your vitality is still so vigorous. Watching Zhou Tong's young look, Hun Zhan let out a faint sigh. At the sight of you, I feel like returning to the scene in the first level of the human race. The Zhou Tong in front of Zhang Tai was almost the same as the one Zhang Tai had seen before the first gate on the ancient road of the human clan. Both of them looked about 25 years old. You are no longer the Overlord body or the Primal Chaos body. Have you turned yourself into a mortal body? Great success Overlord body. Azure Sea's eyes were deep. Both the Overlord body and the Primal Chaos body have weaknesses, but only the mortal body is flawless. The secrets of how the Overlord body transforms into the Primal Chaos body and how the Primal Chaos body transforms into the mortal body are all recorded in these 2 pages of scriptures. If you encounter any cultivators who are willing to progress like me in the future, you can pass this scripture down for me. Zhou Tong didn't say anything. He merely tossed out 2 golden pages of scriptures. These were the Primal Chaos Body Transformation and Primal Chaos Body Severing techniques that he had created. He knew that these 4 great success overlord bodies were willing to seclude themselves on the overlord body ancestral star, so they definitely couldn't give up on the glory of the overlord body lineage. They definitely weren't willing to sever their own constitutions like Zhou Tong had. However, this was only the choice of these 4 great success overlord bodies, and he didn't know if the descendants of the overlord body lineage would make the same choice. Hence, Zhou Tong decided to pass down these 2 pages of scriptures on the overlord body ancestral star. If there are any suitable ones, I'll pass them down for you. Kuan-gu accepted the 2 pages of scriptures. At this moment, the final great success overlord body, Xian Ming, suddenly asked, "What cultivation base are you at now? And what is the cultivation base of the sovereign you killed? How did the sovereign survive for several million years without seizing his own constitution? If I have to name it, this realm can be called secular immortal. Becoming an immortal in an era where it is impossible to become an immortal can be called secular immortal." Zhou Tong did not hide anything and directly said, "Immortal ascension." All of a sudden, the entire overlord body ancestral cave fell silent. All of the overlord bodies were unable to comprehend what was going on in their minds. Just as everyone was wondering if there were true immortals in this world, Zhou Tong had already ascended to immortality, becoming an immortal in an era when immortality was impossible? Sigh. We've actually already guessed that true immortals do exist after the sovereign appeared. Kuan-gu sighed. After attaining Tao, continuing to progress without seizing one's own power and living one life after another is the mortal immortal. My immortal ascension method is also in these 2 pages of scriptures. You guys should study it and perhaps you'll be able to benefit from it. Of course, this isn't the only way to become an immortal. There are millions of paths to immortality, and perhaps there are still many paths to immortality that have yet to be discovered. Perhaps you'll be able to walk a different path to immortality. Zhou Tong sighed. After that, Zhou Tong chatted with the overlord bodies about some things on the overlord body ancestral planet and also explained the path to immortality to them. He stayed here for 3 years before leaving. Before he left behind 9 transformations golden pill. After leaving the ancestral cave, Zhou Tong arrived at a dynasty on the overlord body ancestral planet called the Great Zhou. It was a dynasty founded by his son, Zhou Lang, and it was the most powerful dynasty in the entire ancestral star of Tyrant Physique. The other few dynasties were basically ruled by the direct descendants of the few major clans of Tyrant Physique. As soon as he arrived, all of the divine temples in the dynasty lit up. All of the overlords and princes came to the capital to greet their ancestors and welcome Zhou Tong. "It's been a long time since I've been here." Zhou Tong felt a little emotional. Looking at the passionate and excited descendants below, Zhou Tong smiled and announced that he would be lecturing here for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, countless overlords of the entire Tyrant Body ancestral star came to listen to Zhou Tong's lectures. Even some self-proclaimed sages, great sages, and quasi-emperors came out to ask Zhou Tong about the Great Tao. After 3 years, Zhou Tong distributed some of the trinkets that he had casually refined with divine materials. For example, there were some weapons, formation diagrams, and some special objects such as bells, cauldrons, pagodas, and mirrors. Although these things were small toys to Zhou Tong, they were priceless treasures to the cultivators on the overlord body ancestral planet. It could be said that if it weren't for the limited materials, these things would be at least quasi-emperor weapons or even emperor weapons. In the end, he left the great Zhou Empire an immortal bell refined with phoenix blood gold as the foundation of the dynasty. Chapter 735. The Tyrant Ancestral Planet was Zhou Tong's last stop. After leaving behind some treasures, Zhou Tong returned to the divine realm. "I've been relaxing for over 5,000 years. It's time to work hard for the Immortal King realm and the Sixth Secret Realm. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 profundity immortal herb in his 10 paradise divine rings. In the coming days, I can focus on studying the scriptures and heritage of the divine silkworms and see what the immortal king ancestor of the divine silkworms had gone through. The Sixth Secret Realm was the most important thing for Zhou Tong at the moment. As long as he could truly open it, even if it was just the beginning, he'd be able to enter the Immortal King realm directly. If he couldn't open it, he'd have to do what Huang's Celestial Emperor had done. He'd either have to endure it for a long time or forcefully break through and undergo the Immortal King tribulation. However, Huang's Celestial Emperor's method of forcefully passing the Immortal King tribulation was extremely risky. Even if he did manage to break through, he'd only be the weakest Immortal King. Huang's Celestial Emperor had only truly broken through during the 500,000 years he'd been asleep. Strictly speaking, it had taken him 500,000 years to reach the Immortal King realm, but he'd reached the peak of the Immortal King realm right away. When he'd created the Sixth Secret Realm, he'd become an Immortal King powerhouse. In fact, the orthodox way to break through to the Immortal King realm was to create a Sixth Secret Realm that belonged solely to oneself. That was because the Sixth Secret Realm represented the Immortal King realm. But before that, I should keep trying and see if I can discover a higher realm. Different cultivation systems are the fastest way to improve. Zhou Tong knew full well that the main reason he'd become a mortal immortal so quickly was because his divine striking stone had taken a trip around the Yang God realm. Different cultivation systems provided different perspectives, allowing Zhou Tong to comprehend the principles of heaven and earth from a higher perspective. Without his trip to the Yang God realm, he'd need at least 100,000 years to truly become a mortal immortal. It's been a long time since I've carefully sensed the situation of 9-leaf sword grass, the Thunder Emperor, and the Kuan Ping. Zhou Tong immediately began to sense the situation of his 3 destinies. In his senses, the 9-leaf sword grass, the Thunder Emperor, and the Kuan Ping seemed to have appeared in front of him. 9-leaf sword grass. It's really been staying in one place all this time, never moving at all. The first thing Zhou Tong sensed was the 9-leaf sword grass, but what made him speechless was that this true fate was really similar to the 9-leaf sword grass from Immortal Ancient's last phase, always rooted in a certain place and never moved. But it's also possible that it's bound, so it can't move freely. Zhou Tong roughly guessed that his 9-leaf sword grass true fate was in a certain era in the past. Once a person interferes with history, there will definitely be restrictions. Even though Heaven Emperor Huang had returned to the age of Emperor Collapse, the space-time he was in was the most chaotic one. Almost no one could survive in that entire era. Therefore, when Heavenly Emperor Huang Tian dreamt of imperial fall, it could be considered a loophole, because he chose an era that had almost no effect on the future. This also meant that apart from a butcher who still remembered him, there were no legends about Heavenly Emperor Huang left behind in the age of Emperor Collapse. Next is Lightning Emperor's true fate. After sensing this true fate, Zhou Tong immediately frowned. It was because this true fate seemed to be a bit unstable, its condition didn't seem too good. It's not stable. What happened? Could it be that he encountered some fatal danger? Zhou Tong was also a little worried in the beginning, but he composed himself and quickly calmed down. Because of the experience of the divine striking stone's true fate, even if Lightning Emperor's true fate encountered some danger, it could return at any time, so it shouldn't die. Maybe it's a temporary danger, it shouldn't be life-threatening. Zhou Tong calmed down and then he continued to sense the third true fate, Kuan Ping. After sensing for a while, Zhou Tong immediately nodded and said to himself, "It's a little different. It seems a little blurry. Looks like this true fate of mine has gone to some other place. Perhaps it's isolated in a certain danger zone. But it doesn't matter, in my senses, Kuan Ping's true fate should be doing well, the safest true fate out of my 3 true fates, I just don't know where Kuan Peng's true fate is. Could it be in the immortal domain? Zhou Tong had a rough guess. His Kuan Peng true fate was most likely in the immortal domain, which was why his senses were a lot more blurry. After all, if that true fate was really in the immortal ancient and chaotic ancient times, then the immortal domain really could be considered a danger zone. Because at that time, the immortal domain was already in a danger zone state. Because of fear of the invasion of darkness matter, the entire immortal domain built all kinds of city walls and gates for defense. From a certain perspective, this kind of immortal domain really could be considered a danger zone. As for how Kuan Peng's true fate entered the immortal domain, that was unknown. Because even though the immortal domain was impenetrable, there were actually many loopholes that could be crawled through. He just didn't know what loophole his Kuan Peng found. However, I don't know if the reincarnation mirror can let my chaotic body reincarnate again? Zhou Tong suddenly had a whimsical thought. He looked at his chaotic body in his 10 Paradise Divine Ring, which was enjoying the nourishment of all the divine power of the Great Path inside the Divine Ring, and he was a little expectant. However, when he pointed the reincarnation mirror at his body, he was instantly stunned. I see. If my life is really going to be reincarnated, it's equivalent to drawing out all the essence, energy, and spirit of my entire body and reincarnating. Zhou Tong had a flash of understanding in his mind. The reincarnation mirror, a divine weapon, didn't have any instructions, so all the functions were tested by Zhou Tong himself. Only when he really pointed the reincarnation mirror at his body would he know what would happen. If I can't maintain my original body, then forget it. Let my body slowly be nurtured here. Zhou Tong shook his head. The most powerful part of his old body was the chaotic body that was invulnerable and the imperishable scripture that was almost cultivated to the extreme. If he drew out all his essence, energy, and spirit and reincarnated, what was the use? The most important thing was that this body only had a few fragments of primordial spirit. If he really reincarnated, who knew how long it would take for him to recover his original memories? Who knew if he would still have the chaotic body? If he couldn't recover his memories or reincarnated in an unfriendly family, who knew if he would be targeted by others when they saw such a strong body? So I have no choice. Zhou Tong sighed and then looked directly at the other true fate in his 10 Paradise Divine Ring. At the same time, he also poured his divine power into the reincarnation mirror. This time, it's decided to be you. Real Dragon. Chapter 736. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the world was dark and gloomy. The sky was full of dark clouds, like a curtain of death hanging down from the sky. A gloomy and terrifying aura instantly filled the world. In the dark clouds that symbolized death, a huge and majestic castle was faintly discernible on the horizon. At the same time, blood-colored waves of air rushed out from the castle, causing the dark clouds in the sky to emit an unimaginable crimson color. The world was incomparably quiet, and there was a deathly silence. There was not a single sound. The castle gave off a vicissitude of time, as if it had traveled through time and space from ancient times. It was like a whirlpool of death, constantly devouring the endless aura of death. The rolling black clouds were like a whirlpool that slid into the city. The dark clouds slowly disappeared, but the scene there was even more terrifying and gloomy. Endless skeletons were floating around the castle. In the vast sea of bones, there was a towering castle, and there was an indescribable horror. Occasionally, a few human-shaped skeletons with gray wings would fly out from the castle, and the endless aura of death spread out majestically. Their empty eye sockets overlooked the isolated island below. This was an isolated island in the sea. On the isolated island, there were tiger roars and ape cries, and ancient trees and forests. More than 90% of the entire island was covered by a primeval forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. All kinds of ferocious birds and fierce beasts ran rampant. It was a scene from the barbaric era. However, at this moment, a gloomy and cold aura of death suddenly cut through time and space, covering the sky and the earth. Suddenly, the island with the roars of savage beasts began to gradually quiet down. Only some ancient beasts in the deepest part of the island occasionally let out a few angry roars. The world was quiet. After a long time, the awe-inspiring and terrifying aura of death slowly disappeared. In the distance, a vast white sea of bones, carrying the ancient city, finally slowly disappeared in the sky above the endless sea. Only then did the island begin to regain its vitality. Dozens of dragon roars suddenly sounded in the depths of the island. At this time, the entire island gradually recovered its former vitality. At the same time, under a cliff in the depths of the island, there was a nest there. It was like a giant bird's nest, and its entire body was constructed from precious divine wood. Meanwhile, inside the nest, there were 5 eggs that were the size of millstones. Every single egg was sparkling and translucent like green jade, releasing dazzling radiance. Green multicolored light curled about, making that place shine with resplendent divine light. The resplendent divine splendor illuminated the vegetation above the cliff. The eggshell was as translucent as a precious jade, and multicolored splendor circulated about. It was indescribably mystical. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. 4 of the eggs glowed brightly, and specks of green splendor fell into the egg in the middle. It looked like the 4 green moons were shining their own light, illuminating the egg in the middle. Meanwhile, the egg in the middle was being nourished by the other 4 eggs around it. It was circulating with an intoxicating radiance, and the green radiance lingered around it. It was incomparably beautiful, as if it was carved out of green jade. However, as the light flickered, the life fluctuations of the surrounding 4 dragon eggs continued to decrease, while the life fluctuations of the dragon egg in the middle rapidly increased at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the essence of the world surged and turned into a vast ocean. It was as if the ocean had risen and poured into the egg in the center. Crack! Half a day later, the sound of the eggshell cracking could be heard. A crack finally appeared on the egg, and at the same time, a ray of green divine light shot out. Roar! A young dragon's roar came from the crack, followed by the kacha-kacha sound, which became louder and louder. Finally, the egg was completely broken, and a half-meter-long cyan figure staggered out of the nest, struggling to walk out. This was a figure that was entirely green, and it was flickering with green light. Its body was like a Tyrannosaurus rex, and its hind legs were extremely thick, allowing it to run half upright. It had a pair of slightly short upper limbs, extremely sharp dragon claws, and a huge green crocodile-like tail that swayed behind it, shining with green light and covered in dense scales. If one only looked at its body, there was no doubt that it was a young Tyrannosaurus rex, but this dragon's head was definitely not like a Tyrannosaurus rex's. This was a genuine dragon's head, with a camel's head and a horse's mouth. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of green jade-like horns on its head, which looked no different from the horns of a sika deer. Buzz! As soon as it was born, the essence of heaven and earth rolled in, and the spiritual energy from all directions gathered around it, constantly integrating into its body, making its strength grow continuously. As the essence of heaven and earth merged into its body, the dragon's staggered footsteps quickly stabilized, and even its body grew slightly. But at this moment the dragon was still a little surprised and angry. What the hell, what's going on? I'm a real dragon, a real dragon's life. Why did you give me a Tyrannosaurus Rex's body? Zhou Tong looked at his current body, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He was clearly a real dragon's life reincarnated into a different world, but the result was that he became like this? This body, except for the head, was not similar to a real dragon. Damn, Did the reincarnation mirror make a mistake? Why is this happening? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't expect that after reincarnating into a real dragon body, such a huge mistake would happen. Damn it, don't tell me there are no real dragons in this world, so I was reincarnated into the body of something closest to a real dragon? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt like he was tricked by the reincarnation mirror. This life of his could still barely be considered a dragon, but what about in the future? If his phoenix, Qilin, and other true fates were to be reincarnated, where would they end up? Would a phoenix reincarnate into a sparrow? A Qilin into a cow? What about the heavenly horned ant, 9 netherworld python? An ant? A wolf? Or even a step further, directly reincarnating into something unrelated to his own race? When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's heart became even colder. What if his phoenix true fate reincarnated into a snake, a bug, a rat, or an ant? A noble phoenix turned into a dirty rat in the sewers? Especially when these true fates were related to his sixth secret realm, if he messed around like this, wouldn't his sixth true fate be ruined? Zhou Tong became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Roar! In his fury, Zhou Tong suddenly opened his mouth, and a world-shaking dragon roar erupted from his dragon mouth. In an instant the entire cliff was filled with sound waves, and the rocks and trees not far away were all shaken by this terrifying sound wave, releasing kacha-kacha cracking sounds. A large area nearby was completely destroyed by Zhou Tong's roar. Chapter 737. After roaring, Zhou Tong calmed down. Since his head was a dragon's head, he might be able to evolve into a true dragon in the future. There are many ways to transform into a dragon. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, and began to think about the methods he had mastered. The true dragon had always been the form of the scaled demons. The demon emperors scripture, had a secret method to refine one's blood into a dragon. Not only the demon emperor, in the ancient chaos and the immortal ancient era, there were many secret methods to transform into a dragon. During the Shrouding Heaven era, there was the demon emperor Shui Yueqing, who transformed into a true dragon. Before that, when the Huang Tian emperor dreamed of the immortal ancient era, he also saw a flood dragon that had almost evolved into a true dragon. However, if I sense it carefully, my body definitely contains the true dragon's bloodline, and the concentration of the bloodline is not too low. This world is not simple. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the bloodline in his body and finally received some gratifying news. However, it seems that there is something special about the bloodline in my body. However, when he was studying the aura of his bloodline, he suddenly felt that he seemed to have some kind of instinct. My body's instinct is urging me to leave the nest and grow alone? Why is there such a ridiculous instinct? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the stranger he felt. He was just a newborn baby. Logically speaking, he should have a mother to protect him. How could this be? What kind of strange world is this? The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. He subconsciously turned to look at the nest where he was born. 5 dragon eggs, and only I hatched? My fertility is not low, but the success rate of hatching is too low. No. I absorbed the life essence of these dragon eggs. At first, Zhou Tong thought that these dragon eggs were naturally dead eggs. However, after careful observation, he realized that this was not the case. These dragon eggs must have been the same as him in the beginning. However, after he was born, he actually absorbed the life essence of his siblings? When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's heart suddenly revealed a trace of shock. Impossible, the birth of a true dragon should be an auspicious sign, not a violent scene like this. Logically speaking, my birth should cause the dragon aura in the dragon nest to become more turbulent and allow the other dragon eggs to be better nourished. The dragon race of this world is crueler than I imagined. Could it be that the dragon race of this world also have to go through a battle of seizing names? Zhou Tong quickly thought of the battle of seizing names in Shrouding Heaven World's immortal ancient era or even longer ago. The true dragon was known as the first race, but at the very beginning, not many people knew what a true dragon was, nor did they know what a true dragon was. There were even crocodiles, tyrannosauruses, winged dragons, and many other forms of dragons. Later on, various races competed for this title, and the final winner was the true dragon. If it's really a battle for the title, then we'll have a good fight, Zhou Tong thought. At the same time, a hint of excitement appeared in his heart. Zhou Tong's true fate was also filled with battle intent ever since his main body embarked on the path to becoming a war immortal. Rumble! A terrifying fighting spirit instantly shook Zhou Tong's dragon body, causing his blood and qi to boil. The light in his eyes grew even brighter, his fighting spirit soaring, filled with an unyielding fighting spirit, and even more so, an aura of invincibility. Crackle, crackle! Zhou Tong's aura and blood began to boil, and the power in his body began to reveal itself bit by bit. The pair of azure dragon horns on his head shone with brilliant azure light. Then the azure light trembled slightly, and unexpectedly turned into wind and thunder that filled the sky. He shook his head, and it was as if a god of thunder had descended. Immediately, endless azure lightning struck a huge boulder not far away. Crack! In an instant, wild winds howled and thunder shook the world. The large area where the boulder was located was filled with wild winds and specks of light, and a violent explosion occurred. That huge boulder collapsed on the spot, but when the lightning and wind dissipated, a large area of the ground was scorched black, and there was smoke rising from the ground. Occasionally, there would be arcs of green lightning jumping on the ground. Controlling wind and thunder, this is the instinct and innate ability of this body? Zhou Tong only pondered for a moment, and immediately mastered the ability to control wind and thunder. After all, this was only one of the most basic abilities of the dragons in this world. However, this ability allowed Zhou Tong to see a trace of this world's cultivation path. However, the most important thing right now is to leave for the time being. Zhou Tong did not continue to think about this world's cultivation path. Instead, he prepared to follow his body's instinct and leave this place first. Although he had not figured out the reason for this instinct, it could not be too bad. Roar! Suddenly, a low dragon roar sounded from the depths of the forest not far away, and then a gust of wind with a strong smell of blood rushed directly toward Zhou Tong. For a moment, the leaves in the forest fell, and the earth trembled. This huge dragon roar even caused the endless mountains to tremble. Then, Zhou Tong saw a huge monster appear. It was a figure similar to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was filled with a murderous aura, and its whole body was covered in a hazy green light. It was over 50 meters tall and had a single green horn that was 20 feet long on top of its head. Its pair of green eyes shone with a cold light, and its sharp teeth were like peerless divine swords, causing people to tremble in fear. A Tyrannosaurus Rex? No, it's my body's mother? But she doesn't look like me. At first, Zhou Tong wanted to run away, but he soon felt an aura that was connected by blood. He stopped, turned his head, and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The moment Zhou Tong turned his head, the Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately stopped, and its originally ferocious eyes became much gentler. Especially when it looked at Zhou Tong's head, there seemed to be a trace of joy. However, under Zhou Tong's gaze, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not come closer, but turned around and left. It left? Does it know that it can't raise me? Also, what's with that joy? I clearly look different from her. Countless doubts appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. Looks like I'm not the only one with the so-called instinct to leave. This body's mother also has it. Perhaps this is the way of survival for dragons in this world. They have to leave their parents the moment they are born, and work hard alone, As for that joy, could it be because my head is a true dragon's head, so it's happy? Perhaps the main theme of this world's dragons is not fighting for fame, but evolution. Zhou Tong took one last look at the back of the green Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then rushed into the depths of the forest without looking back. Chapter 738. Zhou Tong ran in the primeval forest to his heart's content. This Tyrannosaurus-like body, the lower limbs were strong and powerful, and the running speed was extremely fast, like blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had turned over several mountain forests, and suddenly he heard a burst of splashing water. He followed the sound of water all the way forward, and finally came to the side of a cliff before nightfall. A large white curtain of water hung down from the cliff, like a hanging galaxy hanging halfway up the mountain, and the surrounding fog was pervasive, very spectacular. This place is not bad. For the time being, I will properly tidy up my current state here. Zhou Tong composed himself, and then quietly lay down on a large blue stone beside the pool, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the magical powers and power of this body. This body was considered a dragon, but it was born with some magical powers. This was both good and bad. The good was that it was innately extraordinary and could quickly progress, but the bad was that this kind of thing was not cultivated by oneself, and it would take some time to master these things. As Zhou Tong calmed down, suddenly the surface of his body flickered with a sparkling luster, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of hazy blue light. The essence of heaven and earth constantly gathered here, and for a time, the spiritual energy around the pool was dense, and there was a faintly discernible multicolored light lingering here. This is the method of this world's dragons to become stronger? Race inheritance or instinct? Zhou Tong very clearly felt that after the countless essence of heaven and earth poured into his body from all directions, it gradually began to circulate in a mysterious way. On the surface, he did not receive any inheritance, but the essence of heaven and earth naturally circulated in his body, and the circulation method was quite mysterious, and it was incomparably compatible with his body. Zhou Tong guessed that this should be the unique cultivation method of this world's dragons, and it was imprinted on every dragon's body along the bloodline, so there was a situation where there was no one to guide them, but they could cultivate on their own. This kind of thing was actually a bit similar to the orthodox true dragons of shrouding the heavens world, and when they were born, their bodies would be imprinted with the contents of the true dragon treasured technique. The dragons of this world, when they were born, also had some kind of imprint in their bodies, which would allow them to naturally begin to cultivate. However, although this kind of cultivation method is very exquisite, I think it should be more than that. At the very least, there should be some magical powers left. For example, I was born with the power to control wind and thunder. This kind of inheritance should be integrated into the bloodline. Zhou Tong continued to study his new body. The inheritance of the dragons couldn't be just a basic cultivation method. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how to use the power they cultivated. There would definitely be some combat techniques or divine abilities as an inheritance. Along with the research, Zhou Tong actually really developed a great divine ability. To be more precise, it was a divine ability that was dug out from the bloodline of this body. It was a very strange green light that seemed to be able to confine everything in the world. The power of imprisonment. Let me try it out. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the waterfall not far away. Then, his body began to glow. Finally, he waved his dragon claw. Suddenly, buzz! A green light screen instantly appeared, as if a green moon was shining on the waterfall. Every drop of water flickered with this green light, and there seemed to be a layer of faint green clouds circulating between heaven and earth. However, the strange thing was that the waterfall suddenly became silent. The water that was flowing down suddenly froze in place, as if time had stopped. However, in the next moment, that layer of faint green light suddenly collapsed, and everything disappeared like smoke in thin air. Zhou Tong was also constantly gasping for breath. Although it was only for a short moment, this kind of divine ability was too strenuous. He had just been born, so it was naturally difficult for him to continue using it. To be able to confine the entire waterfall, its power is not bad, but it exhausted what little power I had in my body. Zhou Tong lay down again, quietly circulating the method of the dragon's inheritance. Suddenly, the starlight, moonlight essence, the endless energy of heaven and earth once again condensed towards Zhou Tong. This was the first time he actively circulated this method, and the efficiency was countless times higher than when he was passively circulating it. A hazy glow enveloped his surroundings. Time passed little by little, and the night quickly passed. On the morning of the second day, the gentle sunlight shone through the gaps in the forest and fell on Zhou Tong's body. His breathing was steady and long, and the energy from the sun turned into rays of undetectable light that poured into his scales and accumulated in his body. Today was already the second day of Zhou Tong's birth. Last night, Zhou Tong had been diligently practicing the method of the dragons. Every time he circulated this method, he would have some different gains. His cultivation level was extremely high, so naturally, his talent in cultivation was astonishing. Moreover, he could make some minor adjustments to the original method of the dragons according to his own situation. Every time he breathed, a large amount of essence entered his body. Zhou Tong guided this energy slowly into his flesh, blood, bones, and organs, causing his entire body to be filled with a brilliant divine glow, causing his body to slowly improve and his constitution to strengthen bit by bit. No matter which world it was, the essence of cultivation was actually the sublimation and transformation of one's self. If this body wanted to advance one step further and reach the true dragon body, this was even more so. Go go go. But at this time, Zhou Tong's stomach suddenly began to growl. I'm hungry. Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. He had not felt hunger in a long time. The most recent time he felt hungry was when his divine striking stone was just born in the Yang God world. After all, I'm just a newborn dragon. I haven't yet fasted, so the essence of heaven and earth I'm taking in isn't enough to offset my hunger. Zhou Tong turned his body, stood up, and re-entered the forest. But as soon as he entered the forest, the noisy forest suddenly became much quieter. They sensed the rich dragon qi on my body, so none of them dared to come out? Zhou Tong was stunned. I don't know the aura concealment method of this world right now, and I don't know if the true dragon treasured technique can be used. Zhou Tong carried a trace of doubt, and then directly used the dragon concealment secret technique of the true dragon treasured technique. This time, the casting of the technique was very smooth. Almost in an instant, the rich dragon qi on Zhou Tong's body completely disappeared. He was like an ordinary beast in the forest, without any pressure or aura. It's very smooth. It seems that the true dragon treasured technique is very compatible with the dragons of this world? Zhou Tong's eyes immediately lit up. Currently, he had not awakened any more of the dragon clan's magical abilities from the bloodline of this world. However, with the true dragon treasured technique in his hands, he no longer had any weaknesses in this aspect. However, I still can't use the true dragon treasured technique too much. I'm still just a baby. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be able to master this kind of magical ability that has never appeared in this world. God knows if anyone is watching me. Chapter 739. Zhou Tong concealed his aura and re-entered the forest. Not long after, he saw a huge wild boar jump out from the bushes not far away. Just as he was about to make a move, a roar suddenly rang out. He saw a huge black bear pounce over from a bush not far away. Its huge bare paw directly smashed the wild boar's head. It could be clearly seen that the wild boar was 4 to 5 meters tall, comparable to an elephant. This huge black bear was even more terrifying, as it was as big as a 2 to 3-story building. Especially the claws on its paw, each of which was a foot long and as sharp as a dagger, flickering with a cold light. Such a huge boar and bear, what a barbaric scene. This place is not simple. Zhou Tong concealed himself and quietly watched everything in front of him. Just as the big bear was about to enjoy the wild boar, he made a move. Swish! A layer of faint green light instantly burst out from his dragon claws and covered the black bear. Then, the black bear's body was directly grabbed by Zhou Tong with this green light and then heavily smashed to the ground. Boom! The big black bear's body heavily smashed to the ground, and a large part of the ground directly cracked. Countless huge rocks were completely shattered like tofu. At the edge of the broken ground, sand rustled down. Dead, this nearly 10-meter-tall giant bear was directly smashed to death by Zhou Tong's divine ability. Go back and wash it clean, barbecue. Zhou Tong did not use any divine ability this time. He directly used his dragon claws to grab the giant bear and walked back to the waterfall pool where he was. However, when he arrived at the waterfall pool, he was suddenly stunned. This was because an uninvited guest had appeared in his territory. This is a dragon? Zhou Tong put down the big black bear he obtained from hunting and looked at the strange dragon in front of him with some seriousness. It was strange because it did not look like a dragon at all. Rather than saying it was a dragon, it was better to say it was a qilin. It was a young dragon shining with purple light. Its body looked like a deer but also a little like a horse. It had wolf hooves, dragon scales, a dragon head, and a pair of purple-golden horns that shone with divine light. The biggest difference between it and the qilin was its tail. It was a crocodile-like tail, which was very similar to Zhou Tong's current state. Furthermore, the biggest difference between this dragon and the qilin was its temperament. The qilin was an auspicious beast, a walking auspicious sign. However, this purple dragon had a barbaric pressure, giving people the greatest sense of oppression. Of course, the biggest reason why Zhou Tong could tell that it wasn't a qilin was because of the instincts of this body. He instinctively felt enmity towards this dragon. He could even feel that as long as he killed this purple dragon, he would definitely be able to take the first solid step towards evolving into a true dragon. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel like only one of us can survive? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. This was because it was not just enmity and was related to the issue of evolution. More importantly, Zhou Tong could vaguely sense that this dragon had some kind of deeper karma with him. Could it be that dragons fight and grow step by step until they finally become true dragons? I keep feeling that this setting is somewhat familiar. Zhou Tong pondered. However, there was no time now. There was no time for Zhou Tong to continue pondering. This was because the purple dragon opposite him had also discovered Zhou Tong. It then opened its mouth and roared. Roar! An earth-shaking roar rang out. The rolling sound waves carried an incomparably frightening destructive power as they swept towards Zhou Tong. During this time, one could even see many purple ripples as they surged over at the same time. This sound wave was filled with extreme enmity and endless killing intent. It was obvious that the purple dragon opposite him had been completely dominated by its instincts and wanted to rush over to fight Zhou Tong. A dragon like me, who was born with mature and powerful thinking abilities, doesn't exist at all. Every one of them deeply believes in their instincts. Zhou Tong lamented in his heart. The little dragon in front of him was probably just like him. It had not been long since it was born. It might have been born in the past 2 days. It did not have much experience and had not even developed the ability to think independently. It firmly believed in its own instincts. However, Zhou Tong's eyes quickly became sharp. However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After killing you, Perhaps I'll have a deeper understanding of this world. Roar! Zhou Tong also let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Green ripples spread out, and the air waves were like the roar of the ocean. They quickly rushed forward and collided with the dragon roar of the purple dragon. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred between the two. The green and purple sound waves collided there, and did not stop for a long time. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the sound waves shook the forest. This collision almost shook a large area of the forest. There were even echoes of the two dragon roars circling in the distant mountains. At the same time, on the other side of the island, in a holy mountain, the vegetation there was verdant and green, and there were birds singing and flowers fragrant everywhere. The scenery was like a poem or a painting. Large patches of unknown wildflowers were blooming here, and there were also patches of towering ancient trees. Under one of the towering ancient trees, there was an old dragon that was all skin and bones crawling on the ground. This dragon was really too old. The dragon horns on its head had fallen off, and almost all the dragon's scales on its body had fallen off. Only a layer of old skin was left sticking tightly to its bones. It looked like a skeleton dragon. This dragon's body was not very big. It was curled up under a big tree like a snake, as if it was already dead. However, at this moment, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the distant mountains with a pair of wise eyes. The figures of Zhou Tong and the purple dragon were both reflected in its dragon eyes. It leisurely said, "It's this era again. The Dragon Kings are fighting for supremacy. I wonder which race will rise above the rest and decide this era's Etosaurus." At the same time, on the other side of the island. That's a dragon's roar, and it's the roar of a young dragon. The roar of a young dragon is not any weaker than that of an adult dragon. It's a dragon king, it must be a dragon king. A dragon king has been born. I couldn't find a dragon king after so long on the Dragon Island. I didn't expect it to finally be born, and there are two of them. Ha! These two dragon kings, I must snatch one of them. There seems to be a trace of hostility in the roar of the two dragon kings, and it's coming from the same place. Could it be that the legendary battle for the Etosaurus is about to start? We haven't found a dragon king after waiting for so long, and now there are two of them. Furthermore, these two dragon kings are very likely to be the first to be born among this batch of dragon kings. They have an absolute advantage in the battle for the Etosaurus. We can't miss this opportunity. All the youngsters who heard the two dragons roar ran toward the place where the conflict occurred with a face full of ecstasy. For a moment, the entire Dragon Island changed color. Chapter 740. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar shook the entire Dragon Island. Everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the waterfall. Many youngsters rushed over one after another. As for Zhou Tong, who was confronting Purple Dragon, he also very keenly sensed that something was wrong. There were footsteps coming from all directions towards this place. There's someone on this mountain? And they're actually so fearless. Aren't they afraid of the dragons on this island at all? Countless thoughts and ideas flashed through Zhou Tong's mind. However, the purple dragon on the other side didn't give Zhou Tong any opportunity to make his move. After a clash of dragon roars, it was clearly at an absolute disadvantage. Soon after, it directly rushed toward Zhou Tong. That purple body drew a beautiful trajectory in the void. Like a purple dot crossing a large expanse of the void, it suddenly attacked. However, Zhou Tong didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he leaped up the instant the purple dragon was about to reach him. He didn't evade, instead, he directly rushed toward the purple dragon. And the instant he got close to the purple dragon, his body suddenly changed direction in midair. With a slight turn of his body, that green crocodile-like tail swept across and chopped toward the purple dragon. Paw! A crisp sound spread through the entire valley. Zhou Tong landed on the ground very smoothly. However, that purple dragon's head was ruthlessly chopped by Zhou Tong's dragon tail. Its body directly tumbled in midair and fell heavily on the ground. It left a long mark on the ground. At the same time, a terrifying wound appeared on the purple dragon's cheek. Its skin was directly split open by Zhou Tong's attack. Even some purple dragon scales were split open by Zhou Tong's attack. Blood flowed out. After all, this was only a newborn dragon. In terms of battle skills, it was definitely inferior to Zhou Tong. With just one move, it was taught a lesson by Zhou Tong. What a pity! I'm also a newborn dragon. Otherwise, this attack would have already determined the outcome of the battle. Zhou Tong also felt a little regretful. But it doesn't matter. If we continue fighting, my advantage will become stronger and stronger. His battle experience and grasp of timing in battle were definitely not something that this purple dragon could compare to. However, even though the purple dragon was injured, its fighting spirit did not decrease. It did not seem to be aware of the terrifying injuries on its body. Its eyes were still staring coldly at Zhou Tong, but the purple light it emitted was getting brighter and brighter. It was brewing a terrifying attack. After Purple Dragon suffered a loss in close combat, he already began to think of using divine abilities to determine victory or defeat. At this time, the young people on the island had already rushed over and were watching from afar. As expected, it is a competition between two dragon kings. These are the first two dragon kings to be born on this island. In the future, they will definitely have a huge advantage in the competition for Eddosaurus. They've already started fighting? Oh, that purple dragon king is already at a disadvantage. It seems like this green dragon king should be a little stronger. These two dragon kings are so strong. This is a newly born dragon king, but his strength is already on par with mine. It seems like we can only take action to seize the Dragon King after both of them are injured. These young people all watched from afar. The Dragon Kings were too strong. These young people did not have the slightest confidence in subduing a Dragon King. They could only wait for both of them to be injured and then take advantage of the situation. At this moment, on the battlefield, the humans came so quickly. They rushed over so quickly, but they didn't approach. Could it be that they want to take advantage of the situation? It seems like I have to conserve some of my strength and end this quickly. Zhou Tong almost instantly judged the current situation. Boom! At this time, the pair of dragon horns on the purple dragon king emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the purple light was like a tide, drowning Zhou Tong. Roar! Zhou Tong suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens. It was like a sudden clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Immediately, many of the weaker humans were stunned on the spot. Their minds went blank. At this time, Zhou Tong did not seem to care about the tide of purple light that erupted from the purple dragon king. He directly charged towards the purple dragon king. His aura was extremely condensed. It was like a peerless divine sword. In particular, the dragon horns on his head emitted a brilliant green light. The light turned into a lightning sword and wrapped around Zhou Tong's body. Crack! In just an instant, Zhou Tong's lightning sword destroyed the purple light attack on the purple dragon king's dragon horns. Then, he took advantage of the momentum and directly pierced the purple dragon king's body. Roar! The purple dragon immediately suffered a terrible injury. Its neck was directly pierced through by Zhou Tong's lightning sword. It immediately let out a sorrowful dragon roar. At the same time, the purple light on its body surged. Rays of purple light covered the sky and the earth. It was even more terrifying than the average sword light. Each ray of purple light contained a terrifying divine power. This was a divine technique that belonged to dragons. At the moment of death, the purple dragon's potential erupted. In the final radiance of the setting sun, it unleashed such a peerless attack. buzz. However, what shocked the purple dragon was that the moment such a ferocious attack was about to touch Zhou Tong, a hazy green light bloomed. In an instant, all the purple light was completely frozen. This scene was like a time stop. The opponent's attack was frozen by a hair's breadth. After that, Zhou Tong's figure swayed. His entire dragon body turned into a green lightning bolt and heavily bombarded the purple dragon king's body. The pair of green jade-like dragon horns on his head also erupted with a round of bright lightning at the same time. Crack! The green lightning danced. Zhou Tong was incomparably brave. He erupted with the most terrifying divine power of thunder. For a moment, the place was densely packed with lightning, and all of them landed on the purple dragon's body. The sound of flesh and blood shattering was so clear that the purple dragon's body split open on the spot. In particular, when the lightning entered the purple dragon's body through the cracks, there was a burst of bloody light. The purple dragon's body completely disintegrated. Only its head was preserved, and it fell from the sky. Zhou Tong took a step forward and walked in front of the purple dragon's head. The head on the ground instantly collapsed, and finally turned into a dazzling purple light that directly merged into Zhou Tong's body. This was the purest Edosaurus Qi. It was not strength nor soul. It was simply Qi that symbolized the identity of an Edosaurus. This power is the power of the evolution of the dragons of this world. Zhou Tong instantly sensed this Edosaurus Qi. He also had it in his body. It was the most original green dragon Qi. After the purple dragon's dragon Qi merged into his body, his own dragon Qi and the purple dragon's dragon Qi perfectly merged, turning into an even denser green dragon Qi. The dragon Qi in his body had more than doubled. Give me some time to digest and absorb it. I will definitely be able to take another step forward. Zhou Tong was a little excited. As long as he digested this dragon Qi, he would soon be able to evolve some of the characteristics of a true dragon. Moreover, his cultivation would definitely increase by a lot. Chapter 741. The Battle of the Edosaurus has begun, and the first dragon has already fallen. In the sacred land of dragons on the island, an old dragon sighed softly. However, this azure dragon's innate talent and combat instincts far surpass all the previous dragon kings. Perhaps you will be the Edosaurus that can reach the end. There was also a trace of indescribable regret and nostalgia in the dragon's eyes. Dragons were very strong, especially the dragon kings. After every dragon king was born, they would be the strongest prodigy in the world. However, it was a pity that all the dragon kings were destined to fight to determine the final Edosaurus. Without a doubt, this was the greatest loss to the strength of the dragons. However, it was also because of this that the dragons of Edosaurus could truly be called an invincible, peerless expert. It was also because of such cruel internal strife that every dragon king among the dragons was a battle saint. Seeing Zhou Tong's display of strength, it couldn't help but miss the Edosaurus path that it had walked before. At the same time, near the great waterfall, the group of people who were secretly watching the battle were all shocked. A dragon king had died in front of their eyes just like that. It should be known that this was a terrifying existence that would make even the gods tremble when it grew up. This was the internal strife of dragons. This was the showdown between the dragon kings. Everyone looked at the remains of the dead purple dragon with a trace of pity in their eyes. If such a dragon king didn't die and followed by their side, how good would that be? The purple dragon king is dead, and this victorious azure dragon king has greater potential. Moreover, it is the first dragon king to be born. It has a high possibility of becoming a true Edosaurus. As long as we can subdue it, it will be an invincible fighter in the future. Use the trump cards given by your elders. A young man on the spot began to transmit his voice to the people around him. That's right, we must work together. I have a divine scroll given to me by my clan's ancestor. Perhaps it can trap this dragon." Another prodigy also spoke. The other prodigies also spoke one after another. Very quickly, they reached a very simple cooperation agreement. They could also see that if they were to fight one-on-one, none of them would be a match for this Azure Dragon King. They had to work together. As for who this Dragon King would belong to after they worked together to capture it, that was a matter for the future. However, at this moment, after Zhou Tong absorbed the purple dragon's Ediosaurus aura, he didn't think too much and opened his mouth to roar. Roar! After absorbing Daozu's draconic aura, Zhou Tong's dragon roar, his roar was like a violent explosion, the explosion as if the mountains collapsed. Water splashed the pool's water splashes and the waterfall almost reversed. The nearby mountain rocks and trees nearby the waterfall were all sent high up into the sky. The nearby mountains, trees and trees nearby were those human prodigies who were discussing how to deal with Zhou Tong also turned pale and their brains stopped working. God was that was it then. That. Them all What a cunning dragon. It discovered us long ago, but pretended not to know anything until now. One of the human sky prides had an ugly look on his face. They were still discussing how to capture this dragon, but in the blink of an eye, they were made a fool of. After defeating the Amethyst Dragon King, this dragon still hasn't used its full strength? Another sky pride revealed a shocked expression. This Azure Dragon King seemed to be a little too strong. What a powerful Azure Dragon King! Not only did he not use his full strength in the battle against a Dragon King of the same level, he even calculated all of us. With such intelligence, is he really a newly born Dragon King? Another Heaven's Pride had an ugly expression on his face. The strength of this Dragon King seemed to be beyond imagination. That's impossible. This Dragon King is not something we can subdue. The next step is to look around and see if there are any other Dragon Kings. Since 2 Dragon Kings have appeared, there must be other Dragon Kings. Many people were ready to leave. Countless geniuses could already tell that it was impossible for Zhou Tong, this Azure Dragon, to be subdued by these youngsters. At the very least, it would require experts of the older generation to take action. At the same time, Zhou Tong left the waterfall. He crossed a few mountains before finally stopping. He casually caught a 3-meter-tall bison in the nearby forest and started a fire to roast it. Finally, I can eat something. After the savage beast was cooked, Zhou Tong opened his dragon mouth and started eating in big mouthfuls. Not long after, the wild bull was in Zhou Tong's stomach. He then lay down and secretly circulated his energy. Very soon, the beef was digested. Then, strands of essence qi spread from his stomach to his whole body. At the same time, the essence qi of heaven and earth also condensed on his body. Rays of dreamy light lingered around his body. After obtaining another Daozu's dragon qi, Zhou Tong's cultivation this time had a qualitative change. The green scales on his body began to change. It was as if there were green ripples flowing on his body, shining brightly. Even Zhou Tong could clearly feel that his divine ability had become stronger. This place is indeed a place that can give birth to dragons. Just a bull I casually killed, and its meat contains such rich essence qi. After digesting most of the meat, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and stood up again. But I more or less know what this world is. A human-like smile appeared in Zhou Tong's dragon eyes. There were all kinds of dragons of all shapes and sizes. Moreover, they were all young dragons. The most important thing was that they only had the head of a real dragon. After killing one of these dragons, the most original dragon qi would fuse into his body. In addition to his own divine ability and all kinds of instincts that originated from this body, there were also those humans who came here. These countless things all had a very obvious symbol. They represented the origin of this world. I didn't expect it to actually be this world, the world of immortals. And the place I am at right now is the Dragon Island. And my identity is a young Dragon King. I am a Dragon King who broke away from the tyrannical dragon race. I am the Dragon King who is fighting for the position of Eddasaurus. Zhou Tong said in his heart. The dragons of this world are the cruelest. They are cursed. Eddasaurus will never meet each other. Only when the old Eddasaurus dies, will a new Eddasaurus be born. Otherwise, once two Eddasaurus meet each other, several races of dragons will be exterminated. When he thought of the situation that the dragons of this world faced, Zhou Tong was somewhat speechless. It was precisely because the Eddasaurus didn't meet each other that there would be this kind of Eddasaurus fight every once in a while. Otherwise, if one Eddasaurus was immortal and the second Eddasaurus was born, in the long run, there would be a situation similar to the true dragons of this world. They would directly form the strongest race. At that time, they would become the supreme race, Eddasaurus. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.